All right. Hello, everyone. Shalom, everybody. Peace of the Lord to all of you. I hope my voice coming good and clear. Please invite your friends. And today we will speak about many things. And soon we will take calls from Muslims. I just heard that the Israeli, they announce ceasefire in Gaza. But, you know, I cannot confirm what the news is saying. But maybe this will not be a real ceasefire, which means not final. We will see. All right. Well, I hope that the Israeli, they will not give the borders with Egypt. That will be a big mistake. And then Hamas will be able to rebuild everything they lost again. So we will see where this will go. Anyway, our topic today, we will see later the update with the news and we will check it out. Our topic today is about the beauty of Islam. But before we go and speak about the beauty of Islam, you know, we saw a debate. I did not watch it all, but I find it very funny and very stupid. You know, this is why this kind of debate, I don't consider them as a debate, really. It's like, I'm not being disrespectful for Sam or Brother Jay, but those debate is not debate, really, because 5 minutes for you, 5 minutes for me. The Muslim, he can, you know, dump all kind of stupid things. And, you know, the real debate is, like, he says something, you intervene immediately and you investigate what he just said. Because if you are not going to be cornering the Abdul with his lies, then there is no point of the debate. So 5 minutes for me. Okay, let's say I supposedly refuted him. But he can dodge everything I said, you know, when he take the mic again, as if I said nothing. So this is why those are not a debate. Never do a debate like this. This is my advice for all Christians. This is not a debate. And I noticed that the Muslim, they brought for us a very weird, you know, people to debate. Obviously, they themselves did not know what their religion is about. If we go and check, let us see. So if we go and check this debate, we will see this Abdul, he is talking. Like I opened the video, it's here. But it was one of the most funny person ever I heard to be brought into a debate. He is drinking what? Okay. And then when you start talking,
even the Christians who didn't understand Islam, like John of Damascus, could come up with something so ridiculous. But we will find that this is the case in Christian theology, that God is another being. I mean, I do believe that they, I do think that they believe in, what's his name, Justin Martyr, saying that there's another entity. Of course, they would like to revise that, but that's what he literally says. When it comes to the New Testament, Jesus says it's a person cannot have two masters, or rather that he...
You know, like Mr. Plink, We have in USA a minister, foreign minister, is more Muslim blinking. But I never thought I will see someone he blinking every 2 seconds and nobody understand what he is saying. So Jesus, he said, you cannot serve two masters. How many masters your God and your prophet he saved or served? If we go back to the first one, this one is just a kid. So this one here is the smart one, supposedly, Daniel. And I have a message for this potato. How many times I challenge you, you coward, you potato?
There's only one God. This is known as
all YouTube will not interrupt. What is that?
Speech which is extensive.
Hold on. Let us go back to this potato. This potato, Daniel, he will never dare to speak to me for a second because he knew that he will be whipped in the ground like a chicken. Why he go there to debate them and why he don't debate me? You know, I mean, what is missing? What is missing is very simple. Because those people, they try to do mockery, let us say try to be smart. But they're, you know, I never saw a Muslim who's smart, and I can show it to you in 2 seconds. Look what he will say, this idiot, when he's trying to refute the Trinity.
Christians claim that this is false. The Trinity is not three separate gods. The Trinity is three in one. But does this claim make sense? First of all, there's a logical contradiction in the Trinity. How can the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit all be one God?
And here you see how stupid the Mohammedan are. And this is why this guy will never dare to debate me. A person who speak about logic, he have to believe in logic. Logic in Islam is haram. It's forbidden. It's a philosophy. So this stupid idiot, he do not know that he himself is committing a big sin according to Islam when we speak about logic. And as long as you speak about logic, you idiot, is it logical that there is a God and he will give you a lot of women to F just because you believe in him? And he will give you 80,000 little boys and they are all white like pros? As long as you speak about logic, is it logical that your penis will be endless and the vagina will be fitting and accommodate that? Is it logical that your prophet, he went up to heaven and he came back in the top of a flying donkey? Is it logical that Jesus is born of a virgin? Is it logical that Jesus can make the blind see? Is it logical? What is the logic in this? I mean, those stupid people, the second we mention this, they will say, oh, this is God power. So it is God power, then there's no logic. But when they speak about Trinity, suddenly all the logic will appear. Do you see how stupid they are? Is it logical that your God, he have a butt? Is it logical he have no spirit, but he's alive? Is it logical that he have hands of 5 fingers each? Is it logical that he don't see his back? Is it logical that you Muslim, you say Allah knows best? How you say Allah knows best? You know, when you say Allah knows best, I mean, that's mean you're comparing him to me. You compare Muhammad. Actually, you don't compare Muhammad to Allah only. You say Allah and his prophet knows best. So you made Muhammad and Allah, by your stupid logic, equal. So when Abdul, he speak about logic, we found them so stupid, so arrogant, so hypocrite. A Muslim trying to understand the Trinity based on logic. Well, first of all, there's nothing logical about God. I mean, how God, he say be light, light was. What is the logic there? Then you say God have power. So if God have power for everything, he can do whatever he want. He cannot be anything he want, as he want, as you wish, or you have to design God as you wish. So this is how stupid they are, and this is why debating with those, midgets. You know, midget is not about the size, how tall you are. Midget is how small your brain and how stupid you are. Who is a Muslim he dare to speak that about logic? Who is a Muslim can say Islam is logical? You know, when people leave Islam because of many issues, as an example, you know the video of Dawah about Gog and Magog. The same potato, he make a video speak about, Trinity is not logical because, God cannot be dependent, and God cannot enter his in creation. And later, less than a week after, this potato, he confessed that his God entered his creation. But just to show you how stupid this religion is and how hypocrite they are, I never saw Muslimano is not Hebracano. Religion of Fartano, suddenly they want to speak about logic and what it can be and what cannot be not. This is the Muslims.
When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him to do something, bow down to Adam, he couldn't comprehend logically why he had to do that when he feels like he's better than him. The problem is this, taking the aql over the naql.
Hold on. What? The Abduls, the second you ask them a question, they say, why it have to be logical?
To Adam, he couldn't comprehend logically why he had to, I'm going to start doubting things. This is exactly why Shaitan fell into disbelief. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him to do something, bow down to Adam, he couldn't comprehend logically why he understand everything. In the context where, why does it always have to be logical? Why?
Why it's always have to be logical? Do you see how hypocrite, coward they are? Do you see how satanic, demonic they are? Do you see how their faces change depend what we are talking about? So when they want, your Christianity is not logical. The second we ask about the religion, why it have to be logical? Do you see it? Monkeys. This is the religion of monkeys. When they want, they show you their ass. When they want, they claim they don't have one. So why it have to be always logical? And this is to answer, is not about the nature of God, it's about something so stupid. Muhammad, he claimed that Zulqarnain, he built a dam between us and between the creatures, and they are by trillions of, by numbers. For each one of them, he make 1,000, before he die, compared to a human being. So a human being, he make one baby. The Gog and Magog, each one of them will make 1,000 baby before he die. And then imagine the 1,000 babies, according to Muslims, they grow so fast and they will have babies. So by now we have maybe 100 billion trillion of those Gog and Magog. Yet nobody can find them. In order to answer this, legends, Muhammad, he copy, because he's stupid. Muslim, they say, why you want to be logical? But the second we speak about Trinity, they say this is not logical.
But they also not be identical beings. The Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God. It's all one God, but the Father is not the Son is not the Father, and neither of them are the Holy Spirit.
Here, just to show you how stupid the Mohammedan, if we try to explain the Trinity by using a physical option, like just to make it easy to understand, some Muslims and even Christian, they will say, oh, he is like idolizing, like making God as a statues, or but this is not what we do. But just to make it simple, the light coming from the sun is light by itself. The heat is coming from the sun is heat by itself. The sun, which is a star in the sky, is a star by itself. However, the sun is the light and the heat, and the sun, the star. The three is one. So there are three different but they are one in the same time. The heat is something we don't see, but we feel. This is what we call the Holy Spirit. The light is something we see, but we cannot capture, we cannot hold, we cannot jail, we cannot. Even though those are three physical objects. And this is not what we are talking about our God, but just to give you a simple example, is it possible to be 3 and 1 in the same time? As an example, a human being himself, if the brain is dead, the person is dead. So you might have a flesh and you have a soul, but if your brain die, your soul and your flesh are dead. So the human being without the fleshy is not a human. What make a human being a human? That he have a conscious, and he have a soul, and he have a flesh. The three together make him a human. If one of them is missing, the human being does not exist. Not anymore. So if this is the fingerprint of God, everything around us is based on number 3. Even water. In order for water to be exist, we have H2O. The Quran says, which is stupid to say, we made it from water every living thing. But then the same stupid Quran says that angels are made of light and genies or shaitan made of fire, and neither one is made of water. And this is how stupid the author of the Quran. He claimed that the Quran does not have contradiction, but every single page in the Quran is a contradiction by itself. So if we are trying to understand God based in logic, then you have to explain to me logically how God can say let be light and light was. Can you? What is the logic behind that? Logic is something understood by practice. So to make it simple, in order to have a fruit, I have to have a plant. In order for the plant to make fruits, we have to have sun, which means light. In order for the light to make the plant provide the fruits, we have to have water, because a tree would die or the plant would die if there's no water. So logically is that in order to produce vegetables or fruits, we have to have certain things as a requirement to produce those things. As an example, the stupid Allah in the Quran, he wanted to be smart. And that will show us that Allah is the last one to be God. In order to answer the Christians how God can have a son, Allah himself, he questioned himself, saying, how can I, or he say, how can he have a son, yet he don't have a girlfriend? But here we see that the logic in Islam disappear. Because the logic, according to Allah, is not a logic of God, is a logic of man. For the God of Islam, he cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend. So is it logical to be God, yet you cannot have a son without girlfriend? Any Muhammadan? Is it logical that you are God? This logic is accepted if a Christian prince talking, well, he is single, he don't have a wife. Somebody ask him, do you have a son? Then Christian prince, he will say, how I can have a son if I don't have a woman? That is acceptable logic, because I am a human being. I am not capable of doing what God can do. But when God himself, he say, supposedly the God of, we are talking about is the God of the Abdul. He himself, he questioned his ability. You see, it's not the Christian says, how can he? It's Allah saying, how can he? So Allah cannot have a son without having a wife. My God, because he is God, he is above the logic, so he can have a son. Are we listening? Do you understand, guys, what I'm saying? This Abdul, instead of questioning Christianity logic, he is being a big fat hypocrite. Shouldn't he question the logic of his God? How can he have a son if he don't have a girlfriend? First of all, if you are trying to refute the Christians, you are an idiot. Because Christians don't believe that God have a wife, and then because they have a wife, they have a baby. His name is Jesus. This has nothing to do with what the Christians believe. That is the most stupid answer ever. In Christianity, no Christian believe that God has sexual relationship in any way, in any mean, so he can have a son. When we say the Messiah is born of the Father, we are talking about the will of God, the power of God, the ability of God, the logos of God. That is what become a flesh. We are not talking about God giving birth like a woman. After she have sex, she get a pregnant and then she deliver a child. And if you want to say God cannot do that, then God cannot be God. So those idiots who they tried or they claim that they can answer us or they can refute us, and this potato Daniel, any one of you check him out, ask him, why you coward, why you potato? You are willing to debate everybody, but you will not dare to speak to me for 5 minutes because you know your size. Mr. Logic, is it logical for you to say it is logical at that time and now to have sex with a child? What logic is that? Why? The only logic we understand if you are a pedophile. There's no other logic. People who they are mentally ill, they have mental illness fantasy. So their fantasy is to sleep with the children because simply they are struggling with mental illness. Any kind of sexual desire which does not befit a human being, logic, obviously it is illogical, as long as you speak about logic. The purpose of a human being going with a female, first of all, that she is a woman, not a baby child. You know, we see that Aisha, she said that her mom, she used to feed her, she forced her to eat a cucumber and palm date fruit in order to get fat or a little bit bigger so the prophet can F her. So is it logical that you Muslims treat a female child as if she is a goat and you want to send her to the butcher? So what do? You feed her extra food so she can be ready to be effed by a pervert husband. Is that logical? Do you see it? Mohammed, he cannot wait to F a child. So they are now pressuring the child to eat as much as the child can so the child can be raped. Do we have any Muhammadan would like to join us? I like Muslims when they claim that they have logic. Since when you potatoes have our logic? Huh? Is it logical that your wife, her butt is 1 mile? If her butt is 1 mile, how big her panty? And how big her boobs? And why 1 mile? What about 10 mile? Why your God Allah is so cheap? Huh? A Muslim Abdul is speaking about logic. So now these days, the Muhammadan are logical nation. Is it logical that when you die for the sake of Allah, Allah will make you a green bird? So how you will have sex with all those virgins if you are a chicken now, a green chicken? Huh? No, this is not Bukhari, but we can show you. It doesn't matter where. This is Sahih anyway. Bukhari or not, who cares? Don't worry, the Muslim, they will say this is weak. Anything is authentic, it is weak, as long as it's an embarrassment. They are following a weak God who cannot do miracles because he's God. Like, why Allah cannot do miracles to Muhammad? Because people will not believe anyway. Huh? Really? That reminds me of myself. I wanted to do miracles, but people will not believe in me anyway. So I said to myself, I'm not going to do miracle. People will not believe in me anyway. Almost I was going to move a mountain from its place. But in the last second I said, why I want to do that? People will not believe me anyway. They will think this is Photoshop. And here you see the stupid logic of the Muhammadan and their God. If people will not believe anyway, and he speak about previous generation, so why you gave the previous generation miracles if you know, aren't you the one who knows the future? If you know that they will not believe anyway? And by the way, they believed. Do you see how stupid the God of Islam? He could not explain why he is disabled. Why he cannot do miracles. So what he said? Oh, okay, you know what? I can do miracle, but people will not believe it anyway. Any Muhammadan? Invite your friends and post around, please. And don't forget later after we finish to post some comments. Like I see your comment is very generous in the chat, but I don't see comment later. Do we have any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammadan believe in logic? You hypocrite people, you believe in logic? So this is the argument you have now, logical, and who is the one who decide what is logical, what is not? Abdul? Abdul who drink the piss of the Prophet because it is a holy urine? So is it logical, Abdul, that your Prophet is just a man and he is a servant of Allah, yet you Muslims fighting over his piss? May Allah piss upon you? Abdul is speaking about logic? What is the logic when you Muslim drink his blood and fight over his piss and his laundry? What is the logic to say in Turkey you have a holy hair of the Holy Prophet? Holy hair? Is that from his anus? Because I'm assuming that Muhammad have hair in his anus. The holy hair of the Prophet? Seriously. Is that logical? What if you Muslims, you found the holy penis of the Holy Prophet? And remember, supposedly the Christians are the one who worship Jesus, but we never heard of a Christian saying, we have holy hair of Jesus. Holy hair? This is the holy hair of the Prophet? Are you sure? And look, they have many holy hair of the Prophet. Look at this one, how tall. Is that a tail of a horse? All of this is the hair of the Prophet? Why, he was a girl? Holy hair? That's amazing. Abdul is speaking about logic. When Abdul turned logical, things is messed up. Okay, okay. Fingerprint of a Prophet Muhammad? You, Abdul, are mentally ill. And you are talking about logical? What is this? You Muslims, you have a footprint of a Prophet Muhammad? Really? On gold? So Muhammad was walking on gold, and then he made footprint. Looked like Muhammad, he was a kangaroo. He have only one foot at the time. What happened to the other one? Huh? This is the hat of a Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad, he used to put a hat of a green. Seriously? All those are fabrications, so to make people come and visit those places and make money out of the food. As long as we are talking about hair and logical, etc. I like logic. So according to your prophet, Adam was 60 meters tall. And this is the grave of Adam based in the Muslim logic. And Abdul, they speak about logic, remember? I mean, what happened? Are we shrinking? Did you get this? Is that like a graveyard for Subway sandwich? Prophet Adam graveyard, and this is his grave? Really? So if we open it now, we will find, and why he's so skinny? I mean, look how tall he is, and he's like a macaroni. I mean, if you are in such a, maybe this is the penis of Adam alone. Have you ever heard of a man, he can be that tall, but yet that narrow? How that will work? He cannot even walk. He must be a macaroni, spaghetti. 200-foot long grave. 200 what? 210 foot. Only? And this is the footprint of a Prophet Adam in Sri Lanka. And the Muslims are talking about, oh, hold on. Just to let you know, the Muslim, they have a grave of Adam in every country. Here, this is the grave of Adam and Eve. Muslims, how come they are not so tall? What happened? And how come Eve is in the same size of Adam? I mean, come on, she is the female. Make her, you know, like at least 2 meters shorter. And Abdul talking about logic. They are very logical people, you know. We have to make, you know, to make an announcement about logic. They have the grave. All of those are the grave of Adam. You find them almost in every country in the world. Who is this guy? This is Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus photography. This is the grave, look like a swimming pool. Who is this guy? This is the tomb of Noah. Noah was so tall too. So this potato, Mr. Abdul, and the Abdulism nation, they speak about logic. we have to admit that you Muhammadan are so logical. I mean, you drip logic when you walk. Even you, I advise you to wear diaper for your logic. I mean, who can beat your logic? Nobody. Anyone can do? And if Adam was so tall like this, how big his penis? Where is the penis? Should it be like exist in a grave by itself? What about we open this grave and let us see the bones there? I bet you there's nothing except sardine. The logical Abduls. This is a prophet Elias. His grave where in Pakistan? I mean, look like those prophets, they migrated to Pakistan. Look. This is Abel, the son of Hazrat Adam. Hold on. How come Noah is so tall and Abel is so small? Look, Abel is not even maybe 4-meter tall grave. Like what happened? How come Noah? Look, guys, this is Noah. We just showed you Noah's grave. Hold on. This is the grave of Noah. Do you see how tall it is? Okay. And this is the grave of Abel. What happened? Do we have any Abdul? How come Adam is so tall and then suddenly his son Noah, Abel, he shrunk massively, and then the son of this guy becomes so tall again? Do you think this is a global warming issue? Who is this guy? Oof. 36, a grave of 36 prophets. Prophet Adam garment? Seriously. Guys, I don't know if you notice with me, what is this? This is a garment. Look how there's a crank, you know, the crank, the one they use in the port to carry containers. The garment is hooked up to a crank. Do you see the men? I don't know if you can see the men small, like so small next to the garment. Do you see it? So this is the only one who found the garment of Prophet Adam is the Muslims. It was white and made in China. And the Abdul, they speak about logic. Crane, sorry. Logic. And look, Abdul, how small they are next to the Hey, by the way, you found only the garment? No pants? I mean, I'm so upset from our grandfather. This is a robe, man. This guy is naked all the way. I mean, what's he doing? He's trying to tempt Eva. Like, you know, he showed her his... and then, what about Eve? Did you find the garment of Eve? She was naked? Or maybe she used to wear a bikini, since there's nobody in town. And the Abdul Potato is giving us lecture about logic. This is why they were not there to talk to me. Because imagine if this potato, he mentioned the word logic for me. I will wipe the floor with his vase. Do we have any logical Muslim? Any logical Muslim? If you call me and debate me and you prove to me that you are logical, I will buy you the same size of the garment of a Prophet Adam from China. Anyone? Yeah, well, you know, the reason the the garment of a prophet Adam is still in good shape, he always take care of his stuff. You see, you guys are not smart. You don't understand. You wonder like how it can stay for thousands of years. It's very normal. Adam, he never wear it. Only for sexual night. Like Eve is coming, he wear it, he lay down, he open his legs. Eve, she say, oh Allah, wow, you know. She got horny, he take it off, he put it in the closet. And Adam, by the way, even Adam, he never have sex. As long we are talking about logic, is it logical that Allah, he created the offspring of Adam from his shoulder? Huh? Seriously. Abdul talking about logic. So look like the first man, he never had balls. Maybe at that time it was haram. The holy hair of the prophet. What they will do if they find his penis? So according to the logic of Muhammadan and their prophet, that when Allah decided to create babies for Adam, he hit him at his shoulder, and then Adam's shoulder have orgasm. And he gave, and this is the right shoulder, and he gave the offspring who they are white. And then Allah, to create the black community, he hit Adam in his left shoulder, and then Adam have orgasm of the offspring of a black people. First of all, this is extremely logical. According to scientists, there's a very well-known scientist, I'm sure most of you heard of him. His name, Yama Aidulai Yama Suzuki Honda. He discovered that all human beings, white and black, they come either from the right shoulder of Adam, and those are the white, and the black ones, they came from the left shoulder of Adam, because simply this is proven to be scientifically true. Look like Adam, he never used his penis. Now we understand why his garment is so clean. That explains everything. And the potato Abdul is speaking about logic. The nation of hypocrisy. Only people of Senegal, they can understand the logic of Allah. No other people can understand. Is that correct, Hassim?
100%. You're gonna run, boy.
So as long as you understand the logic of Allah, how Allah created the first human being.
You can tell, huh? The feel. Do I live in your mind, CP?
What?
I mean, do I really live in your mind? I mean, seriously. You're telling my name like I've been listening to you like you say my name like
I did not tell your name, but it looked like I am a prophet of Allah and I can sense fart from far distance. Aren't you ultimate fart? So are you saying to me you are presented and we will not feel and smell your fart? Are you farting?
No, I'm not talking about when somebody calls. If somebody calls, I'm the only one calling.
Then answer how Allah created the first human being. Is it by saying be and he was, or by using mud?
Yes, you know, Allah can say be, and it is right away. Allah can say be, and it's a process of being finished.
This is another question. This is another question.
Let me answer you.
No.
Let me answer you.
No, you're answering the wrong question. I'm asking you, when Allah, he created Adam, did he say be and he was, or he used mud and he created Adam? Which one he did first? The mud first or be first? Your mic.
I said you were so in peace before I come. Now you're gonna start losing it. You're gonna start speaking.
If you want to waste my time, I will kick you out. I want to talk to you.
I'm not wasting your time.
This is what you do always. This is what you do always. I ask you a question. I try to treat you as an adult. You start saying, this guy is scared, and this guy. Just get out of here. Don't waste my time. Just get out of here. Any adult would like to come to us and speak to us like a real man. We are sick of stupid kids. This guy from Senegal, and Allah, I just showed him a hadith saying that he will go to hell because he's black. Last time he called me, I said to him, the Quran says Allah will make faces black. He said, how you can blacken a black man? Well, Allah obviously is not talking to the black man, you idiot. Black men, according to Islam, already been decided for them to go to hell. Are you stupid or what? Who consider you even? Nobody. Muhammad, he never thought about the black people. He don't care if he's speaking to the white Arab Muslim men. This is why he is insulting black people. He is saying that they will go to hell because the audience are white. You see, there is no way Muhammad, if he is born in Africa, he will say such a statement. Do we agree? Do we agree, people? Can Muhammad say such a statement that the black ones are created to go to hell? Look, he says, the one from the left shoulder, they will go to hell, and I don't care. And who is the one created from the left shoulder? The black. So, very low class, trashy, big mouth, and you give him the mic trying to treat him as a human being, but he decided to act like a donkey. No, bring your parents. All right. Hello? Hello?
Oh, yeah, I had a few questions.
Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm Christian.
Well, we weren't Muslims, my friend.
Oh, could you just answer one question, please?
What do you think about Muhammad?
PDF, pedo.
Okay. If after we finish with the Abdul, you can join us, all right?
Okay.
All right. Who want to join us is a Muslim. Remember here, Abdul is come first. All right, Abdul, how are you doing?
يا ابن الوسخة يا متناك لم نفسك يا ابن الكلب.
This Egyptian boy. Oh boy. Anyway. Any Abdul? None of them can answer anything because simply this is the most stupid garbage cult. We ask him which one Allah did created Adam by using mud, or he said in the process. What process? The Quran says if Allah want to make something happen, he say be and it's going to be. There's no process. Process mean time. Process mean time. Be and it was, there's no time. So I cannot find a smart, intelligent Abdul, for this is a very dangerous nature of Islam, to be smart and Abdul in the same time. The Muslim will kill him immediately. Any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? If there is any Muhammadan, he is smart. I hope I am not offending you. Because those people, they get offended. You say to them, you are smart, they get offended. You say stupid, they get offended. You call them Muhammadan, they get offended. You call them Muslim, they get offended. It doesn't matter what you do, they get offended because they cannot handle the truth that Santa Claus is real and Allah and Muhammad are not. Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? By the way, in case you do not know, Santa Claus is real. But there's no proof of Allah. Santa Claus is a real person. He exists. He have history. We know where he was born. We know where he died. He's a real person. Allah is not exist. Allah is a foreign god, have nothing to do with the Arab. The Arabs stole that name from other nations, and this is why they do not even know what the word Allah mean. You see, if you check with the Muslims, you will find that every single name written in the Quran, they do not know what it does mean. If you ask a Muslim what Israel mean, they don't know, because they stole the name. Okay, what Moses mean? They don't know. What is Isa mean? They don't know. Oh, okay, what Gabriel mean? I mean, the guy who brought the, according to them, he is the one who delivered the Quran. What his name mean? They don't know, because all those names are a theft. And Muslims, they have no connection to the names. Isn't it really weird that you are a prophet of God, but you do not know what the name of the person you speak of means? Because simply he's a thief. If I go right now and I claim that I have a PhD in mathematics, the student who they are doing PhD, they will know in 2 seconds that this guy has nothing to do with mathematics. Will take them a few minutes. Because I don't know what I'm talking about. And this is exactly why we laugh at Muhammad and his religion. This potato here in the video, he speak about logic, but then is it logical that your God, he created the baby from a clot who became a blood, dead blood? And then the dead blood become a lump, and then the lump become a flesh, and the flesh became bones? Become bones. You see the stupidity? I mean, if you read the Quran, you will see that the Quran author is a mentally ill creature. Who in the world want to accept such a stupidity, Mr. Logical? And look at the Muslim translation. Each one of them, he give you different words and different meaning and different, you know, it's like a new Quran. We just change the translator. We have a new, totally new verse. Any Muhammadan would like to join us? Anyone? Go ahead.
يا ابن الكلب يا مستك يا ابن الكلب.
Why you don't talk to me instead of shouting and screaming? I will let you talk. He come, he's screaming Arabic, calling me names, but he don't dare to talk to me. I feel sorry for you. Potato. Listen carefully. I might be your neighbor, and the Prophet, he commanded you that your wife to speak to me, she have to do breastfeeding for me. You might find me tomorrow in your home, in your couch, sucking the nipples of your wife. And if you ask me, what are you doing? I will say to you, I'm coming from a town, it's called Napoleon. And my grandfather is Napoleon Bonaparte. You stupid idiot. You speak about logic, and your prophet commanded you that Muslim women should give her breast to a stranger who is adult? Logic? The guy, his name is Daniel. If we ask him according to Islam what Daniel mean, he don't know. You will find the answer only in the Bible. Potatoes. Who is a Muhammadan dare to come and corner us? For me, I can corner you even if we are sitting in a room made as a circle. Leave that for me. And this is why you, Abdul, are so scared to join me in a conversation. Any Muhammadan? In fact, I just remembered what I just remembered. Maybe I should not show you this one. Is it true that Muslim women, they can breastfeed Muslim women? Sound like a very lesbian to me. Is that true, Muslims? That Muslim women, they can breastfeed Muslim women? women. I'm not talking about child. I'm talking about two women, and they are sucking the nipples of each other. Is it true? What do you mean show us? You are being dirty now. Guys, look, I'm talking about women showing their breast and suckling, and he says show us. That's not right. I would tell your mom what you just said. Is that true, Muslims? And you speak about logical? Let me find the hadith. Hold on. Where is the hadith? Logical, huh? Potato. I'm trying to remember the hadith, you know. I remember the hadith, but I'm trying to remember which book. Let us see. Hold on. So the hadith is about a woman. Her husband is effing his daughter. His daughter, who is a slave. The wife, in order to stop her husband from effing his daughter, she is jealous, obviously. His daughter is a grown woman now, is not a child, you know. So what she did the breastfeeding for the slave girl, who is the daughter of this man. So Umar, he said to the husband, beat her up. Let me see if I can find it in the Muslim website, in the English. Aha, I found it. All right. Who won the hadith? Let us show it to you. And this is showing you how filthy garbage this cult is. The man, he is effing his daughter. In the Muslim translation, they are not showing that this is his daughter. But in Arabic, it says it clearly, walida. Let me show you the Arabic first. A man, he, you know, came to Muhammad, to Abdullah ibn Umar, to the house of justice, like a court. He is asking him about breastfeeding for adult. So he said, a man, he came to Umar ibn al-Khattab, the caliphate. He said, I have, let us translate. Just to show you how filthy this garbage cult is.
Omar ibn al-Khattab said, I had a daughter and I was having intercourse with her, so my wife went to her and breastfed her, so I entered upon her and she said, without you, by God. I breastfed her. Omar said, make her feel pain and go to your maidservant, for breastfeeding is the breastfeeding of a young child.
Translation is not accurate, but let me translate for you an accurate translation. So this guy, he have a daughter, he is effing her. Those are the Muhammadan. He is effing his daughter because she is just a slave. Here in the translation, look what they said. A man came to Umar ibn Khattab and said, I have a slave girl. This is not what it says. She is a slave, yes, but she is a walida, which means that from effing women, he got a baby child. She is a slave. And that baby child become, obviously, in the age of effing, which means maybe 6 years old or 7 years old. Not necessarily growing. We do not know. It doesn't say it actually. and I used to have intercourse with her. My wife went to her and suckled her. So now we have two females sucking the breast of each other. When I went to the girl, which means to F her, my wife told me to watch out. No, you cannot, because she had suckled her. So now the guy is coming to Omar. He says to him, is it true that I cannot F this my daughter no more, my slave daughter no more? Omar, he said, beat your wife, hurt her, not only beat her, which means hurt her badly, and go to your slave girl and F her, because kinship by suckling only for suckling a young. Do you see it? That is Islam. Who want the reference? You guys want the reference? Save it. And the Abdul is talking about logic. This is a religion? The guy is effing his daughter? And look how different the translation is between the Muslim translation trying to duct tape and what we showed you. A man came to Abdullah ibn Umar, and I was with him at the courthouse asking him about breastfeeding for adult. I mean, have you ever heard that there is a religion beside the hippies of California? A woman, she is doing a breastfeeding for adult, and he is a stranger except Islam? Have you? So now the Muslims are coming to us, sir, hello, I want to learn how to do breastfeeding for adult. How we do that? What is the conditions? So he's coming to the courthouse, this guy, to ask about the breastfeeding for adult. But when he was there, and look how many people coming for the same problem. So other person, he came, and he said, I had a child, and I was having intercourse with her. So my wife went to her and breastfed her. I entered upon her to F her. She said, don't do it. Not don't worry. By God, I have a breastfed this girl. So don't do it. So he went to Umar and he's asking him about this. He told him what happened. So Umar, he says, go and beat her. And go ahead and have intercourse, which means beat the wife, and F your daughter, which is the slave girl. Any Abdul? And this potato is speaking about logic. Speaking about what? Logic. You? Potato. And the other guy is Mr. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink.
Speech which is extensive. You can ask us almost any question about the nature of Allah, and in those 4 short passages, we can understand it. To the point that if I were to compare this with the Bible,
you know, for a second, I thought you are a robot and machine. You know, why you keep blinking, man? And what is that? What are you saying? If there is any Muslim can translate to us what this guy is saying? The guy from Egypt is coming again to insult me. Okay, come to the mic and insult me. Do we have any Muhammadan? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, hello, hello. I see that you...
بص امك هناك يا ابن الكلب وسخ.
Yes, can you tell? I know that there are this. I call them by their names without even mentioning who they are. I said the Egyptian guy who talked to me. I invite him. I know that is this same guy, and it was him. Any Abdul? Jankisa want to talk to me? He can talk. Who's holding him? But don't give me speeches about Muslims are good and there's not everybody is bad. I don't care who is good or is bad. Anyone who believes in Islam for me is bad because Islam is bad. So if you believe in bad, you are bad. Don't give me your rusty philosophy. Go ahead, Jankis.
Salam. So I just think on this point, you know, with the whole Adam, what you were talking about before, and the prophet, and you know, the gravestones, the tombs, the coffins, and all of that. You are aware that Adam built the Kaaba, right? You are aware of that.
Well, I'm not aware of anything you are saying because Muslims are not aware. Just to give you some ideas, Muslims, they have a billion story about who built the Kaaba. According to the Quran, the one who built the Kaaba is Abraham. According to books of traditions, there's different stories. Some it says that the angels is the one who built the Kaaba, and they were waiting for Adam, who came from Sri Lanka, and you know, took him 40 years.
India.
Sri Lanka is in Sri Lanka, not India. Sri Lanka. So, which is stupid because Sri Lanka is an island, and there's no way Adam he can pass through the ocean and come all the way to, you know, India, Pakistan, and then go all the way to Persia and go to Iraq, and then make a U-turn and come back and pass to Jordan desert and then to Saudi Arabia and then all the way to Mecca. So all the story is legend. So about who built the Kaaba, Muslims, they have a million stories about who built it. Some it says the angels, some it say Abraham, some it say Adam, and some it says Allah. So which one of them? You choose the one you like.
Well, I personally think, I think most Muslims have a consensus that it was Adam, and scientists have even done research and they've tried obtaining things from the Kaaba, and they've gotten proof that it's out of this world. Like that's a scientific fact. Like it is not built by humans.
Scientists, they found that the Kaaba out of this world.
Yeah, like it's been independently.
Why it is independently? But as I know, nobody can go to the Kaaba unless he's a Muslim. So how a scientist independently is getting this study if only Muslims can get inside Mecca?
Okay, that's a good point, but if you...
My friend, don't waste my time. Don't waste my time. You are just a kid. You are just a stupid, seriously. Out of this world? Thank God I don't have kids. Scientists, they found that the Kaaba is out of this world. Like, do you know the Kaaba does not even exist no more? The Kaaba we have today replaced many times. You are an idiot. It's been destroyed many times. Tons of times. If you go right now, it will take you 2 minutes. Search how many the Kaaba destroyed. And not only they destroyed, even they stole all the rocks and gone. Al-Qurmuti himself, he took the black stone, which the Muslim today they kiss, and he gave them little tiny, in the size of your fingertip. There's no black stone left. You're an idiot. Same time, let us say for the sake of argument, the stones of the Kaaba is built from stones coming from the space. Well, you have to be mentally ill. There's stones in space everywhere. It's very normal to find a stone. Let me show you. This is what the Arab they do. Because Saudi Arabia is a desert, so it's very easy to find if a meteor fell down. It's a desert. So what they used to do, this is the pagan Arab practice, and this is Sahih Hadith, as you see, Al-Bukhari. We used to worship stones, and when we found a better stone than the first one, we would throw the first one and take the later. So what we are talking about? We are talking about if they found a stranger stone, different stone, unusual stone, they start worshiping the stone. And what they do, they go around it, they do tawaf. And if they don't find a stone, they even collect soil and mix it with milk just to make mud and make a statue or a stone. And they used to do tawaf. You see tawaf? So tawaf is a pagan practice before Islam. Muhammad is following the same pagan practice before Islam. Do we have any smart, intelligent person? The Chinese, they said he lived as a donkey, he never came back as a horse. So never think that you can make a donkey a horse. He will stay a donkey. The scientists, they found that this is out of this world. Lord have mercy. Stupidity is a treasure. Any Abdul? The Muslims, they have a billion lies about their religion, about their Kaaba. Another lie, the Muslim, they claim that there is no poop in the top of the Kaaba. Birds don't poop there. Go check out. I mean, there's tons of pictures of the, actually they go and they clean. There's videos of the Muslim cleaning the roof of the Kaaba every week from the poops. Cockroaches attacking the Kaaba. I mean, but you know, if you are just an idiot, you believe whatever people say. Every year, a massive number of cockroaches migrate to the holy house of Allah to do Hajj. Flying cockroaches, flying crickets. Any Abdul? And the funny that Allah, he considers such an attack of insect as a penalty from him. So why Allah attacking his house? Any Muhammadan? Who is a Muslim would like to join us? From the stone worshippers religion. Stone kissers. And the funny, they accuse everybody to be pagan. This is a religion who every single person of it practice prostitution, and they say Islam is against adultery. Every single one of them practice prostitution. In fact, prostitution in the Quran is legal. Yet they claim that Islam is against prostitution. The Muslim, they force slave girls into prostitution. What Allah, he said, did he say it's forbidden for you to do that? No. He said force them not to do prostitution, and if you force them, Allah is all merciful. That's it. So if they choose a chastity, don't force them. If they don't want to do it, don't force them. But if you force them, okay. What you can say? In fact, in Arabic, it doesn't say slave girls. It says fatayatukum. Fatayat mean young girls. So based on the text itself, it says clearly young females. Force them not for prostitution to make money if they choose a chastity. Okay, what if they agree? Then it's halal. And even if they don't agree, it is still halal, for Allah is all merciful. And here they add to those women. In fact, in Arabic doesn't say that. It just says Allah is all merciful. Any Muhammadan would like to join us? The Kaaba is out of this world, and the Muslims too. You know, because the Kaaba is out of this world, this is why the Kaaba, until the American, they found an engineering solution, the Kaaba was flooded by shit non-stop for hundreds of years. Am I lying? And this is actually the biggest proof that the Kaaba is a big fat lie to be the house of God, built by God. Because if God is the one who built this house, why he chosen the most stupid location? Can't Allah choose a better location? This is your Kaaba. The one is out of this world. The Egyptian boy is coming back. Okay, come and insult and leave. Go. This is ultimate fart. He changed his voice. He became ultimate half tank. This is CP. Ultimate fart. This is CP. What happened, ultimate fart? Did I close the door of the van over your penis, which is very short? What happened? What happened to your voice? Mukhannath. So look what happened. This is the house built by Allah. And the idiot who called me a few minutes ago, he said that scientists, they discovered that this is out of this world. Independent study. I love the independent study. Do you see the proof that this is a location chosen by Allah? It's in front of you. Do you see it? You can't imagine how dirty this water is. Do you see how dirty the water, guys? Do you see how dirty the water? So how this is the location which Allah He chosen from all the world, and Allah could not fix the flood issue? Can't Allah say to the Kaaba ground, raise up a few meters, just a few meters? Do you see how easy to prove Islam to be stupid and a lie? You don't go and build your house where the sewage come and cover your house almost every year, unless you are a stupid monkey. Any Muhammadan? All what we have is the ones who they insult, but it's okay, we enjoy them. They enrich our talk. Go Qadian. Play the recording. Hello?
ما تشتمش الرسول
يا ابن الصرماية رسولك ورجلي بعض. Each time you come here كلما أتيت على الساحة سوف أشتم الرسول أكثر وأكثر. يا حمار. All right. Go ultimate.
You run like
It doesn't matter how many times you change your name. He's wondering how in the world I know it's him. Anyway, do we have any smart, intelligent Abdul beside those team of donkeys? Or they have no answer for anything? Anyone? Who is a Muhammadan? He dared to come and debate us and defeat us with no mercy. Anyone? Not even a single one out of the word? I mean, everything in Islam is out of this world. Look at them. They go to war, and when the war starts, they start kissing the ass of everybody. Stop the war now. Cease fire now. Yesterday you were dancing. We were dancing because we wanted the war to be for 2 hours only. Monkeys. Cowards. And now they are, what is your Allah? And now they are kissing every ass in the world. Even the dirty one from Senegal. Ultimate fart ass. Cease fire now. Any Muhammadan? Any brave Muslim? Smart Muslim? $1.8 billion. I don't know, the numbers of Muslims is increasing. Like, do you really believe in those numbers? What do you mean 1.8 point? 2 months from now they will say they are 2 billion. 3 months from now they will say 4 billions. Come on, people. They are not even 100 million. Just give them some freedom and you will see nobody left as a Muslim. You see, just to prove to you that all those who they are claiming to be Muslims, including those who make YouTube, none of them is a Muslim. Why Mimi Hijab and Liya Dawah don't go to jihad? Why? They are not Muslim, they are young. Why didn't do jihad? It is a must for a young Muslim man to do jihad if he's a believer, but they are not believers. They are halal food maker for the cats. All of them, they are fraud. A true Muslim, he go and join the Muslim Mujahideen, Hamas, Hezbollah, if you're Shia, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. I mean, look what happened in Russia. The Ukrainian, they attacked through the borders of Russia, and the stupid Putin, he put a Muslim army in the other side of the border. Who? The army of the Chechen, the Chicken Republic. They run like cats, and they captured hundreds of them. What happened to Qadhi, the one who wanna go to to Kyiv? Stupid Putin, you put the Muslims in the borders, they run. Those, they do showtime. The second they come to them, they run. The first one to run. Yet they captured like 200, 300 of them. I don't know how many. In the video I saw at least 300. Any Abdul? Any Ramazan Kadyrov? Who is Ramazan Kadyrov here? Yeah, they wear uniforms and and they showing them like and they have machine guns. And the second they kicked you out like a dog from Ukraine. You run like a puppy. And now they come to you inside Russia, and they run again. And the stupid Putin still, he think that those guys, they can fight really and win a war. Any Abdul? And look at Hamas. Oh, today Hezbollah, they showed us. You want to see the video, guys, of Hezbollah? Let me show you. Should me show you Hezbollah. Hezbollah today published a video, and this is telling you how terrified they are. Very terrified. Let us show you, so you can laugh with us. All right. How you know that somebody is terrified? I will show you how. All right. This is a video published today by Hezbollah. This is a cave of Hezbollah under the ground. And Hezbollah want to show us now how they are ready for war. But this is telling you that Hezbollah is really terrified. This is all is under the ground. And those are the pictures of those who get killed. And they are showing you a truck is inside the tunnel and motorcycle going around. And, you know, I have a question for Hezbollah. This is how you are going to win a war against Israel? Are you serious? And now they will show you the truck, which is going to be like a missile launcher, you know, pointing up at an opening in the sky. But look what happened now. If this is how you prepare for war with Israel, that means you are prepared to bunker. That means the Israelis are coming to you, not the opposite. That means you are a coward and you are scared and you are terrified for the Israeli are coming after you. Not the it's not you who is coming after the Israeli. It is the Israeli coming after you. And all those tunnels, what they will do to you? All what they need to do, they just drop some massive bombs in the top of your head. Especially now, after this video, the Israeli can see exactly how deep it is, because I will show you why, how you will find out how deep it is. Let me show you just to... Where is the... Here we go. You see, it's not deep. It's not deep. So now the Israeli, they will measure, based on the video, how deep is all what they need to do. Hezbollah shoot a bunch of rockets coming from the ground. Satellite can capture where it's coming from, and they will hit all these tunnels, and you will die like rats. So is that a strength? This is mean you are weak. You don't even dare to have your launcher upon the ground. A bunch of cowards. Is that how you are going to free Palestine? Potato? All right. Why they had in the ground? Because simply they are no match to the Israeli. The second the Israeli attack them, they will make them shish kebab, the same as Hamas. They are no match. You see, the Israeli army proved to them to be powerful, proved to the whole world they are powerful, because war between houses is the most hard war. Because you don't know who's going to appear, from where it will appear. So now they made those tunnels, they can come from your back. A small tiny hole in the ground, they can come and they fight you. But even this, they could not really accomplish any I mean, if you count how many died from Hamas and how many died from the Israeli during the war, it's laughable. You can't even compare. Go ahead, Alfred. Maybe this is a fake Alfred. Hello? Hello? All right. So it's a clear sign that Hezbollah are terrified, and it's actually a stupid mistake to. But I think the reason they published this because the Israeli already they knew about it, so it's not a secret no more. You know what I mean? Any Abdul? Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? All under the tunnels, all of you. All right, we give a chance to Alfred again. Maybe he did not know how to use. Go ahead, Alfred. You have to push to talk. I don't know. Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? Mayday, Mayday. All of you Muslims are fake Muslims. You are underground hero. The second the real ones come to you, you disappear. Any Muhammadan. Hezbollah did not learn the lesson from Hamas that your tunnels mean nothing? What is this? This is how you are going to have victory? Somebody making a tunnel in his ground, it's mean he's afraid that the enemy is coming to him, not the opposite. You are not going to carry your tunnel and go to Israel, are you? So who is the one is afraid? And now we know where Hezbollah leader is in one of those tunnels. He lived like a rat. He never saw the sun for a day for more than 25 years. Any Abdul? Hello, any Abdul? Any rats from Hezbollah? Want to tell us about the beauty of Islam? No? Hello? Khan, Amir, are you there? Why people put their hands up if they don't want to talk? Any Abdul?
Hi, people.
Hello, Alfred. How are you?
I am great. How are you, CP? I'm a big fan. I've been listening to you for over a year now. I'm a really big fan.
Can you
I
speak?
just
Can you speak louder?
yes. Am I audible now? Is it better?
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. The sound like a little bit muffled, but anyway, we understand you. Go ahead.
Well, it's a big honor for me to talk to you. I just have one question, CP. I know that the name Mohammed is a title, and it means that it's the praised one. But I just have a few questions about the Arabic language. Would you be able to help me out?
All right.
Do you put al in front of titles?
Yeah, you don't put it in the front of a name of a person. You put it only if it is a title or if it is a definition of like a specific, like as an example, like in English, you say the house because it's a specific house, you know. If you say the tree, you are speaking about a specific tree, correct? So
Correct.
you don't use the before a name of a person. You say the king. You don't say, you know, the Muhammad. You know, if it's used as a name, you know, you don't say the Muhammad if this is a name. You will use it as if it's a title only. This is why in Arabic we say Al-Masih. We don't say Masih.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much. I'm very big fan. I'm a big fan of yours, and you're doing a great work. You're doing actually God's work here, and I hope you blow up in on internet. Everybody listens to you. We really need your help and support in helping these our Muslim brothers to bring them to Christianity.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye. Any Muhammadan? Who is a Muhammadan would like to join us? No Muhammadan, that's it? What happened to you, Muslim? Nobody want to get an endless penis? Nobody want to enjoy the treasure of Allah? You don't believe in the virgins no more, don't you? Are you all of you in the cave of Hezbollah? Look at this. And they are saying that this cave was built by Mughniya, the guy that Israel killed like a chicken before he died. I'm so glad he built it before he died, not after he died. I mean, you should say before he died, right? Because it doesn't make sense he built it after he died. So you are proud about building a cave, you idiot. This is how you are going to destroy Israel? Just wait.
Hezbollah fucks your mother, you motherfucker. Fuck you, bitch.
That's it? You're done?
يا ابن المتناكة لم نفسك.
Okay.
ليه بتشتم يا ابن المتناكة؟
Listen, يا رسول الله.
لا ما تشتمش يا ابن الكلب، أول حاجة كده ما تشتمش يا ابن المتناكة.
يا رسول الله.
يا ابن المرة المتناكة ما تشتمش.
يا ابن القحبة.
أنت عديت
يا ابن القحبة رسول الله محمد. You just bring an insult to your prophet. Filthy tongue, what we can say. Muslims. Those, by the way, in Egypt, if I say to you maybe 80% of people of Egypt, they call them Bia. Bia mean what? As you heard, this is how they speak. This is a normal conversation they speak in Egypt. Very filthy mouth. Drugs, prostitution, etc. There's only small number of people in Egypt. They are equality. The majority are messed up. Drugs. You go on the bus, you will right away you will lose your wallet. You might even lose your pant. So this is the guy, one of those. رسولك المغفل الحمار الحمار ابن الحمار الرسول العربي العاهر ابن العاهر الرسول العربي. هل أنت سعيد يا أم سعيد? Any Muhammadan would like to join us? Any Muhammadan? Who dare? So you want to talk about logic, Abdul? You? Abdul? You want to talk about logic? Abdulism religion became a logical religion now? Since when? Huh? Any Muhammadan? Well, Muslims are very logical, you know. Like when the Prophet of Allah, he says that the Abdul, like from Hezbollah or Hamas, died, and Allah, he made him a green bird. Isn't this is very logical? Isn't it the dream of everyone doing jihad for Allah that Allah will take his spirit and he put it inside a green bird? Let me show you one of the logics of Islam. Why the Prophet Al-Khadr was called Al-Khadr? According to Muhammad, Al-Khadr, he's called this way because when he sat in something, it turned green. But why when he sat on something, it turned green? Because he drank from the fountain of youth. So we have people who believe in the fountain of youth. They are speaking about logic. Any Abdul? Let us talk about more logic. Muhammad is speaking about the heaven. The horizon will be open to you, and you will conquer the city called Qazvin. But Muhammad, you fail, because the Muslim Arab never conquered Qazvin, and did not happen what he said. And then he said, whoever is stationed there for 40 days or 40 nights will have pillars of gold in paradise with the green like chandeliers, etc., and will be topped by a dome of rubies. It will have 70,000 doors, and each door will be wife from among the wide-eyed houris. So how many wife we will have in the heaven? 70,000 wives, just because you station in Qazvin. Any Abdul? 70,000 wives. Siraj, are you there?
Even your Holy Spirit cannot help you. Even your Holy Spirit.
Just get out of here, stupid. A person who insults the Holy Spirit, I will fart on him and you will go to hell. The Bible says it clearly that there is no forgiveness for the one who insults the Holy Spirit. You are just doomed. You are going to hell directly, son of Mut'ah. So this is the promise of Muhammad. But then the same Muhammad says you will have 72 wives. So is it 70,000 or 72 wives? Well, Muhammad is a great in mathematics. Depend in the mood. In the morning we say something, afternoon we say something, and he's stuck with number 70. Do you see it? 70,000 doors. Each door have a wife. So what I will do now? In this door, there's a woman waiting for me. She is naked and her legs is open. That is what I am going to do in heaven for eternity. I will be inside a box, and this box have pillars of gold, and this box have 70,000 doors, and each door there's behind it a woman, her legs is open. I mean, this is heaven. What do you want more? Who can beat such a heaven? Can you? Any Abdul? Abdul? Who is Abdul when I get 70,000 wives? Shouldn't Allah give you 70,000 penis? Because what the point? Still you can have one at a time. What the point if I have 70,000 women, but I can sleep with one only at the time? Why Allah don't make you have 70,000 penises? Don't tell me Allah cannot do it. He can grow penises all over you. Any Abdul with 70,000 penis? Anyone? So I have 70,000 women and I have only one penis. And all of them look the same. So what's the point of sleeping with all of them? I mean, all of them look the same. They have the same face, the same song, the same voice. What is your participation of the Olympic game? I thought it was very disgustful. Well, you know, it's not their fault in the Olympic Games. Why you people follow it? When you Christians, somebody do disgrace to Jesus, and you do nothing about it, well, they will do more. How many of you be caught Netflix? Netflix is a big company making money from us as a Christians. You pay them every month to do what? To make a movie about Jesus that he was a gay. So don't be saying it's disgusting. The disgusting is the Christians who do nothing, at least to be caught, those filthy bastards. Still you prefer to go and watch a movie just for your entertainment, and because you are a false believer, you give them money and you pay them money to insult Jesus. Why I want to watch this Olympic? What this Olympic is about? What is interesting there for you? Is it really Olympic? It's not. Olympic was a sport, have nothing to do with money. It's a Greek practice. Here, this is all about money. All is about money. All is about commercial, the right of broadcast, companies sponsored, everything. Tourism, airlines, and you know, and when you support any, even if they don't insult Jesus, why you want to support such an occasion? Which is a clear act of slavery and abuse of a human being. So now a human being, he have to work his ass so he can run, so he can win. And when he win, he will get rich. The same as the football. Why you watch it? Why you watch football? Is it really a football game? Or it is you who is the game? They get billionaires, you get stupid poor. What you make? You know, you burn your blood, hey, goal, and you are sad, and you are desperate, and you are happy for 5 minutes, and then you are sad for 5 hours, and you are so disgusted, and you pay money to watch, and all of this to make them rich. Companies, you see, they when you study marketing, they teach you how to fool the crowd. And you are a victim of your foolishness. They make you buy what you don't need. They make you spend what you should not spend. They make you watch what you should not watch, and you shouldn't care. I saw people from Argentina selling their houses just to go to Qatar. Imagine, he sold his car, his house, so he can afford to go to Qatar. How stupid mental. This is not a sport no more. This is a crime. And when you support them and when you watch them, you are just a willingly victim. You submit to the God of Islam, the devil. So don't complain. You are #1 supporter for them. I did not watch a second of the Olympic. Not even a second. Why I want to watch it? What is there for me? Somebody he can run fast? Oh, so somebody can jump, and somebody can swim? How stupid a human being is. And properly, you yourself, if you walk in the street, you flip because there's a hole in the ground. Because you live in a poor city and nobody cares for you as a human being. Human being watch and love celebrity. All of this is about being celebrity. And the slaves are worshipping celebrity. The whole world is awkward. And most of people are part of this awkward world. You know, sport, I encourage all people to do sport. But sport, I was in the army. I never get upset because we wake up like almost 4 a.m. in the morning and it's cold. We have naked feet. We are wearing only our short and we are running. We are doing sport. Because this all is for me, not for the army. It's to build my health. It's for my benefit. But those people are not running for sport. Those people, they are practicing to win a prize. It's a business. So now sport became a profession. Sport should not be a profession. The second it becomes profession is not a sport, it's a business. And anything is a business, it means there is no pleasure in it except making money. What is my rank in the army? Why you need to tell you? Is that your business? Okay, I will tell you a story right now. When I was in the army, the first day I got the job, they told me your office in the White House. I said, why? I said, because we have a president, his battery is off. And we give you a part-time job to be president of United States of America. I told them, no, sorry, I cannot do it. Sorry, you know, because me and Kamala Harris, we cannot be under one roof. They said, don't worry, she will not be under the same roof because she is sleeping in different building. So I went there, I took over, and I became the president. The first call I received, it was from President Napoleon Bonaparte. He said to me, CP, I need your help. We are in England. I am the King of England, Bonaparte, and I need your help to invade France. He said, oh, okay, hold on. I cannot help you because we are friends with the, you know, the French people because you are in, but we, you know, excuse my French. So anyway, I told him I will support you. And then I received a call from Hitler. This is not the one, you know, Hitler. This name is Hitler. This is last name, you know. Hit is his first name. Hitler is the last name. So he said, okay, CP, I just heard that Napoleon Bonaparte, the president of England, he called you, asking you to support, to attack France. Please don't do that. I said, no, I will not. I promise him to support. I told him I against war. I can support him only if he attack Italy. Okay? Anyway, so the first day I caused a chaos and they fired me. Are you happy now with the news? And this is a true story, by the way. Jibril was there, Jibril. Yeah. Any Abdul? We have a guy, his name is Quran, and Islam is wearing a crown. Oh boy. Why you don't call me Islam wearing a crown? Are you watching too much cartoon? I know. The second I saw your post of Islam wearing a crown, that reminded me of something else. I don't know if you understand the situation. Any Abdul? Who is Abdul can come to me and speak about Quran and Islam is wearing a crown? Feel free. All right. Go ahead, Khan Amir.
Yeah, hello. How are you?
Hello, hello. Are you a Muslim?
Yes.
How are you doing, my friend?
Great, how are you?
I'm very good. I heard that Muslim, they believe in logic. Is that true?
Yes. And Quran it says to, follow your akal, to use your brain, to use your wisdom.
The Quran says that?
Yes, many places. It's in many places.
Okay, can you show me a verse?
Yes, give me one moment.
All right. So according to our friend here, the Quran teach Muslims to follow the brain. Okay. We will put that into test.
All right, for example, Surah Al-Asra.
Surah what? Surah what?
Surah Al-Isra, 36.
I don't understand. Surah, okay, give me the number because I understand your Arabic. You said 36?
1736.
Huh? 1736.
1736.
Okay, 1736. Okay, read it for us. Go ahead.
Okay. Do not follow what you have no sure knowledge of.
Okay.
Indeed, all will be called to account for the hearing, sight, and intellect.
Okay, that's wonderful. But if you follow this verse, you will leave Islam.
No, actually, it will be the opposite.
No, because you did not see Allah. You did not hear Allah. And you follow what you have no knowledge of.
So and we see Allah from... Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we can see Allah from the eyes of our spirit. We can feel Him, and we can...
But this is not what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying... Did the Quran say what you are saying? The Quran is saying that you should not follow something you have no knowledge of. You did not hear it. You did not see it.
Yes, what we hear Him, and when you read Quran, you can hear... If you're a really true believer and you read Quran, you can actually hear in your spirit. It's not like voice like human beings. It's a different kind, like a Holy Spirit.
I will go with you. Was your prophet able to accomplish this verse? Like he, as an example, when he hear a sound of an angel, he understand that this is an angel right away?
I'm not really clear on hadiths. I know there are some information, but it says that at the beginning it wasn't clear.
How come? His heart is not opened by Allah? He's not a true believer? Because you just said to me, if you are a true believer, you will be able to feel that. Correct, guys? He said that, not me. If you are a true believer.
He was a pagan at the beginning, right? So he did not believe in all that stuff.
So how Allah, He chose him to be a prophet if he is a pagan?
Allah chooses in His wisdom whoever is suitable. And he was...
Okay, Allah, He chose him because he is a believer or because he's wise?
So he was called Amin, Sadiq al-Amin, and he was really...
He was called Sadiq Amin by who?
By other people around him. That was...
I don't know. I'm hearing the news from you because what I know, that the Muslims accuse Muhammad that he is a thief. Is that true?
See, like I said, I'm not really too well versed in hadith, but I know that story was his enemies were accusing him, not
no, those are the companion. They just came from with war. They go to war in the morning together. They are Muslims. Those are the first Muslims. They go to war and they accuse your prophet that he is a thief. So how he is a trustworthy?
Let's open it and see what it actually says.
Chapter 3, verse number 161.
Yes, I read it in Quran, but the explanation is that they were when they received the war booty and they were distributing it, some items were missing, like a little sheet or dress or something.
Okay. And why they accuse Muhammad if he is a trustworthy?
I mean, there were people who were against him. There were always going to be people.
They are his men. They are his men. How they are against him and they just went to war?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That they were not his men. They were.
All right.
They were not really.
Here you will notice something very weird happen. Muhammad been accused of stealing. Allah could not tell us who stole. Why?
Allah didn't want to. It was not part of the aqid. Like he didn't not want to say it. What is?
No, Allah. He's God, right? He's God for you. So
God knows.
do Allah knew who took the underwear?
It was not an underwear, but whatever it was, yeah, of course, Allah knows.
So
everything.
why Allah did not tell us who took it?
And He did not tell us a lot of things. People get murdered.
No, here it's necessarily because he's trying to clear the image of Muhammad that he is not a thief. So he should tell us who took it. If Allah did not tell us that, because either is Allah trying to cover the thief? That's why.
Well, if you use your logic, it could also mean that Allah is trying to make people trust Him without any kind of extra knowledge. If they actually find out who actually did it, then it's not like they trust in Him. They have to trust Him even they don't know.
Did they trust Muhammad?
Of course, he's the prophet.
If they trust Muhammad, we go back to zero. Why they accusing him that he is a thief? How they trust him?
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that they were not his friends. They were the enemies. They were accusing him that he is fraud.
You keep saying things that are true. Can you show me proof that those are the enemy? The enemy are taking the booty. This is the booty. The Muslims, the enemy are killed. This is the booty they stole from the enemy, from the Arab. So now you keep saying to me the enemy. Those are the Muslims. Those are the only Muslims, in fact.
So okay, I'll give you an example.
Those are the companions of Muhammad, accusing Muhammad to be a thief.
Bro, look, didn't Judas, right? He sold Jesus, but he was his companion. Why would he do that?
But Judah, even though he sold, still he could not accuse Jesus of stealing underwear.
Yes, because they're not.
In the story of Judah, Jesus, he taught everybody when they were sitting in the table in the Last Supper, who is going to betray him, and it was him. He told them he is going to betray me. So Jesus, he knew who will betray him. Jesus, he knew who will deny him. Allah do not know who took the underwear.
Yeah, I'm giving an example that people can turn, even if they're your companion.
Okay, let us say for the sake of argument, people did turn against Muhammad for the sake of a panty. But this is telling us that Muhammad and his companions are trashy people. Because what kind of people they accuse their best man to steal an underwear? Imagine Peter accused Jesus that he took an underwear. Then we will ask ourselves, what kind of Jesus this Jesus is, and what kind of Peter this Peter is. How come you don't ask yourself such a question? What kind of men Muhammad is surrounded with if they are accusing their prophet to be an underwear thief? And when you say to me he's a trustworthy, hold on, a trustworthy, did your prophet go to the house of his own son and he flirt with the wife?
You gotta know the person's name who accused him and see if he stayed within his army. If he was, then yes, questionable. But you gotta know the name of the person who accused him.
Do your prophet and you?
I don't know that. Like I say, I'm not too familiar with hadith. I don't really get into that, but I've read this story, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Based on your reading, what happened? Based on your reading, what happened?
On my reading, like I said, there was this people who were not really his friends. They were pretending to be part of. They were trying to frame him all the time, and they were, doing all these tricks.
Well, just to show you that you are fabricating answers, this is the tafsir. Do you speak Arabic?
No, but
no problem. We can show you the translation. Here we go. So here it says that a group of Muslims, they accused the Prophet that he stole a piece of red clothing. So here we see.
What is it? Ibn Kathir?
This is Tafsir al-Tabari. We can go to Ibn Kathir, no problem. Here it says that a group of the friends of the Prophet, not one, not two, not three, فقال بعض من كان مع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم لعل رسول الله أخذها. So they said, so a group, no problem. We can show you translation.
No, don't
Some
do
of those
Google
who were
Translate.
with the Prophet,
There's a Quran
may
X,
God
they got
bless him
tafsir
and
in there
grant
too.
him peace, said, perhaps the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, took it.
So may God bless him and they are the enemy?
Bro, let's do.
How they are
tafsir.
saying may God
Well,
bless him and they are the enemy?
you're doing Google translation. I don't know.
No,
really
I'm not doing Google translation. This is for you. For me, I see it in Arabic.
Yeah, so what's
and how
the
you
word?
understand your
Word.
religion, then how you understand your religion if you do not know Arabic?
I rely on the scholars who actually had PhDs in Arabic.
So what are you reading? What translation are you reading? Google translation?
No, Mustafa Khattab.
Mustafa Khattab does not have interpretation for the Quran.
Yeah, so there's a website called QuranX, and they have hadiths there. So yeah, tafsirs there too, in English, already translated.
Okay, can you give me tafsir for this verse? It says that those are the enemy of the Prophet, not his friends.
What's the words? Can you give me?
Huh? Until now, you not know what verse we are talking about?
No.
All this time you are giving me false answers then, because you do not know even what we are talking about.
I don't know the number. I know what I know.
Chapter 3, verse 161. And this is Ibn Kathir. Let me show it Ibn Kathir. And then you will laugh. Because even Ibn Kathir confirmed that those are the companions of your prophet, accusing your prophet that he is a thief. So the excuse that those are the enemy is a false excuse. Duct tape. This is what we are used to, the Muslims. They always duct tape everything about Muhammad to make it something else. It's not Muhammad's fault, it's the enemies. But no, this is not the enemies. Those are the friends of Muhammad. They are accusing Muhammad that he is a thief. And this is, here we go, this is Ibn Kathir. Alright? And here it says, it's not for a prophet to be a thief. Let us see where it says. There we go. Ibn Abbas and Mujahid and Al-Hasan said that the ayah means it's not for a prophet to preach the trust. Actually in Arabic it says khiyana, which means to betray. Ibn Jarir recorded that Ibn Abbas said in this ayah was revealed in the connection with red robe or red velvet or red panty was missing from the spoils of war of Badr. Some people said, you see it, some of the Muslims with Muhammad said, not one, they are not an enemy of Allah.
Just that's what they say, that there were some people who were like plotting against him, and they were
how they are plotting. Those are the Muslims who they migrated with him. Remember now the Muslims the Muslims migrated to different town, and they are the Muslims. Those are the only Muslims, few numbers. So those are the Muslims accusing Muhammad that he's storing underwear.
They're the words in Quran where it says they're munafiq. They say in their tongue they're Muslim, but in their heart they ain't.
What munafiq mean?
Well, basically who's pretending to be something but he's not.
All right, like Muhammad.
Of course not. You can say Paul, yes.
Okay, we can go with that, no problem. You can say whatever you want, but I can show you that Paul mentioned in your books that he is a messenger of Allah. In the same time, when you say munafiq is someone he pretends something, I can show you a clear evidence that your prophet was a munafiq. Are you willing to take the challenge?
In English, it's like hypocrite, right?
All right. So, hypocrite, yeah. So, you're a prophet. If he do something and he says something else, this is what hypocrite is about?
No, it depends on the context, but go ahead.
If I say to my men, don't have sex with women when they have their period, it's a hurt. And then I go and have sex with my wives when they have period. Is that what hypocrite is about?
See, here's the thing. It's not. I'll tell you why if you're willing to listen. But it's not really.
Why?
So let's say you tell people that do not have sexual intercourse when they are on periods. But you have wahi from Allah, from God, that you have to do it. And you should follow God.
Allah inspired Muhammad to F his wives when they have their period, but the same Allah inspired Muhammad to say, don't tell your men to F their wives when they have their period. The same Allah.
Yes, because same Allah also sent a flood, you know, and he also makes people. So he can do whatever he wants. He's the one who gave life. He
Interesting,
can take it.
interesting. So Allah, that means Allah is the hypocrite. Because Allah, He tell the Muslims, when women, they have their period, stay away from them. And then He sent inspiration to Muhammad, saying, when your wives have period, F them. The same Allah.
Allah can make whatever rules He wish. He's the creator. He knows. He has the ultimate wisdom.
But now what you did, you made the reason for this happening, it's Allah, which means the one is a hypocrite, is Allah, because is Muhammad is a Muslim like the rest of the Muslims, or he is God? He can do as he wish.
Okay, listen, you tell a child to not drink alcohol, but then you go ahead, you have a wound, and you need to take medicine, and you have alcoholic medicine. Are you a hypocrite? Because you
is that a medicine? Was he a medicine? Is even his wife is a medicine now?
I'm just trying to make comparison.
No, you can't compare. No, you can't compare. This is a foolish compare, because medicine is something, and if in your wife is something else.
I don't know what event you're talking about, but even if it's true, I'm saying if it's something that God requires, that is more than medicine. That's for the whole humanity.
Can you drink water when you are fasting?
Me? No.
Can you suck your wife's saliva when you are fasting?
I don't have a wife, so no.
So why your prophet used to do it?
I don't see. I don't really get into hadiths. We want to talk about Quran.
Why you left Islam? You don't want to see the hadith?
They're man-made, so they may have errors. They may be written by the enemies of Islam. Who knows, right?
Is the Quran made by man-made too?
It was written on a book by a man, but it was wahi from God.
So Aisha is the one who says he sucked her tongue. Why he sucked her tongue?
I don't know if it's true, because in Quran it says only to follow Allah and His Messenger, period. It doesn't say to follow anybody else.
Oh, okay. In the Quran it says that?
Yep.
To follow Allah and Muhammad?
Yes.
Okay, but that means Muhammad is Allah. Because why you need to follow Allah and Muhammad if Muhammad is following Allah? I mean, you should follow Allah only. But you just said you follow Allah and Muhammad. So you Muslim, you are not monotheist.
He's a mediator. So his word is...
He is a mediator?
Like, yes, between God
but I thought the Quran says there is no mediator.
You know what mediator?
Isn't it your prophet, he prayed to his mother to be forgiven, and Allah he refused? If his mother he did not accept, Allah did not accept. So how Muhammad can be a mediator to anyone?
Well, I don't know. See, like I said, if you want to stick to Quran, I'm fine.
In chapter 2, verse number 48, it says that there is no mediation in the day of judgment. Nobody can do intercede for you.
Yeah, intercede. Nobody can do it. Only your good deeds are the one that gonna save.
But you just said to me, Muhammad, he can do that.
No, I said he's like he talks to people what God wants to say. And through him we get the Quran, basically Allah's word.
Okay, when you say through him you get the Quran, where in the Quran it says through him you get the Quran?
Here's the words. It says, it's the Quran is the recitation of.
Where?
Okay, give me a moment. Let me tell you.
I can help you if you want.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about, but go ahead.
Yeah, but this doesn't say anything. It says believe in what came down to Muhammad, all right? But where it says the Quran, what came down to Muhammad? What came down to him?
Let me look up that verse I'm talking about, but I'll be back in a moment. Just gotta search it in Google.
Oh, okay. And you know, Muhammad have no witnesses that he received anything. Is there any witness? Nobody. Muhammad, he go to heaven. If there's witnesses? Nobody. Muhammad, he went overnight over flying donkey to Jerusalem and to heaven. Witnesses? Nobody. Everything Muhammad he's saying, there is no witnesses for it. Isn't it you Muslims are required to have witnesses in order to prove something? Where is your witnesses? Okay, Jack.
Quran is his witness.
Jack, are you a Muslim, Jack?
Hello, assalamu alaikum, brother.
Salam, salam.
Salam.
Do your prophet have any witnesses for anything he claimed that he went to heaven, he fly in the top of a flying donkey? If there's any witnesses for all Muhammad's stories?
Miracles?
Huh?
Are you talking about the miracles?
Yeah, the miracle. There is miracles. Muhammad did miracles?
Yeah, there is a miracle.
So why the Quran says Muhammad have zero miracle?
Show me. Because it was not Prophet Muhammad's miracle. It was Allah's miracle. Like Allah made him do that. It was Muhammad didn't.
Read what the Quran is saying. The Quran says Allah refrained from sending miracles.
Wait. Can you read me the line?
Chapter 17, verse number 59. Read it.
59. And we refrain from sending the signs only because the men of former generations treated them as false. We sent the she-camel to the Thamud to open their eyes, but they treated her wrongly. We sent the sign by way of terror and warning from evil, but it still don't like in this paragraph also don't say about Prophet Muhammad have zero miracles.
Do you understand anything from this verse?
Yes, I do. I have also
Allah,
heard this
Allah,
story.
he sent a camel to people.
Yeah.
Is the camel a prophet?
No.
So what do he mean by we send a camel?
No, it was a story. I don't remember it exactly, but Allah has...
Where it says in the verse, Allah, he sent a camel. Do you know Arabic? He's gone. I don't know what happened. What's happening to this Abdul? They disappear one after one. So Allah, he made a rock, a camel, and the camel is a bracelet. But Allah cannot do any miracle to Muhammad. Allah, he refrained. That's it. Now today he's upset. From now on, you know what? Because Muhammad now a prophet, I'm not going to do miracles no more. Because people don't believe in anyway. So Allah, according to Islam, always he do tons of miracles. But now, since Muhammad become a prophet in Islam, Allah will not do any miracles. So he said to me that Muhammad have miracles, but the Quran says we refrain from sending miracles. One of you is lying, either Muhammad or Allah. Which one? Because it can't be both. Either Muhammad received miracles and the Quran is a lie, or the Quran is telling the truth and Muhammad never received miracles, so Muhammad is lying. You get disconnected? You know, you Muslims use the internet of the neighbors always. It's okay.
Yeah, you can make fun of all of the Muslims because my flex is that I'm going to, after dying, I'm going to heaven and you're going to hell.
You are going to heaven?
Yes. Okay, so if I show you something that proves that Bible is corrupted, will you accept Islam right now?
Well, if you show me that, that means Quran is false because the Quran says the Bible is not corrupted. So
No,
which
the
one of
Bible
you
says it.
which one of you is telling the truth, the Quran or you?
No, the Bible says that corrupt.
Ah, okay. The Bible says that, and the stupid Quran says that the Bible is not corrupt. That means the Quran
Stop
is stupid.
calling Quran stupid.
No, because you just said, guys, did he say the Bible says that the Bible is corrupt? He said that. Yet the stupid Quran author, he said that the Bible is not corrupt. Read it.
Sure, let me read it. So
Okay.
Matthew 24,
No.
36.
Read the Quran. Read the Quran. We can go to Matthew, no problem.
I literally said that Bible itself is saying that it's corrupted.
My friend, I'm going with you just for the sake of argument. If the Bible says the Bible is corrupted, and this is your understanding, why the stupid Quran says the Bible is not corrupted?
Because the Quran is talking about the Bible that was originally given and revealed to Prophet Jesus.
Okay, but this is 600 but this is 600 years but this is 600 years after Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, so
because Allah knows the past
600
and the
years.
future.
Okay, hold on. 600 years after Jesus, and still the Bible is not corrupt. So the Bible was not corrupt in the time of Muhammad. Where is the Bible which is not corrupt? Did you Muslim corrupt it?
The Bible was corrupted at the time of Prophet Muhammad. That's why
No, here we
Allah
go.
sent the last.
Read the verse in front of you. Hold on. Guys, he just said that the Bible was corrupt in the time of the false prophet Muhammad. But the Quran says, believe in what have sent down to you, the Quran, confirming what is with you. Read it. And it is the Torah and the Gospel. Read the verse in front of your eyes.
Okay, now let me finish. Obama the bomber.
What?
So what? Just listen. Okay, so what I'm trying to say, the Bible at the Prophet Muhammad time was corrupted. That's why Allah sent it, the last prophet, and revealed the final book of Allah.
Hold on. When you say the Bible in the time of a Prophet Muhammad corrupt, are you allowed to swear on that Bible? When you say the Bible, you mean the Torah and the New Testament, correct?
The Injil.
Yeah. So no, you mean only the Old Testament or the Old Testament or New Testament or both are corrupted?
No, the only the like the New Testaments are corrupted. The Old that was originally sent it to Jesus, that wasn't corrupted. But in this world, we don't have it right now.
So in the time of Muhammad, the Old Testament is not corrupted, correct?
What?
The Old Testament in the time of Muhammad is not corrupted.
By testament, I mean the original book. Like it doesn't exist.
Abdul, don't play games with me. Don't play games. The Old Testament. The Old Testament. Okay. Let me reframe that question. The Old Testament, the original book, was corrupted in the time of your prophet or not?
What? Wait.
The Old Testament. Abdul is slow. Put some oil in your brain. The Old Testament, which the original.
Put something in you, so
listen,
just say the
question. Which is the original Old Testament? Was it corrupted in the time of your prophet or not?
According to me, every testament is corrupted because the testament means that there were changes made in the Bible.
To make it clear, is the Torah, was the Torah in the time of Muhammad corrupted, yes or no?
It was corrupted, yes.
All right. So why your stupid prophet, he took an oath in it?
Stop calling a stupid prophet. When did I say that your father is a slave? Your father is a like pig. I didn't say that.
You can say whatever you want, but you have to prove it. You have to prove what you're saying. I can prove that your prophet is a fraud. Here we go. Your prophet is taking an oath by the Torah, and everybody heard you saying that in the time of Muhammad the Torah was corrupt. I believe in thee and the one who sent thee, your prophet said. I believe in thee and the one who sent thee, your prophet said. Speaking about what? The Torah.
Show me.
Read it in front of you.
Okay, so where am I supposed to read?
Read from the beginning. Here we go.
Sure, a group of Jews came to and invited Prophet Muhammad to Kuf. So he visited their school. They said, one of our fornication with a woman. So pronounced judgment upon them. They placed a question for the Prophet Muhammad, who sat on it and said, "Bring the Torah." It was then brought. He then withdrew the question from beneath him and placed the Torah on it, saying, "I believe in thee and him who revealed thee." He then said,
So you said that the Torah at the time of Muhammad is corrupted, and this is your false prophet swearing by corrupted book?
No. Can you let me finish? Now don't overtalk me, okay?
Okay.
So the Prophet Muhammad, we believe that Prophet Muhammad was directly connected with Allah. Like Allah used to send him revelations. Allah used to send him messages.
Yeah, you have a cable connected to Allah. But what does have to do with my question? Why Muhammad? Everybody heard you saying that the Torah in the time of Muhammad was corrupted. So your prophet must be a scam because he take an oath on a corrupted book.
Okay, now if I prove you wrong, will you accept Islam?
How you can prove me wrong? I just showed you your prophet, and it's you who said to me that the Torah is corrupt, and you insist, and I ask you the question 5 times, repeating it to be sure that you know what I'm saying. Okay. And you said, yes, the Torah in the time of Muhammad corrupted, and now you're a prophet taking the Torah, putting in his hand, and putting it in the top of the pillow, showing respect to the corrupt book. And then he put his hand on it and he says, I believe in thee and the one who sent thee. Why you're a prophet taking false oath? Do he believe, in the Torah or he is lying?
If you would have researched a little bit, the Bible is called Injil, not Torah. Torah is another book which was revealed.
I ask you specifically about the Torah is recorded. Guys, did I say to him, the original book of Moses, the Torah, was it corrupted? Because he said, I believe in the original. So I refrained the question. I said, okay, let us rephrase the question. The original book of Moses, the Torah, is it corrupt? No, you did not make a mistake. I repeat the question 5 times and you said, yes, it's corrupted.
No.
You said that. You said that you coward. You said that you coward.
What you say?
You better admit now that you are a potato. You said the Torah in the time of the prophet is corrupted.
I didn't mean to say Torah. That's my bad. No. I thought you were talking about the Injil. I am accepting my mistake. So
hold on. Okay. So now, do you agree that the Torah in the time of Muhammad was not corrupted?
What?
Do you agree that the Torah in the time of Muhammad was not corrupted?
Yeah, at the time of Prophet Muhammad, the Torah was not corrupted.
So now you fix yourself. You were stupid 5 minutes ago, and a Christian prince, he taught you something.
Yeah.
Now look what happened. Look what happened. As long the Torah, the book of Moses, is the book of Islam, and it's not corrupted. So who need Muhammad? Nobody. We have the book. The Torah is a book written by the hand of Allah according to Islam. So who need a prophet who do not know how to write, how to read? If we have a book, it's not corrupted, and this is the book of Moses. And now, where you Muslims have the Torah, why you don't have it? As long you're a prophet, he have his hand on it, and it's not corrupted in his time. Did your prophet throw it away? Did he hide it?
No.
So why you don't have it? This is the book of Allah. You Muslim, you claim that the word of Allah is preserved. Okay, so now the word of Allah is preserved. This is the word of given to Moses.
Okay, now can you please,
why you're a prophet did not preserve the Torah of Moses?
You're not even letting me fucking speak.
That's
Abdul,
pissing me off.
when Abdul he get upset, he says the prophet name, full name.
Now let me speak.
Why you are using the
I don't let me speak or I'm
okay? So
leaving.
now I'm letting you speak. I want you
Okay,
to
I'm
answer me.
leaving. Abdul, you let me speak or I'm leaving.
Why you Muslim don't show us the Torah as long Muhammad you have it?
Fuck off. Take your Bible with you and put it in your ass. I'm just going.
The funny, his name is the Jack. Jackass. When you put them in the corner, they start to scream. They have demon inside them. When the demon they say they saw Jesus, they went crazy. When the demon they say they saw Jesus, they went crazy. They have demon inside them. Do you see? So stupid. They don't know what they are saying. The stupid religion of Allah, religion of donkeys. They go around like monkeys. Your Bible is corrupt. Corrupt. The second you start checking their text, you will see how stupid they are. They don't know what they are talking about. So their book saying that he confirmed our book. It says the gospel. He says, no, not the... No, it's not. It says in front of you, the gospel, the Injil, in the time of Muhammad. So why you Muslim did not preserve the word of Allah if the Injil and the Torah was exist in the time of Muhammad? Do you see how stupid Muhammadans are? Every Muhammadan is a donkey until he proved the opposite. Who's next? They get upset. They call your name. They use the F language because Allah is clean. Remember, they don't eat pork, but they say the F word non-stop because they are clean nation. Very clean. What Jesus says is not what go in your mouth make you dirty, but what's come from your mouth. And this is what comes from their mouth. Their mouth is a sewage like Muhammad. Muhammad, a man, he argued with him. He says to him, go tell him to bite the penis of his father. This is the language of a prophet of God. Bite the penis of your father. Any Abdul? You noticed here right away that Muslims, they go against their book because simply they assume that you are ignorant, you do not know this stupid book. I can show you tons of verses in the Quran saying our Bible never corrupted. In the same book. And then the hypocrite Muhammad, he take an oath in a book he cannot read. What if this book they put in the front of him is not even the Torah? What if it's a yellow pages? According to Muslim, he cannot read. So how blindly you put your hand on it and you say, I believe in thee and the one who sent thee? What if this is a book have nothing to do with the Torah? Hypocrite man, liar. Any Abdul would like to join us? And by the way, I decided to convert to Islam because compared to the promise of Allah, I noticed that my penis is so short and I want to have an endless penis. Maybe I can send it through this cord and hit your eye with it. Now I know why they say eye for an eye. They were talking about penis hit the eye. I mean, a Muslim speak about logic and corruption, and they have a prophet, he promised them in this penis. Watch when you go in the highway for flying penises. Do Elon Musk even know how risky his business? What if the Muslim today, Allah, he decide since today to extend their penis to be endless? They will destroy his satellite. Somebody tell the guy, poor guy, he's putting his money in the space. He doesn't know what's coming to him. Any Abdul? What do you mean careful what you ask for? If I have an endless penis, I know why you are saying that to me, because you will get jealous. Your penis will stay 6 foot and my penis will be endless. I know why you are jealous. Look, this guy, you have a 6 foot penis only. You know, I feel sorry for you. We Muslims, we will have endless penis. And you know, I mean, everything in this religion is endless. The grave of Adam is hundreds of foot long. Only in Islam. I mean, the first time I saw those images, I said to myself, man, this is the religion of the macaroni. I mean, Mickey Mouse can make better stories. Look how long the grave of a prophet Adam, peace be upon him. Everything is endless. I mean, the guy was a spaghetti. The grave for prophet Adam? Seriously? Obviously, your religion is not corrupted. 200-foot long grave. And who is inside? Adam. Yeah, Adam, what's up? Get a breath. First of all, this is not the prophet Adam is there. So who is there? This is his penis. This is his penis? Ah, now I know why it's straight and long. I mean, it's the same size. There's no shoulders. There's no way. I mean, this guy is so tall, but all of his body is like a macaroni, is like a snake. And now I understand exactly. This is his penis, but the blood minus the circumcision. Ah, this is after circumcision. I was wondering why it's so short. I mean, 210-foot penis only? Don't you think it's so short? Good breath. After you die, your penis shrink, because simply your blood will be dead. So your penis will shrink. Ah, so before he died, his penis was 400 foot. Exactly. And the Abdul, they are debating with us about logic and about corruption and about religion and about God. Look, this is a different grave. They have a million graves for the same person.
Hello?
Yes, Jaman. Are you a Muslim?
No, but I just had a question. So I heard you debating one of the Muslims about the satanic verses. So I was like doing research, and it said that like as a response that, or why would the Quran being what the prophet meant by shaitan, why is that not an acceptable answer?
I don't understand. What is the answer?
So okay. So for the Quran verses, hold on, I'll
I
pull it up.
understand. I understand. Satanic verses. Okay, but what is the answer?
Okay, so he said for Farhad, he said that he meant Kareem, which was one of the jinn who is attached to everybody.
Okay.
Why is that answer wrong? Why is it shaitan and not
what does
Kareem?
have to do with the question? Because either Muhammad, he received satanic verses or not. Same time, Muhammad, when he say he have a qareen, according to him, the qareen, the shaitan who is his spouse or his twin or companions, he is a Muslim and he command him to do good. So how this qareen he gave him satanic verses? The one who gave him satanic verses is not the qareen. It is a shaitan. His name is White. Why they call him White? Because he took the image of Gabriel and he gave him satanic verses. Read with me. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, what it says?
There is none amongst you with whom is not an attached from amongst the jinn, devil. They, the companions, said, Allah's messenger with you too? Thereupon he said, yes, but Allah helps me against him, and so I am safe from his hand, and he does not command me but for good.
So Muhammad, he received command from who? From shaitan.
Well, sometimes when I debate Muslims and I say this, they say that it's corrupted because it's the English.
First of all, I am an Arab, and I do not need to read the English. Secondly, this is their translation. How they can say it's a false translation if this is their own Muslim translation? Number three, this is authentic. This is Muslim. This is authentic. And this is in Sahih Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, all Islamic books. It's authentic. So this is an answer of somebody, he is a bankrupt. Number 3 or 4, if the hadith is corrupt, well, that means everything in Islam is corrupt, because how we can trust anything then in Islam? If the most important thing, which is the teaching of Muhammad, is corrupt, because Islam is not based on the Quran. 90% of the teaching of Islam is not in the Quran, it's in the hadith. So if the hadith is full of corruption, how the Muslim they claim that the religion is preserved? So now what happened? We have Quran is corrupt. The Quran confirmed that. Allah, he claimed that Shaitan, he put in the mouth of Muhammad satanic verses, and Allah will take it. If there's any proof that this is Allah even talking, maybe it's Shaitan. The same person who put satanic verses in his mouth, he can put it again. If Shaitan was able to give Muhammad satanic verses, and Muhammad did not even notice that this is from Satan, is it possible that Shaitan continue doing that? Yes. So this verse itself, it can be a verse made by Shaitan to make people relax.
Right. Wait. So what about the verses after that? Because it's 59,
the
19,
verse,
20,
the verse after
21,
it
22, and 23.
The verse after it confirm that Shaitan verses is still in the Quran.
No, but I mean the actual satanic verses, like 19 through 23.
Yes. No. It's still in the Quran. Because read carefully. Allah in the Quran saying that what Shaitan he throw is going to be a trial. So it is still in the Quran. If it is not there no more, how is it going to be a trial? Right? Not only that, if you go back here to the word, in fact in Arabic, it did not say Allah will cancel. It says yansakh. Yansakh in Arabic means copy, rewrite, which means like you make a, let's say you have a letter or a book. I say to you, give me nuskha. What does that mean? Copy. So yansakh mean to copy, not to cancel, not to delete.
So the English translation is a lie.
Absolutely. You can go right now. You can go right now, and you open dictionary. The Muslim now, because of Islam, they try to make it look it's about canceling what it was before. But the fact Arabic language is so clear. When we say nasakh, we are talking about copying or recopying.
Wait, could you show me that? I believe you, but can you show me that in Google Translate?
No problem. No problem. If I search for the word nasakh, this is the original. Nasakh. Copy. Do you see it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Transcribe. Reproduce. Do you see it?
Wait. So all the Muslims in these countries, they like no one's able to like look at the Arabic and see.
Who dare? Who dare? Who dare? I mean, the second you ask questions, you are dead. Who dare? Who dare to question the pedophile Muhammad? Who dare to say any negative word? I mean, you question anything, you are dead. Who dare?
Wait. So even to like so what about in a country like Turkey? They're pretty liberal now.
Well, Turkey is under the control of Erdogan. Just a few days ago, a woman, she posted something about, I don't know, about Hamas or something. She is going to stay in jail for 10 years. What, Turkey? There's no freedom. There's tens of thousands of teachers, engineers, doctors are in jail in Turkey just because of a post on Facebook. Erdogan, he just blocked Instagram. What Turkey? Liberals? What liberals? And liberals Muslims are more ugly than terrorist Muslims.
How?
Because they are under hidden skin. So they claim to be liberal, and that make you trust them. But in reality, the second you speak about Islam, they will bite you. They will kill you. Erdogan himself was under the umbrella of liberals. Otherwise, he will never become president, because liberals are the one who was in control.
Oh, I
Liberals,
just thought they were liberal because they don't require
liberals
hijab.
is the one who attacked Cyprus and killed thousands and thousands of people in Cyprus. Liberals is the one who invade Syria and the one who invade Iraq and the one who invade all their neighbors. So if you think that Muslim liberals are better than the same, it just liberalism in Turkey was used to fool the Europeans so they can join European Union. But when the game of undercover liberal did not work and Turkey was not able to join European Union, and that will make Europe destroyed, then they decide to get rid of the something called liberalism and go back to the real clothing.
Oh, I thought they were liberal. I just thought they were liberal because they don't require hijab, like it's optional.
No. Turkish are not believers anyway. Turkish are Turkish as an ethnic group. They use Islam to conquer. Islam is very useful idiot. So Erdogan, he speaks too much about Islam, but his nightclubs are open 24 hours a day. If we search right now, women in the bars in Turkey, striptease in Turkey, prostitution in Turkey, you will find that this is one of the biggest business in Turkey. But the president of Turkey, he is a sheikh. Erdogan is a sheikh. And he claimed that he is the caliphate. And he claimed that he is very religious. But yet the drugs, prostitution, all kind of things, crazy stuff is in the country all over. When they ask his minister, why you don't shut it down? He says, if we do, who's going to pay for your salary? The whole country is running based on prostitution. And number one customers is Arab customers from rich Gulf countries coming after the blondie girls in Turkey. This is why you will find a lot of Arab from Kuwait, from Qatar, from Bahrain, from Saudi Arabia go to Turkey and Bosnia.
Wait. But okay. So, but back to the other thing. You said that you can't throw the hadiths out because that's where all of the traditions and stuff are. But what about Mohammed bin Salah in Saudi Arabia? Isn't he trying to like reform Islam?
You see, I mean, if we talk about a ruler, the royal families of Saudi Arabia, who they are not royal, they use the religion the same as Erdogan just to subdue. You know, there is only one important hadith is important for the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. That is the one says, if your emir, which means your ruler, he did beat you and whip your back and steal your money, obey him. That all what the hadith they care for. Any other hadith is not important. Yeah, even if you whip your back, even if you stole your money, even if he is a thief, you obey. And this is what the most
Can you show me that?
Show you what?
The hadith that you're talking
no
about.
problem. It's okay. That's easy. You see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They ask him about obeying the emir. He says, you will listen to your emir. Emir means ruler. And carry out his order, even if your back is flogged and your wealth is a snatch, which means he steal it. You should listen and obey. You see it?
Yeah.
And this is authentic. And this is what all Islamic leaders in the world, they right away they post in the front of anyone when I oppose them. This is the most important hadith for them. For this is how they can control the crowd. So even if the emir is a thief, even if he beat the hell of you and he is unjust, he snatched your wealth, you should listen and obey. All right?
Yeah. All right. Well, so thank you for answering all my questions. I'll let someone else go.
You're welcome. Never believe a Muslim saying something to you. Every Muslim is a liar until he proves the opposite. And if he proves the opposite, that means he's out of Islam. And I will give you an example. Malik, how are you doing, Malik?
I'm good. And you?
Do you like your wife, Malik?
No, I don't like her anymore.
Why you don't like your wife? Isn't it your prophet? He says you can lie to your wife.
Where is Iran? I still wait for Iran.
You are waiting for what?
I still wait for Iran. Where is Iran?
Iran?
Yes, Iran. Iran, the dogs of the Zionists.
Hey, just
Where are they?
okay, go. Not our topic. Don't change topic about Iran. Well, all of you are potato. What about you? Where are you? Why you don't do jihad? Why you are waiting for the Shia to do jihad? You are a potato Muslim Sunni. Oh, what you do all day scratching your balls? Go do jihad, you coward. Why you don't do jihad yourself? Why you are waiting for Hezbollah to do something? You're a potato. You're asking others.
Wait. Can I answer?
Okay, answer. Go ahead.
Why the Muslims cannot go to Palestine then, and the Jews they can go wherever they are in the world? Huh?
Why the Muslim cannot go to Palestine? Where is Palestine?
Yeah.
Where is Palestine?
Palestine is where Palestine is. But why the Jews?
No. Don't tell me Palestine is where Palestine is. Where we can find the word Palestine in your Quran? How come your God Allah? He said.
You know what?
I will give you the answer. 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 The Quran says. The Quran says. Don't allow. Hold on. The Quran says don't allow any Abdul to enter the Holy Land. This is a land for the Jews only. Is that true?
That's not true. Not how you
read for me. Read for me. Chapter.
Not how you explain.
No, read it for me. Chapter 5, verse 21. But you read it. You read it. You read it. Read it.
I know the verse. It was to Musa. Yes.
To the Jews, all of them. All my people. You see people? Okay. So all my people enter the Holy Land, which is assigned to you.
Yes.
Who is the people of Musa? The Jews.
And what did they do? And what did they do?
It doesn't matter. It's assigned for them. Allah, He told them. No, they refused. They refused to kill those. They refused to kill those people because they refused to kill them. Because they refused to hold on. Because they refused to kill them. Allah, He forbid them. Oh, shut up. Hold on. Allah, He forbid them. Allah forbid them.
Allah knew they are cowards, and they are still cowards.
The coward is the one who go under the carpet. You coward, potato, boy. They go after you from home to home, and you are hiding. Yet you have guns, you have RPG, you have rocket. Still you are hiding. Who is the coward? They come to you, and you hide like a dog, like a puppy. Like a puppy. All of you. The same happened in Iraq, where we found Saddam Hussein in a hole, shithole. The same happened to ISIS, where we find the founder of ISIS, the caliphate. Where we find Osama bin Laden. Who is the coward? They go after you, you hide, you run, because you're a coward. All of you are potatoes. The second the enemy come to you, you hide. This is what the Muslims do. Muslims, they are heroes when they are massive in numbers, attacking minority. When they are at war with the powerful army, they are rabid. There's nowhere to find them. Where we can find the Muslim army of Hamas, we want to fight them. Where are they? Are they there? Hello? Dogs. So your God, He forbid the Jews from going to the Holy Land for 40 years only. Why? Because they refused to kill whoever lived there. Your God, He encouraged the Jews to kill every single person there. They refuse. And this is the land assigned to the Jews. You see it? This is your stupid Quran saying, enter the land, the Holy Land, which Allah assigned to you. Allah is assigned to the Jews. And here, the Quran is copying from the Old Testament. The Quran is not a book of God. The Quran is a book of idiots. Do we have any educated Abdul? I hope I'm not offending the Muslims, because educated Abdul is an offense. It is haram to be educated, haram. What is an educated Abdul? Is to know how many times you shake your penis after you go to the bathroom. 3 times. Why 3 times, Muslims? I mean, this religion, everything is 3 times. When they do ablution, their nose 3 times, their mouth 3 times, their ear 3 times, Allahu Akbar 3 times, shake their penis 3 times, wipe their feet 3 times, divorce his wife 3 times, fast 3 times, 3 days. Everything is 3. If he divorces his wife, he have to wait 3 months. And they say that they are not people who believe in the Trinity, but all their religion is based on Trinitarian action. Do we have any Abdul? He have the courage to wipe the floor with the Christian pants? I'm really scared. بغض sister. There's a person in the Christian pants. And because he's upset with me, he make my voice. I warn you, this is not me because I don't speak like that. Hey, Zakir Naik, how you speak? First of all, I speak in a clear language. Like what? Listen to me. Once upon a time, there was an Adam and Eve, and they went to the cave, and they have sex together, and they have a baby boy. It's called Abel and Cain. And then they have sex together, and they have sister, and then the sister, they have a cross eyes. Because they have cross eyes, they were fighting over the women. They have sex, and so Allah told them they give Qurban. And then the Qurban, he gave Qurban, and they sent fire, and they ate it. Zakir Naik, what are you talking about? We heard none. We understand nothing. Exactly. This is the purpose of Islam, to understand nothing. Any Abdul? Malik, you put your hand up again. Are you serious?
If you are educated, what you are saying, why always when the streams, the big live streams of the Muslims, why you are not live? You are always live when they are not live.
Where?
Why? Are you afraid of them?
Where?
Yesterday.
Where is the Muslims?
Well,
where?
yesterday.
Where is the Muslims?
Yesterday there was a good live stream. If you have the guts and you are what you are saying.
Yesterday there was what? Guys, what he's saying? Yesterday there was what? What?
You are saying you are, you know, you are educated. Come to the live stream. You are a man.
Abdul, I don't go to kids. I went before many time. Why you don't? Okay, instead if you are saying to me live stream, here we go, I'm live stream. Why you don't come to me? If I go there, I know they will call me name. They will not me talk. We went to Zakir Naik, go watch the video. He have heart attack. We went to the guy. His name what? What's his name, guys? I forgot his name. He claimed that he have knowledge. He blocked them. We don't have time for them. Block them. Cowards. We know you. Mimi Hijab, I called him. He hung up on me. He said, where is the debate? Go check it out. He told the Muslim he debate me. Where is the debate? Coward. Fifi respond to me, but he never dared to call me or never dared to let me call her. So where is the Abdul winner dive stream? Do we have any brave Abdul? Any? I hope I'm not insulting you by saying brave. Those people, they get offended if anything. We have a guy, his name is Abdul Rahman Sheikh. He is saying to me, loser CP. Well, I don't know about losers, but you can call me, prove me to be a loser. You're welcome. Why you don't call me? And let us debate about the word loser. Shall we? Do you dare? You don't. Because you know what will happen. You will lose even to defend your prophet, the loser. Is it true that your prophet was a big fat loser? Okay, go ahead. You want to debate me about loser. I invited you. Accept the invitation. Zelvo Zero, are you a Muslim? The one who said you want to debate me, or different person? Hello? Zero. You have to hold push and talk. Push and talk. Yeah, he's muting himself. Do we have any Muhammadan have a courage and knowledge? I want to convert to Islam and do breastfeeding for adult. First of all, I'm thirsty. Secondly, I like it. I mean, I will spend the whole day visiting the neighborhoods. I will live between Muslims. Knocking from door to door. What do you want, honey? Nipples. Oh, halal nipple, no problem. This is a religion where women are forbidden to shake hands, but you can shake their boobs. Silvazero, are you there? Why you come to the stage if you don't want to talk? Do we have any Muslim? And please, guys, show respect. When we say nipples, those are halal, you know, and they are clean. Go ahead, Solve Zero. All right, I will give you a minute to fix your microphone, otherwise I will not invite you again. Do we have any Muhammadan? Speak. Yeah, just today I showed you that Muslim women, they were suckling Muslim women too. Anyone remember the hadith? Who remember it? Who saved the reference? Let us see how many of you saved the reference. People on Rumble, did you save it? People in YouTube, did you save it? People in Discord, did you save it? Muslim women suckling Muslim women, and a guy effing his daughter. Just because she is his slave, he can F her. The wife, she got jealous. So she gave her boobs to the slave daughter. And they start suckling each other. Lesbian. Umar al-Khattab, he said to him, go and F your daughter a slave and beat your wife. You guys did not save it, huh? I can tell nobody saved it. How many of you saved the link I gave you? All right, we will see. Any Abdul? Silva Zero, my friend, take a hike. I mean, you like to be in the stage for a striptease or what? When I was a sheikh in the Azhar University, they offered me a job as a striptease in a blind women club. Muslim women blind women, they love it. They were saying like, wow. I said, what wow? You don't even see me. They said, you are molesting us by your voice. I said, which one? They said, the one you say always, you use always. I said, this one? First of all, you know that my voice is very sexy. And first of all, when women they hear my voice, they get melted. Zakir Naik, for sure, they will get melted. In fact, look at you. Even your zipper is melting. What happened to your zipper? First of all, I don't have a zipper. It dip in dipper. What dip in dipper, man? What's wrong with you? I mean, the zipper is open. You close it. First of all, nothing to worry about because there's nothing there. What? There's nothing there? Are you serious? Exactly. Because we Muslim, we have to do circumcision. Okay. And it was thought mold. Because this is thought mold, so when it is circumcision, nothing left. This is why there's no need for the zipper. Exactly. Any Abdul? Nobody? Any zipper? Any Muslim he lost his zipper? Hmm? Yeah. The guy is effing his daughter, and the Muslim now they will say he's lying. It doesn't say his daughter. Read the English. Hmm. Look at this. The Muslim they try to hide the madness in this cult, this garbage cult. So the guy he have a walida, a slave girl, she is born to him from slavery, which means he's having sex with her mother. And he is having sex with his daughter. If you go to the Arabic, just to show you. A man, he came to ask about breastfeeding for adult. And when he was there, he found another man coming to ask about the same thing. And he said, he said to Umar al-Khattab, the Caliphate, I have a daughter and I if her. So my wife, she suckled her. So when I decided to go and if her as usual, my wife, she said to me, you cannot do that, for she is suckled by me. Omar, he said, go and beat up your wife and if your daughter.
A man came to Abdullah bin Omar, and I was with him at the courthouse, asking him about breastfeeding an elder. Abdullah bin Omar said, a man came to Omar ibn al-Khattab, and he said, I had a child, and I was having intercourse with her, so my wife went to her and breastfed her, so I entered upon her and she said, without you, by God, I am fine. I breastfed her. Omar said, pin her and have intercourse with your maidservant, for breastfeeding is the breastfeeding of a young child.
So Omar, he told the man, go and if this your daughter, because as long as she is a daughter from a slave, you can if her, no worry. And regarding your wife who did the breastfeeding for this slave, go beat her up. Because nursing can make a difference in Islam only if you do it for someone is young. So we reach the point where Muslim women, they are suckling the nipples of each other, following the steps on the teaching of a Prophet Muhammad, Prophet Nepalene, who is a special, he have a specialty about farting. Any Muhammadan? Somebody posting the word about Al-Mahdi. Al-Mahdi is a fake figure. He never exists. Muslim, they have tons of fiction stories, and you Christians, you copy what people says to you. There's nothing is called Al-Mahdi. You don't even know who is he. They claim that Al-Mahdi is born from a woman, from her thigh, because there's no way the Mahdi will come from her vagina. And the Mahdi, when he fell in his part, he never farted, and he said, Allahu Akbar. What Mahdi? Come on. Mahdi is a fiction story. Has many tons of stupid stories in Islam. Can I reuse your video to teach? Absolutely. Reuse my videos as you wish. I encourage people to use them. Feel free. And we have a lot of my books translated to many, many languages. So see which language is yours. Like I give my books in languages which is, you know, for poor countries, even some countries which are not poor, like Russia, Ukraine, Indonesia, Malaysia. I mean, we have my books in tons of language. Go check it out for free. In fact, I want, if somebody can help and find me someone to translate my book to Japanese, because Muslims, there's somebody yesterday, just yesterday in the previous video, he posted a video that Muslims working hard, trying to convert Japanese into Islam. So translating my book into Japanese is necessity if somebody want to help, if you know the language. All right. Chapter 25, verse 15, no, Tafsir al-Qurtubi. Yes, in the Tafsir al-Qurtubi, chapter 25, جَعَلْنَاهُ وَنَسَبًا وَصَيْرًا. That one is about you can have sex with your daughter if she is a daughter from adultery. Here is different. This is not a daughter, because this is not considered adultery in Islam. Having sex with your slave, having daughter from the slave is not adultery. However, in chapter 25, if you have sex with the women and you have a child from her, you can F the mother and the daughter, for in Islam she is not considered as your daughter. My book is translated already to Swedish, already to Ukrainian, already to Russian. No problem, you know, YouTube, we know YouTube don't like my videos, don't like my, you know, here we are not politically correct. And actually, usually each time I reach 80,000, 70, 90, they delete my channel. So, yeah, I mean, YouTube, what you can say? Otherwise, by now I should have millions of subscribers, not the number I have. But anyway, even if they delete my channel, I can build a new one. People will come from everywhere. It is too late to stop me. It's too late. Neither their God, neither their Mohammed, neither their YouTube, neither their you Obama, neither your Biden, they cannot stop me. It's too late. And I have my books and I have my videos. I have tens of thousands of videos. What they can do with it? I have my book in French, only one book in French. The rest are not yet in French. The book in French is translation for the deception of Allah. And you know, I use to go around the world to do seminars, but you know, the internet now is way better. It doesn't cost anybody, and people they can join from their own houses, and we can show on the screen, very convenient. You can be drinking your coffee and spanking Abdul. What do you want more? Amazing. Get a breath. First of all, I'm going to call the police of duty for you. Abdul, what I did? You said something very sexual. What? You said I'm going to thank the Abdul. Okay. That is sexual. Listen, Zakir, I did not say I'm going to use my fingers in the bum of the Abdul. I said I will spank with all my hand. It's just from outside. Get some breath. If you think I'm stupid, you are mistaken. I understand everything. What do you want to do to me? Zakir Naik, what you used to do to you in Bangladesh or India is not my business. I do it in my own way. Get some breath. I don't care how you do it. You said it spanked them, I did record it, and I will go to the police for you. Okay. Call the police for me. Police be upon you. All right. Any Abdul? Zakir Naik wanted by the Indian police. Well, this Indian police is just a bunch of hypocrites. You see, we have to be careful. I mean, they accuse a guy of terrorism. There's no proof. Just because somebody he watched his videos and he did terrorism. Come on. So, you know, India is just a savage government. Like the whole Middle Eastern. Doesn't matter if it's Hindu or not. You know, all those trashy countries. I have to say the word trashy. The second you don't like what you say, they use law to silence you. So You know, Zakir Naik is a piece of garbage, we know. But what the Indian government is doing is obviously not fair. They have Hindus, they are beating Christians in churches. I have a channel, Hindu channels. They are saying, like I saw a video, a Hindu video. A Christian woman, she came to preach the gospel for them, and he is playing the video of a bunch of Hindu women. They are beating the hell of her. So the Hindus are not better, and this is terrorism. They attack Christian, they burn churches, they do the same. So Zakir Naik, the only terrorist in India. What about Modi? Hypocrisy. They are no better. Have you ever heard of Dahya al-Kalbi? No, I never heard. There's somebody is telling me about a name I never heard of. Really? So you heard about Dahya al-Kalbi and Christian Prince did not hear about him yet? That's weird. Yeah, hypocrite. All of those, you know, third world countries, you know, the term for me is not even accurate. I think all those countries are not even in this world. They are out of this world. They claim to be democratic and they want to fight. You know, Indian Prime Minister Modi is Modi. He is a friend of Iran, but he is a friend of Israel. He built ports in Iran, and he said, Israeli, we support you. Hypocrite, you know, liars. The zero ethic. Zero ethic. He's the same snaky snake like the Prince of Qatar. He's a friend with the American and enemy to Israel. He's a friend to Hamas, but he have a big center for the CIA in Qatar. He's a friend for ISIS and Al-Qaeda, but he is a friend for the NATO. So we know that those snakes, what kind of a snake they are. It doesn't matter what religion they belong to. From their fruits you shall know them. Correct? How you know a person, how you know a leader? From their fruits. They are a bunch of liars, hypocrite, cowards. Any Abdul? So all what they want from Israel is to take hundreds of thousands of employees from India. It's just about money. In the same time, the Iranian, they said to them, we want you to build a port for us. Oh, we are ready. Oh, we want to buy missiles from you. Sure, sure, sure. So this is India. In one hand, they claim that they are fighting terrorism, fighting Muslim terrorists. In the same hand, they are supporting Muslim terrorists. The same country. Any Abdul? Who's Abdul would like to join us? Khan Amir, you want to join us again? Oh, okay. What happened, Khan Amir? You keep changing your pictures, man.
Yes. Yeah, I have my other friends here too, so I was talking to somebody else.
So your friend want to talk to me or you?
No, my friend is sleeping. It's 11 here.
Why you left? Why you left? What happened?
I think something happened with your server or something.
Oh, okay. What do you think about Muslim women suckering Muslim women?
Like I said, I don't really follow the hadiths. I think it's from Aisha, and that one especially I don't follow.
But this
if
is
it's in Quran, then yes, it's
but this
questionable.
was a Quran. It was a verse in the Quran, and the goat ate it.
Well, see, this whole thing about goat eating a verse is in hadith. It's not in Quran that there was a verse that goat ate. It's not in Quran.
Okay, I want you to tell me a verse which you believe is the best verse in the Quran. Do you have one?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Can you give me the best? Okay, not necessarily a verse to make it easier for you. The Quran is supposedly the book of God, right?
Yes.
And is God stupid or wise?
He's the wisest.
Can you show me a chapter in the Quran is not stupid?
There are many, many, many of them. Which one would you
give me one. Choose one. Choose the best.
You choose, and I will show you wisdom in any one of them.
No, you choose. You see, if I choose, I will be pick up my cherries, as Muslim they say. So you choose the best chapter, and I will show you how stupid it is.
Okay, let's talk about where Allah says that He doesn't have a son. If He wanted a partner, He would have chosen from one of,
Okay, chapter 17, verse number 21. That is very stupid chapter. Why you chapter 21? Sorry, verse number 17. So why you choose this one?
Can you open Dr. Mustafa Khattab translation?
Why Mustafa Khattab? What about this one in front of you? You like Mustafa Khattab?
Yes. I mean, there are different ones who do a better job at something.
So you don't accept the Muslim translation, all of them, because Muslims are a bunch of liars, correct?
No, it's their own interpretation, and Mustafa Khattab is a doctorate.
Okay, I will go with you. Go and read how that is a wise thing.
Okay, it's a wise thing because it says that if he needed, he would have had been a female, a partner to have a child. And science shows us that a male cannot have a child. You need a female, or even a female itself can have a child, but you definitely cannot have a male giving birth to a child.
So this is wisdom?
Yes, because
nobody knew it. This is stupid. Look what you just confirmed. You just confirmed that Allah is male.
No, he's
no. You just say that, guys. Did he just say that the science confirm that male cannot have a child without a female? Is that do we need even science for that? I mean, come on. Muslims are crazy. And we are talking about what? We are talking about Allah. So Allah is a male, and Allah cannot have a wife cannot have a son unless he have a wife. So Allah is not God, because God, he do not need anything to have anything. He can say be is going to be. So Allah cannot have a son unless he have a girlfriend. Same time, this one here, this is not what it says. The Quran says, had we intended, I'm reading your translation, by the way, had we intended to take some amusement. Do you agree that Allah is talking about amusement?
I subscribe to this translation. If it's Mustafa Khattab, then yeah.
Okay, but how anything can be amazing to Allah if He is the creator?
What did you say?
How anything can be amazing to Allah if He is the creator?
Yes, he is saying that why would you want a child to amuse yourself?
No, hold on. No, amusement. Allah will take amusement. That means there is something if He take that will be amusing. But that cannot be fit with God, because I will be amazed by the beauty of the cloud, because I'm not the one who make it, but God can make even way more than this with the cloud. So if God is amazed with such a thing, I mean, He is not the creator, obviously. Same time, the word here.
It's amuse. It's not amaze. It's amuse.
Amuse is the same.
Yeah. So
okay.
If you think
what amuse mean?
Right,
what amuse mean?
Like to entertain, to like amuse.
How you can entertain God?
Exactly. That's what God is trying to tell you, that He doesn't need to be amused, so He doesn't need a son.
No, hold on. You see, He said, if we want, we will found it from ourselves. Here the translation lie and says our presence. What is the entertainment Allah He have in His presence?
Well, exactly. That's the whole point. Because He doesn't need it. That's why He doesn't have a partner.
No, He need it. He says, if we want, we will take it from ourselves. He did not say I don't want. He doesn't say I don't need. Where He says I don't need.
Yes, His will is His need, because His will is what.
Where it says I don't need, where it says in the verses, in your translation, the one you chose for me, I do not need.
So, see, because God doesn't have a need per se, He has a will.
But that means the verse is stupid. The verse is stupid, because if you don't have a need, then how He say we will find it from our presence? That means in His presence already the amusement is there.
He doesn't need amusement. That's the whole
No,
point.
it's there.
If
You
if
see,
he had to have
I'm using your stupid translation. It is in our presence. We will take it. We will find it in our presence. So it is already in his presence. When you say to me he do not need it, so why it is in his presence?
Yeah, so I don't know if you're willfully not trying to understanding it, but the whole concept is that God doesn't need to be a
First of all, the translation is false because nowhere it says in our presence. What it says is from us. من لدنا إن كنا فاعلين. Not our presence. So when Allah he says we will take it from us, that means you Muslim don't believe in monotheism, for Allah is more than one person. And here you see how Muslim they lie in the translation. This is just another translation. Muhammad Hilali Khan. Had we intended to take a pastime, i.e. wife or a son, we could surely have taken it from us. Why this guy Khattab he changed the word us into presence? Because the word us, because the word us will destroy, the word us will destroy the monotheism of Islam.
Christian, can you let me speak, right?
Who is
you're
us?
asking two.
Who is us?
You're asking two questions. One, why Mustafa Khattab actually used presence instead of us, right? You want me to answer that one? Because he says that he uses the whole thing into context, because Arabic is a complex language. You cannot use just the word is poetic.
Well, no, it's not up to you, because simply if the Arabic says that, you are just a translator and you translate the context, yes, but he is making things is not there. Nowhere it's can't Allah says presence, you do not need to use the other word. He can use the word presence. We have the word presence in Arabic. Arabic is not short of word. So if Allah want to use this word, he can choose the Arabic word for that. So Allah he says min ladunna, from our kind. Our kind.
You're talking about the modern Arabic.
No, we are. There's nothing called modern Arabic. You just gave me another stupid answer. There's nothing called modern Arabic. Modern Arabic is a street language, is not written. All the Arab they use this language. This is the only language we have. We don't have modern and old. The only difference is there is some words we don't use it no more, and there's words new we add them. However, this is the language we use, and the word ladunna is very clear. Is our kind, ourself. This is why you go and read the interpretation. You will find it says that. This is the context, the interpretation too. So when Allah says he will take it from us, how many Allah you have?
Listen, you don't understand. I had a different translation. You changed it, but let's go to a different verse, okay? You don't understand this one. I'll have another one for you.
No, it's you who don't understand, or you are playing. You understand. Same time, when Allah said, "Had we intended to take a pastime," what is that?
Had we intended. That's
no,
the whole
no.
concept.
What pastime for God? What is pastime for God?
It is nothing. That's why if he had any, he would have.
Well, if it is impossible, then he will not say. No. You see, he did not say we will not take. He says if we want to take, we will take it from us. If we go and read the interpretation, we will find that us is the virgin women.
Now you see that's your whole business relies on tafsirs and hadiths. If you want me to give you another,
my friend, don't waste my time. That's my whole business. I mean, this is stupid answer, because this is your Islamic interpretation. Those are your scars. Who are you? Muhammad Khattab, a Pakistani guy. You don't know two Arabic words together. This is the guy, he can tell you what the Quran meant. You Muslims are a bunch of liars. When I show you your interpretation, this is your interpretation, not mine. You rely. It is you who rely. And look what happened to you. You rely in someone. He is just a translator, not a scholar. Who is this guy? And in this website, we have tons of translators. All of them, they lie. Not a single translation. It is not a lie. When you say, I like Muhammad Khattab, Do you accept Muhammad Khattab translation 100%? You will say no. You know why? Because you are a hypocrite. Anyway, we need a real Muslim, not a joker. Do we have anyone? Anyone? Who is a Muhammadan? So Allah will take a partner from us. This is how stupid the Quran is. And they try to fix it. They change the us into presence. And here you see Allah, he keep talking about himself in a plural name. We. You ask the Muslim why, they will say to you, this is majestic. But that means Allah, he don't feel respected if he is only individual, one individual. He feel it's better to be many, yet he's one, which means Allah is lying. So Allah, he used fake titles like we to make himself, according to Muslim, respected more. How stupid is that? Are you with me, guys? So Christian Prince, he will say from now on, we Christian Prince. So why? Because people will see that Christian Prince is so big. He is so many. Because he just called himself we. But this is stupid. Either you are a real we or fake we. So if the Bible says we, with the Christian believe in the Trinity. The word in the Bible for God is used is Elohim, is not a singular. So why Allah use we if he is just one as a person? And he keeps saying we, our. What is that? All right, all right. Well, I invite you to many times, but each time I invite you, you don't talk. Mr. Zero. In other words, you have a zero voice. Go.
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Glad to know that. I hope you are having a very blessed night tonight, Sabi. I just study, let's say, the Quran and the religion related to Muslim. I am myself a Christian. And I just add something because I noticed that every time that the topic of the Trinity comes into the stage, sometimes most of the Muslim become or use this kind of rhetoric that the Trinity cannot be logic, because most of the time what they say is like, for example, when Jesus is on the cross and the Jews are mocking Jesus because he is unable to go down or save himself, and then they said something, or Christ asked the Father for them to be forgiven because they do not know what they do. And then most use that word like a way to imply that Jesus does not have the power to forgive themselves, or that Jesus, if he is God, he is asking God the Father to forgive themselves, like God asking God to forgive them. And that is the topic that I just wanted to do a small talk as we wait for another.
Jesus, he is speaking to the Father, so the Father will not put the worth upon those people, for they just crucified his Son. So Jesus asking the Father not to punish them, you know, because it's still at the end of the day, Jesus, he say, everything I have is given to me from the Father. The word Father is not just a word. It's a word present an authority. It's a word present who is Jesus to the Father. So when the Muslim they speak about Jesus, and I will use your example, Jesus asking the Father to forgive, right? And they say then, well, that means there's a higher authority, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but isn't it in the Quran it says Allah, he said, ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم وما تأخر يا محمد. May Allah forgive to you, Muhammad, your past sin and your coming sin. Who is talking? The Muslim, they will say Allah. So was Allah in the cross asking his father to forgive Muhammad? So who is Allah is asking a higher authority? And this is chapter 48, verse number 2. In the Bible, all the Bible confirm, from the first page to the last page, Jesus repeating saying, everything I have is given to me from the Father, because Jesus himself is what? Is born of the Father, not the Father is born of Jesus. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So everything Jesus have is from the Father. So the Son, as usual, like even a human being, we inherited the Father, or we inherited at least his DNA. We inherited his capability. So is my,
there is an excellent analogy.
Yeah, if my father, he can do something, you know, I inherit from my father whatever ability I get from the Father anyway. So the word Father in Christianity present carefully who is the Messiah. He is not the Father for a reason, for he is the Son. And the Son, he got everything he have. Everything is from the Father. And he have a job to do, and the Father have a job to do. That's why Jesus says, I work and my Father work too. And Jesus said, my kingdom is not from this earth. I am from above and you are from below. And Jesus himself said too, I and the Father is one. So whoever saw me, he saw the Father. So Jesus confirmed that yes, I am a person, the Father is a person, but we have a unity of God, even though I am the Son and he is the Father. So whoever saw me, the Bible teaches that Jesus is the visible image of the invisible God. So nobody can see God and live, the Bible says, but you can see the humble image of God. So Jesus, who is born of God, who took the flesh, as chapter 1 of John, verse number 1 and verse 14 says, the flesh, the word became a flesh, that is God who became a flesh. This is what the word born means. So the word born, which is God in the flesh. So when Jesus explained himself, he says, well, everything I have is given to me from my Father, and I have the power over the flesh. So Jesus already, he can forgive them. But Jesus, he is asking the Father not to beat his curse. Because now, in a minute from now, the Messiah will deliver his soul, which means he will be dead. And he will be in the grave for 3 days, 3 nights. In this time, the Father, he can punish them. He can do what? So Jesus, he asked the Father not to punish those people, not to do anything against them, for they are ignorant. They do not know what they are doing. And at the end of the day, it is the Father who is going to decide if he will punish them or not. But because Jesus, he have the power over the flesh already, so his asking for forgiveness for them is a forgiveness for them. It's not a request only, it is a forgiveness. Like as an example, how come Muslims, they don't remember that Jesus in the cross, he promised a man who was dying next to him in the cross that today you will be with me in heaven. Did Jesus ask the Father to forgive him?
That is a good one. And I wanted to add the following, and please just when I speak, or when I, let's say that I provide my viewpoint, I do not assume that I am right. I just think that I just have come across a way to explain this in let's say in a simpler manner.
Okay.
Have you ever heard that Jesus is like the body of God, for example?
Well, I just say that that's what the Bible says, that the Word became a flesh. What is the Word? Is God.
Correct. So think of this like in this way. For example, we as humans, we are made, as Genesis said, in the image of the Lord. And when the Father said, let's make the man, he was actually speaking to Jesus, because in John 1:1 it says that the Word was God in the beginning, and the Word was godly, and I do not recall the verse, but it is like that the Word was God, and everything was made with the Word, and nothing that was not made with the Word.
Okay.
So let's think in this way. You and I, sorry for the background noise. You and I, we both have an image, like the Father has an image, and just as Jesus cannot do what the Father does not order him to do, our body does the same. For example, if you get up from the bed, the body does that because you, the one who is actually in control of the body, orders the body to move. But without the body, you do not have the possibility to get up. Everything is within, let's say, the possibilities given by God to us from our bodies. Now, if we try to translate that into Jesus as an eternal, holy, and sacred being, an infinite being, then we have that Jesus represents the mighty of God. Let's say the might and the wisdom as expressed by Paul. I don't know if you recall the verse where he clearly states that Jesus is the power of God, and he also is the wisdom of God. If we translate that into our human position, we are smart beings. We are also strong beings, but we cannot exceed the strength or the wisdom that is already within our bodies. I don't know if this makes sense.
There's no need for all of this. You did not make it, in my opinion, you did not make it simple. If Abdul, he cannot understand two words together. All of this we can understand. So when you mention that Jesus is the power of God, like in 1 Corinthians, but there's no need for all of this drama. Simply, the Messiah is asking the Father to show mercy because what they did is a great sin. For God, he loved the world, he sent his only begotten Son. So at the end of the day, they just crucified his Son and they did mockery of him. And they were shouting. So the Messiah is asking the Father to show mercy on those people and not to punish them. If the Muslim, they believe that the Messiah is unable, then I mentioned to you that the person who was next to him in the cross, the Messiah, he promised him to be in heaven today, not tomorrow. Today he will be in heaven. So the Messiah, obviously, he repeated many times in the Bible that he have the power over the flesh, as it says in Matthew 17. So when Jesus, he promised anyone, the promise will come to be true. But because those people, they commit a great sin, and because the Bible make it so clear that if you don't repent, you don't deserve forgiveness. You don't.
Yeah.
So because they are still at the moment shouting his blood on us and our children, and the Roman, they are making mockery of him because they don't deserve the forgiveness, total forgiveness, is asking the Father for mercy. For God the Father, he can doom them, he can destroy them. We know the Bible says what happened in the sky when Jesus, he gave his spirit. So the anger of the sky is appear immediately. So God the Father is being asked by the Son to show mercy, but not really total forgiveness, as a forgiveness which mean, okay, they will go to heaven after all what they did. But he is asking him to show mercy and give them a chance. Because many of those who were shouting to Jesus to be crucified, later they become believers. They become believers. So they follow Jesus, they believe in Jesus, and they feel bad for what they did to Jesus. And that's what was Jesus is about. And if a Muslim, he says Jesus cannot forgive sin, well, he have to prove that, because that is not, not forgiven for sin. For simply, we believe that Jesus is a person, the Father is a person, the Holy Spirit is a person, and the Son is asking the Father, and any conversation between the Son and the Father is something very normal. The Son, he requests from the Father, and the Father requests from the Son. So why Jesus come down to earth? Because the Father requested him to go. Correct?
Correct.
So Jesus, he requests from the Father something to do too. So it's an exchange of request. Is not because he is nobody and the other one is everybody. When we say Jesus, he said, my Father is greater than I. Why? Because simply he is in the flesh. The Father is not. Because simply he humbled himself. The Father is not. For you can see Jesus, but you cannot see the Father. But Jesus said, whoever saw me, he saw the Father. So the greatness of the Messiah, that he is the humble image of God. This is why the Messiah is always keep saying to us, my Father, my Father, my Father, which means everything I have is given to me from my Father. So why the Muslim is asking and questioning why Jesus is asking his Father? Simply because he's the Father. You know, as simple as that. You know, why when I say my Father, that means the Father is the one, is where I'm from. I am from the Father, and me and the Father is one. Whoever saw me, he saw the Father. And the will of the Father is my will. Jesus always in total agreement with the Father, not the opposite. Never disagreement. So, and I'm showing you now in front of you in the screen. I hope you remember it. Chapter 48, verse number 2. Allah is asking who to forgive Muhammad?
Allah.
Allah. It says actually in Arabic, so that Allah may forgive you. But who is the one talking?
Yeah.
They claim that the one who's talking is Allah. But that does not make sense, because
it's a good one.
Yeah, the word may is a wish. Right? Jesus,
all right.
Jesus, he say, may forgive. No, he says, Father, forgive them. He's have a request, firm request. He's not begging for it. Father, forgive them. They don't know what they are doing. And he gave the reason. Here, the author of the Quran, which is a stupid Muhammad, he forgot that he cannot say that. Because if Allah, he's saying, may Allah forgive you, Muhammad, that means Allah, the one is talking, is asking other Allah and making a supplication. This is a supplication. If I say to you now, may God forgive you, what I'm doing? I'm doing supplication to God, asking God to forgive you, correct?
Correct.
But that is accepted from me because I'm nobody and you're nobody, and you need forgiveness, I need forgiveness. So all what is in our hand is ask God for forgiveness. So how Allah is asking Allah to forgiveness and why he is not sure? And what do you mean by saying the past and the future? What kind of God is asking other God for past and future sin? This is a license for sin. And the Muslim, they go around lying and saying that the Vatican, they used to give paper for a sin forgiven, signed signature. This is not what this is really happening. This is like a manipulation of something happened in the past, but it's not what it's them who do that. It is Allah is signing an open license for sin for Muhammad, and the verse in the front of you. In the top of that, if I go right now in the Quran and type the word maybe, you can do that in English, use your language, type maybe, but in Arabic we have the word asa. What kind of God he keeps saying maybe? Like here, chapter 4, verse number 84. Fight for the cause of Allah. So maybe, look at the translation here, in front of you. So it may be that Allah will restrain the evil. So what does that mean? So because Muhammad is not sure what will happen next. But that is accepted if Muhammad saying that, not Allah. So when Allah is saying maybe, it's mean he is not sure. It's mean he's fake, he's not God. This is obviously Muhammad saying that, claiming that Allah. Chapter 4, verse number 99, the same. So maybe Allah, to forgive them. Look at the translation here. For those who there is hope that Allah will forgive them, and Allah is ever. This is not what the Quran is saying. You change the translator, you will find different translation. This is Hilali Khan. Let us see Yusuf Ali, where is, or let us see Khattab, the one the Muslims like him. The Abdul who called me before you like it. Let us see Khattab. Here we go. It is right to hope that Allah will burden them. So to translate the word maybe as hope, but how Allah, he will say there's a hope that Allah will forgive them. But this, but the word here is maybe. Asa is a word mean maybe. Is a false translation. Maybe. See it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and this is goes for all over the Quran. Allah, he keeps saying maybe, maybe, maybe. But this is not possible for God to say, because simply Allah, he knew the future, supposedly is God. And either the Quran keeps saying, if Allah wants something to happen, he say B is going to be. So why Allah keeps saying maybe? Like here, how Allah, he says maybe the end of their life is near. What are you talking about? Aren't you Allah? Maybe the end of their life will be near. You don't know?
He's unsure.
Yeah. So I say those things because what if their life did not end near? I have a cover up. I say, you see, I said maybe. So let me make a prophecy. Trump, maybe he will win and maybe he will lose. So either way, I'm a prophet now. You know?
That's a good one. That's a very good one.
Yeah. So when the Muslim, they speak about what is logical, I mean, they are the last one is logical. It's chapter 17, verse number 8. Asa Rabbukum. What do you mean Asa Rabbukum? Who's talking? Allah. Maybe Allah, your Lord, will show mercy on you. Who is the one talking? Allah.
Yes.
And all of this is not exist. And this is all is not exist. Anything you see between two brackets, the Abdul, they make in Arabic, we we say mahshi, which means like they puff it up, like they push some stuff because the Quran is so stupid. So they add some lines in order to make you so supposedly understand. But even after the line they add, it may be that your Lord will show mercy. What do you mean maybe? Who's talking? Allah. So all the Quran is based, all the religion is based on maybe. Look how many maybe. Maybe is everywhere, you know. So anytime those Abdul, they speak to you about logic and the ability of God, well, tell them that all your religion is based on maybe, for your God do not know what is going. Perhaps, look at this. The Muslim, they try to fix it. They said perhaps it's near. What? Perhaps. Say perhaps it's near. What do you mean? Allah is talking. What perhaps? All of this is a mockery of the one they call God.
CP, thank you so much again for the time. I know that you are a very busy man, and I hope that Jesus continues to bless you, man.
Thank you.
I will also try to listen to your videos a bit more, because I am very new to Discord, and so I will linger from time to time.
You're welcome, and invite your friends to join us and learn, so we can teach the Abdul how to behave.
God's blessing to you, man.
In the Middle Eastern style. Yeah, they don't like me because I use a Middle Eastern style of wiping the floor with them. You know, those Muslims, they make fun of you day and night when you are a Christian. And the second you start spanking them, is that what the Christ taught you? Huh? What happened to turn the other cheek? They make fun of us all day long. They make fun of that sentence all day long. The second you start wiping the floor with them, they say this is not the Christian behavior. So when you behave as a Christian, they make fun of you. They mockery of you. When you behave as a Middle Eastern, they say to you, this is not right. Yeah, no mercy with the wicked one. The Lord, he says, peace to those who love peace, and no peace for the wicked man, the Lord said. All right? Can you show us how good the Quran explain things about such and such? Yeah, well, such and such is just another level of stupidity. Like, you know, I try not to use this because a Muslim right away he will escape if I show it to him. I mean, what is this? So those are the books of knowledge. We used to visit Anas ibn Malik, and he used to talk to us about the Ansar, and he used to say to me, your people did so and such a day, and your people did so and such a day. What? Wisdom. And a Muslim is speaking about wisdom. That is dumb. Ibn Abbas says, I never sees wonder at dogs, sheep, such and such, and number of sheep were slaughtered in year such and such, and number were sacrificed in the Hajj, and bitch of the litter such and such, and number of puppy peach, blah blah blah, such and such. That is a such and such messed up. All right. This is the religion of such and such. I will lease something from you until I reach Mecca, such and such, and payment, and travel to month of such and such, and something that named, I give you such and such. In addition, that did you see anything wrong with it? But that they did not like it and said, and I traveled in the month, more month, and that such and such. I will conduct such and such for you. What is that? And things can get even more messy, you know, the more you get, you know, like in details about something more serious. A man come to Ibn Umar and said, our family make drinks to us by soaking fruit, blah, 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 blah. I forbid you from drinking intoxication, whether it's a small or large number, blah, blah, blah. And then it says a small amount, may Allah bear witnesses, the people of Khaybar. And then the people of Fadak used to make a drink by soaking such and such, and they did cold such and such, but it is Umar, you know, he made listed, you know, from honey. What is that? I don't know. Muhammad now is giving you a teaching about reward. He who killed the Gaigo with the first stroke, for him is such and such reward, and he who killed it with the second stroke, such and such reward, less than the first one, and he who killed it with the third stroke, for him such and such reward. Anyone understand what is the such and such reward is? So what the point of saying the story if you do not tell me what is the reward? But this one is the most hilarious maybe between them. Allah apostle was delivering sermon in the such of in the day of Nahar. A man stood up before the Prophet and said, Messenger of Allah, I did not know that such and such, between two bracket is not in the hadith, before such and such. Then another man come and said, O Messenger of Allah, I thought that such and such should precede such and such. And then another man came and said, oh, Messenger of Allah, I had thought that such and such was before such and such is three of the three. Like, what? Such and such religion messed up to the point of such and such. Anybody understand what's happening? So the God who keeps saying maybe, perhaps, and then such and such, and so and so. So don't forget after we finish to leave a comment of such and such. Don't take it literally, come on. You know, I'm just joking. Leave a real comment. Don't type such and such. Such and such, huh? Any Abdul? Any such and such Abdul, he can defeat us in such and such way? I think the news, they lie. You know, those TV stations, never trust them. They said that ceasefire in Gaza, but there is no ceasefire. Correct? They are lying. Never listen to the Abduls. Their news agency is the same as the Quran and the Hadith. It's such and such. Any Abdul? So listen, Abdul, I'm tired now. This is your best chance to talk, to knock me down by one boxing. Who is Abdul when I come to the stage? It's your best opportunity now. I'm hungry, honest to God. I'm still without food. So I am tired, exhausted. I cannot explain to you except by saying I am in the stage of such and such. So who would like to join us in such a stage in this court and then defeat us and show Allah, bring to Allah victory, because Allah cannot bring victory to himself, but they to God. You know, Allah, he refrained from making miracle. Have you ever heard of a God who refrained from making miracle? Like, you know, you have a wife, she get upset from you, so she refrained from making cake for you. That is understood. But God, he refrained from making miracle. Isn't it everything God do is a miracle? How you can refrain from being miracle? This is against your nature. Is that correct, guys? God, he say, I refrain from making miracle. That is impossible for God. Whatever he do, it's a miracle. Because nobody can do what God can do, correct? Do you see how stupid, you know, the so-called philosophy, understanding of what God is in the Quran? What do you mean he refrain? Anything God do is a miracle. Anything. Because simply nobody can do like it. Miracle is a ability to do something nobody can explain based in the logic of a human being. So I cannot fly unless I use an airplane, but I am not flying really. It's the airplane. It's the engine. It's the engineering. So it's not for me to fly. It's not for me to walk in the water. It's not for me to stay under the water for an hour or 15 minutes. I will die. So if somebody, you know, survive, let us say, a horrible incident, like he fell from the 20th floor and he survived, we call it miracle. Why? Because this is not normal. But even then, we believe that God saved the life of this person because this is not normal. It's not him. A person cannot save himself. So if the Quran confirm that Allah, he refrained from sending miracles because people will not believe in it anyway, that is the clear excuse from a false God, false prophet, his name is Mohammed, trying to find a reason why he cannot provide any miracles. People believe or not, that is not an excuse. Well, God always give miracles. How come now he stopped? What happened? Any Abdul? Like there is other miracles have nothing to do with God. As an example, these days you see women, their eyelashes is so long. Unbelievable. How this happened, I don't know. They are so long. You can even put books. You can use them as a shelf. You can put books there. You can put your coffee. You know, I mean, you can hang clothing there. So there is other things beside. You know, yeah. Any Abdul? Khan Amir is coming back. I don't know what he wants. Let us give him a chance. Last chance.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I hear you, I hear you. Why do you think Allah he refrained from sending a miracle?
The Quran itself is a miracle, isn't it?
See, you just prove Allah is stupid. Because if the Quran itself is a miracle, that means when Allah he said this sentence, he's making a miracle. So how we say refrain from making miracle? It's like saying I am making hummus now, and I refrain from making hummus, but you are making hummus now. How you refrain from driving the car and you are driving the car? So if the Quran itself is a miracle, and in the Quran Allah is saying I refrain from doing miracle, that means the Quran is not a miracle.
What verse are you talking about?
Huh? The Abdul is so slow. Camera, you are in time. Listen, if I claim that the Quran is a miracle and you just said that, and then I am making Quran, which is a miracle, saying I refrain from making miracle. So who made the Quran then? Obviously.
Refraining doesn't mean that you're not doing it at all.
No, he said it mean he did not do it at all. Refrain mean refrain.
I have a question about Christianity.
Do you see the word prevented us? You said you like Khattab translation, right?
Yes.
Do you accept Khattab translation or you don't accept Khattab translation?
Yes, it's clear. Yes.
Okay, clear. It's a clear. Oh, okay. Okay, read for us Khattab translation. You see, you put yourself in trouble. This is your translation. You said you accept. Read it.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Nothing keeps us from sending the demanded signs except that they had already been denied by earlier peoples, and we gave. Yes, so what?
This is saying in front of you in the translation you like. Nothing kept us from sending, which means he did not send.
Yes, it's contextual.
So the Quran is not a miracle, and the Quran is not from Allah then, because if the Quran, if the word of God, if the word of God is a miracle, then Allah he made a mistake here because he is making a miracle, and it's not a miracle no more because Allah saying it clearly that it is he stopped sending miracle. He stopped.
Can I answer? It's a contextual. It's like it's talking to the people that they had received so many miracles. For example, the she camel or whatever.
Name for me one miracle the people of Mecca they receive.
You're using your neighbor's internet. I didn't hear what you said. You're breaking actually a lot.
Name for me one miracle the people of Mecca they receive. Hello? Name for me one miracle the people of Mecca they receive. Do you guys hear me in Discord?
You're cutting. Your friend said that too. All right. Can you repeat it one more time?
Name for me one miracle people of Mecca they received. A miracle they witness, because in order for them to receive it, they have to witness it.
Name for you one miracle that God gave to people?
To Mecca, to people of Mecca.
It's talking about the ones who received the she camel and stuff. Well,
but this
the
is
people
not,
before
but those
them.
are not people of Mecca.
So to the people who received the signs,
who are they, the people who receive? He said to them, he's talking to the people of Mecca, the Arab, that he sent signs and they did not believe. Who are they, those people who receive sign? He mentioned names, nobody witnessed them, nobody even know where they are. This fiction story about she camel was a rock, this is just a joke, no witnesses for it. So when your God, he says, that he refrained from sending miracle, and he claimed that what keeping him from sending miracle, that people don't believe in it. Well, I will use the same example. Why Allah will not send miracle? Because they don't believe. So why he send miracle for those people? He knew they will not believe.
The thing is, you're reading the verse.
Are you saying that your God was surprised that those people did not believe? So he was foolish. He gave them the miracle because he thought they will believe.
I mean, he's giving his blessings by showing miracles.
No. Listen carefully. Listen, don't change. What blessing? Why he will not do a miracle? Because they will not believe. Well, those people, they did not believe. And don't Allah knew that they will not believe. So why now Allah will not, in the time of Muhammad, will not do miracles, but in the time of those people who will not believe, he do miracle. In fact, the whole accusation here is a fraud, because based in Islam, all the enemies of Muhammad, they converted to Islam.
Yes, so it
so
worked.
How they will not believe? So how they will not believe? Why he will not do? Why they will not? Why he's saying I refrain from doing miracle because they will not believe? This is a false prophecy.
If he had sent miracles, perhaps they wouldn't have believed. So he didn't, and people did convert eventually.
No, he said the reason I didn't sign because you will not believe. That means he is predicting that they will not believe. Let me show you how Muslim, when they duct tape, we laugh at them, and why we are laughing at them. Isn't it this is your
Quran?
Quran?
A question about Bible.
Hold on. Isn't it this is your Quran in chapter of Al-Kafirun? Isn't it this is a clear evidence that Muhammad is a fraud? You're a prophet, he said, to disbelievers, I do not worship what you worship. But isn't it that disbeliever believe in Allah and worship Allah?
They eventually, yes.
Okay. Did Muhammad bow down to the daughters of Allah? He did. Did he say their intercession is a must? He did. Let's continue. Nor do you worship what I worship, but isn't it those people later worship what he worship? And I am not going to believe in what they believe. And nor you ever worship what I worship. But you just said, everybody heard you, that all those people converted to Islam. So Muhammad is a false prophet. He just said, you will never ever worship what I worship. And everybody heard you saying that those people converted to Islam, all of them. Guys, did he say that?
According to the hadith I read, yes.
Okay, you said that. I don't care according to who. So Muhammad is a false prophet because he predicted that they will never worship what he worshiped.
I'll look into it, all right. And can we talk about Bible?
No, we cannot. The Bible is not for people who they cannot even understand their religion. You have to leave Islam first.
I'll read into it.
If you leave Islam first, then I will be happy to talk to you about the Bible.
So you don't want to answer a Bible question?
No, the Bible. No, I answer. The Bible says, "Don't throw your jewels under the feet of the pigs."
So somebody asking question about Bible is a pig.
You are not asking questions. You Muslims make mockery of the Bible day and night. So you're not coming here to ask questions.
No, I'm asking a theological question.
But you are escaping what I just showed you. If you admit that your prophet is a false prophet, why you are saying to me, I will look at it, when you already admit that the prophet and the hadith and the Quran say clearly that the pagan Arab will not believe in Islam?
Well, look into it, meaning that I kind of feel that, yes, you are making a point, so I will look into it.
What do you mean I'm making a point? Either it's true or false. Don't you have your brain with you now? What will happen tomorrow? What will happen a year from now? Why you cannot make a decision? It's obvious. This is Quran. This is not, you cannot say it's weak.
Sometimes things look like a certain way, but when the context is something, I don't know the history of this.
So now, look how hypocrite you are. So do you want me to answer you about the Bible, say to you sometime things look in a certain way? Do you want me to play the same game you are playing with me when I answer the Bible? You see, I cannot speak to a liar. For a liar, he manipulate And you want me to give you an answer about the Bible when you yourself, you give me a false excuse, saying sometime you can ask me any question about the Bible. I will say to you sometime it looked different. Hey, here we go. I answer you everything about the Bible. Now I'm using your answer. But I'm not hypocrite like you. You Muslims
Yeah,
are.
you can if you don't know. If you don't know, you're okay
no,
to
you
say I don't
cannot
know.
say. It says it clearly. You will never ever worship what I worship. And you agreed that the people of Mecca, they believed and converted to Islam. In fact, all the Arabian Peninsula. So Muhammad is a false prophet for all those reasoning. He worship what they worship. He bowed down to the three daughters of Allah. He claimed that they will not worship what he worshiped, but he did and they did. He said they will never do so, and they did believe in Islam. So Muhammad is a fraud.
I will look into it because we need talking about the detail.
Look into it and come back to me with the answer, not look into it. Look into it is just a way to escape the embarrassment. You're trying to change topic. No Muslim can play with me. I know you. We have Sage here. How you doing, Sage? You still alive? Sage, last time she called me, she was 24. I'm assuming now she is 28. Is that correct, Sage? Happy birthday. I heard today is your 28th birthday. Is that correct? Yeah, because Sage now is here without makeup. You know? She is 24 with the makeup. Without makeup, she is 28. Without eyelashes, she is 72. Any Abdul? I'm just joking, Sage. Don't take it seriously. You don't use fake eyelashes? Well, your prophet, he put eyeliner many times a day. He says, do you know why your prophet, he put eyeliner 3 times a day? At least. You want to be pretty? Imagine Christian Prince walking in the street and he have eyeliner. And my dad will shoot me dead. With no mercy. You can't play with this guy. Any Abdul? CP is a hit with the ladies? What does that mean? Is that guy attacking me now? CP is a hit with the ladies? That's deep. It's internet. You do not know who is a lady, who is not. It might be Zakir Naik on the other side. You never know. Get some breath. First of all, Sage is not Zakir Naik. He spoke to you and he have a voice of a female. Well, there is a voice changer, Zakir Naik. Don't you know the internet? You can use voice changer. You can make your voice the same as Kamala Harris. Exactly. But he is a female. How you know? First of all, I can tell. How you can tell? Because I can tell. How you can tell? Take the breath. I can tell what I can tell because you cannot tell what I can tell. The Quran said, you will worship what I worship and you will never worship what I worship because you will not worship what I worship and I will never worship what you worship. So you worship not what I worship and you worship not what you worship because you don't worship what I worship. Thank you very much. No, Zakir Naik. This is not what that says. It says, I will eat what you are. I will not eat what you eat and you will not eat what I eat and I will never do eat what you eat because you will not do eat what I eat. I will not eat what you eat because you have your food and I have mine. Exactly. Many Abdul? Yeah, these days on the internet, you know, Andrew Tate, in his video, he said that he used to text men, making them believe that he is a female to give him money. Andrew Tate. He texts men, tempting them to touch themselves, and they give him bitcoins. Oh boy. It means that they like you. Oh, that is not even a good news. You know, I was walking in the street once, and then there is a lady. She was trying to take a picture with her, you know, an older woman, but the girl, she is young. She is maybe 20 something. Yeah. So anyway, I you know, I decide to me, you know, I like to help people. So they trying to put the phone in the on a branch of a tree, and it keeps sliding. So I told them I would take a picture for you. So I took a picture, and then she said, "Thank you." I said, "You are welcome." Then she said, "Your voice is familiar." I said, "Oh." I said, "Where are you from?" I said, "From USA." I said, "I'm from Indonesia." Oh boy. So I did not answer no more. I did not talk. I just turned my back, and I'm sure they were wondering why he left right away. I mean, I just turned my back. She's from Indonesia. She said, "Your voice is so familiar." I said, "Oh, okay. I better shut up, not to talk no more." Next time, if I speak to Indonesian, I will say, "No, do you need help to take picture for you?" That maybe will, or, excuse me, do you like me to take a picture for you? Oh boy. CP is running. Yeah, this is my weakness. Just keep me away from women. This for safety reason. Any Abdul? Hey Sage, do you want to say anything? Anything changed? Did you leave Islam, Sage? Oh, she left Islam. You left Islam, Sage?
Hey, Christian. No, fortunately, I'm still Muslim.
Fortunately? Or unfortunately?
Yeah. No, I mean, the stuff that, you bring up, I don't think they are sufficient to sort of refute the religion as a whole, right? I'm not saying that the religion is perfect. There are some areas that do need explanation. But again, I don't think that it's enough.
Is your God perfect?
My God is perfect.
So how he says such a stupid thing? Read the
Oh,
Quran.
because you're relying on like traditional scholars who are not perfect, and
I'm not
come up
reading
with.
scholars. I'm reading the Quran.
You bring up tafsir.
Allah said to Muhammad, say this, I don't worship what you worship. Isn't it your prophet? He believed and worshiped the gods of the pagan Allah. Read it. Mushrikeen does not mean they don't believe in Allah. They do. Isn't it your prophet? He bowed down to the three daughters of Allah. And then the Arab, they says, Muhammad, he praised our God today in an amazing way. And he bowed down and they bowed down with him. And then when he say, I will never worship what you worship, and he receives satanic verses and he worship what they worship. And then when he says, nor you will ever worship, isn't it all of them they be convert to Islam later? This is a false prophecy.
Why you bring up satanic verses when you know like they've been rejected?
We can go there. No, who can reject it? The Quran confirmed that they are even still there. The Quran confirmed that satanic verses is still there. But before we go there, does it say, nor you will ever worship what I worship? They believe, and all the Arabian Peninsula become Muslims.
This is referring to a specific group of people who don't want to convert, like the arrogant kafirun.
Specific people, who they are, the people of Mecca.
But these are the ones who didn't want to, who never ended up.
They converted, but they converted to Islam.
I know this is directly addressing those who didn't want to.
Exactly.
Obviously.
But they converted to Islam. Like as an example, Khalid ibn Walid. He converted to Islam. Abu Sufyan.
Okay, so you had
mushrikeen
who converted to Islam.
Those people,
right?
No, he said they will never, nor you will ever worship what I worship. Ever.
These are the ones who didn't want to convert.
Exactly, but they later they worship.
No,
So,
oh my God. Okay, so kafirun, right? These are the kafirs who rejected
yeah,
the message.
yeah, but later they convert to Islam.
Not all of them.
All of them. All of them. That's why the Quran says when victory of Allah came, they enter into the religion of Islam like waves.
No, like you had those who died kafirun, right? Like his uncle.
Well, we cannot speak about the one who died, but the one who did not, simply, they convert. That's it. He spoke to all of them, and they converted.
I don't think this is an argument that
as you see, nobody believe in Islam. When the victory achieved in Mecca, all of them, they enter into Islam by waves. He was speaking to the same people, saying, you will never believe in what I believe. But later they enter into Islam like waves. People of who? People of Mecca. Do you see it? Chapter 110. Victory came. They conquered Mecca. All people of Mecca converted to Islam in 2 minutes. So your prophet is a false prophet because he predicted, Allah told him that you will never worship ever what I worship. Why you aren't answering? Are you doing your makeup?
I don't really see this as like a very compelling argument against Islam.
This is what I know about you. You are a very, I don't want to be rude, but you are sneaky. You've never been honest with me, not even a single time. You always, guys, she doesn't see that this is proof that Muhammad is a fraud. Well, this is how you know false prophet. He make a false prophecies. How we know false prophet? He make false prophecies. If I say 1,000 prophecy, and only one of them came to be false, that means I'm a false prophet. If I say 199 they come true, and one of them is false, that means I'm false. But all the prophecies of Muhammad are false, and this is one of them. In the same chapter, actually, here we have many false prophecies, because he said he will not worship what they worship, but we know the story that he bowed down to the idols, and he worshiped Allah and the three daughters of Allah, and they worship with him. So here this is two. And then later all of them, they believe in Islam and they converted to Islam. And then he said to them, you have your religion, I have mine. Lakum dinakum waliya din.
Like the function of it being a prophecy. Where is the indication that it's a prophecy?
Huh? If I say, this is God talking, if I say they will never believe in what I believe, never will. It is about the future. This is what prophecy is about. If I speak of the future, not in the past, that is a clear prophecy. So you will never will worship what I worship, ever.
I think it's just like an expressive thing of like saying, we are different people.
Yeah, Sage, she think it's obvious, but this is what you do. You do your sneaky things. You're not being honest. You see,
just look at the rest of the verse.
When I talk about your makeup, I'm not talking about makeup. I'm talking about the makeup you do here. All what you do, you try to put makeup on the Quran to the point we cannot even read the verses no more. You cover it by the makeup. So even this one is not clear. You will never believe. Never, ever will. So did Allah spoke of the future here? Yes. Did he says that they will never ever? Which means there's no option for maybe? There's no option for maybe.
The thing is, Christian, like if you look at the actual surah, it's clear it's about setting boundaries with the kafirs, right?
No problem, but he said clearly that those kuffar, they will not believe in what he believed. Never. But they believe. They converted. When you're a prophet, he claimed that the baby is created in such a method. Is he prophesying or he is being stupid? What kind of a prophet he say this?
The baby is what? I didn't hear you.
How the baby is created. Is that a prophecy from God or Muhammad being Making things up. Is Muhammad making things up?
Yeah, I know this. I can't explain this. I'm going to be honest with you because I'm not a biology
No, you can explain
major.
it. Why you cannot? Why you cannot put makeup?
No, I don't know how. Wallah, I don't know how embryology works.
You are a lady. You are a woman. You go to school. Like, do you have elementary school?
I do, but I never studied this.
What is your education?
Did I say I'm in law school?
You are what?
In law school.
You are studying law?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh la la. She studied law. Did you study how to beat women? No? Is it okay, as long as you are studying law, is it okay for you to suckle the breast of a female woman?
Me?
Yeah?
If I'm like 2 years old, then yeah.
No. What? No. I'm not talking about you as a kid. You as a woman and suckering the boobs of other women. Is that legal?
In the West?
No. In Islam. What West?
Okay, I'm not studying Islamic law. I'm studying Western. Like, I'm studying a specific Western country's law.
Specific. Okay, so. Okay. Well, here we go. This is your religion. It's teaching the law of Islam. This is Muwatta Malik. If you want to study Islamic law, you have to read Muwatta Malik because it's involved very much with law. Suckling hadith. A man, he's having sex with his daughter because she is daughter from slavery. The wife, she decided to suckle this daughter so the husband will not do boom boom with his daughter. He went to the Caliphate Umar, and the Caliphate Umar told the man to beat his wife and to F his slave daughter. What do you think about such an amazing religion?
So this actually proves that adult breastfeeding is invalid because he's saying suckling was only by the suckling of the young.
Okay.
So that's one thing.
Right.
Secondly.
So why your prophet, he ordered a woman to suckle an adult if this is not valid?
Because these hadiths, right, they contradict. So you'll have hadiths like this saying it's not valid, and then you'll have at least like two or three narrations.
What are you talking about? Your prophet, Umar al-Khattab, he always make fun of your prophet. As an example, your prophet, he says, kissing the black stone erase your sin. Umar al-Khattab, he says, I know that you are a stone, doesn't hurt, it doesn't benefit. I am kissing you just because the prophet kissed you. So Umar, who always make fun of Muhammad, he expose him. And now Umar is saying this is help only in the case of children's. All right. So why Muhammad, he commanded a woman, she is adult, to give her breast to an adult. This woman, when she did this, because Muhammad, he told the Muslim women to do that. Aisha, she practiced that. So how it is invalid? And Muhammad, he commanded. In fact, it was a verse in the Quran.
Yeah, so we discussed this, Christian, last time, but it was basically my opinion that
opinion.
And obviously
your
most
opinion?
scholars.
Your opinion?
No, when I say mine, I don't mean like my own. I mean like what most scholars believe.
Who is it?
And that
who is the most scholars? Give me their names. You keep saying
genuine.
most scholars. There's no such a thing. There's no such a thing. I can show you right now. I can show you right now tons of videos of Muslim scholars speaking that this was the Prophet. In fact, the dean of the Hadith in the Azhar University is the one who made a big interview in TV saying if a Muslim woman, she go in the train, she should suckle every man in the train. I can find you the interview right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know that some of the Shafis and like, I think Sheikh Al-Albani tried so hard to keep this tradition like valid. And they came up with all fatwas.
Did you say tradition?
But in the mainstream,
did you say tradition?
As in, this hadith is sahih, right? So they don't want to reject it because of the usul.
But you just said tradition. That means the Muslim, they practice that for a long time.
No, as in the hadith. When I say tradition,
did Aisha practice it? Did Aisha practice it?
No, he didn't. When I say tradition, I mean
are you
like
sure?
the hadith.
Are you sure?
Aisha didn't practice it. So this is where the issue lies. If you look at the Hadith scholars of this, some of them will argue that it was sort of a mistaken ijtihad that Aisha made, and then she corrected later.
So Aisha, she don't understand what the Prophet meant, right?
Yeah, she wasn't perfect. Like even Ali himself.
So how come Ali did not beat her the same he told this man to beat the wife?
Aisha never did it, by the way. It's the fact that she's apparently
Aisha, hold on. Aisha, first of all, the Quran says that it's forbidden for the Muslims, Aisha, anyway. Why she is ordering them to do that? Because Muhammad, he commanded them to do that. But Aisha, she commanded her sisters to do that, correct? And her nieces.
So that's the hadith.
And her nieces, correct?
So again, just because it was her own interpretation, because the Quran says.
So why the scholars in the time of Aisha, nobody says to her, you are wrong?
They did.
Nobody. I challenge you.
Yeah, that's why the hadiths contradict each other on this topic.
Show me the one who says to her, you are wrong. It was only the women.
No, I'm telling you, there are contradictory narrations.
No, there is no contradictory. It says clearly that Aisha, she commanded her sister, Kulthum, and her nieces to do breastfeeding for anyone when I enter upon them. And that is a Sahih hadith. And this is Al-Albani. And anyway, we do not need Al-Albani. This is Sahih anyway. This is Sahih. All right? So it is so obvious and it is so clear that the Muslim, they practice that. And, nobody oppose it. Nobody. Where is the hadith of Umar saying this is wrong? Where is the hadith of Abu Bakr, the father of Aisha?
Well, the one you showed me clearly shows how it was wrong. It was a mistake, right? Because it was up to 2 years old.
False. Because when you say you showed me, it is a mistake. This is Umar saying it work only for kids. Okay, so why your prophet he command the women to do it? Your prophet, not Umar, he commanded the women to give her boobs to an adult growing man. So if Umar is right, that means Muhammad is a fraud. If Muhammad is right, that means Umar is a fraud. Yes, because they can be both. So tell me, why Muhammad ordered the adult women to give her breast to adult man? Give me a reason.
He didn't order. That's the thing. I'm trying to say the hadith translation process is subject to a lot of error and misattributions to the Prophet.
So anything we show them, even it says Sahih in their books, they say it's subject. Anything is subject.
Such and such and such.
If there is any and such and such, if there is any hadith, is not subject. I'm serious. Do you know anything is not subject?
Yeah, there's a hadith that says, anyone that lies on my name, I can't remember the exact word, but something of that sort. This has been
the one who lie in my name, he will sit in a chair of fire, correct?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Are you sure this hadith is correct?
Yeah, because it's the most apparently mass transmitted hadith.
All right. Did Umar lie in his name?
No.
Who?
Wait, why did he lie in his name?
Muhammad, he says, kissing the black stone erase your sin. Umar, he said, the black stone is useless. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't benefit. So which one of them is telling the truth?
Muhammad said it's beneficial.
Yes. So why you kiss it if it's not beneficial? Why you Muslim kiss it if it's not beneficial? What is the benefit of kissing a stone? Give us the reason.
It could just be tradition.
Huh?
Tradition. Literally, why we do things. This is the
tradition of the pagan. This is the tradition of the pagan. The pagan before Islam, they do that. So you are saying to us that Muhammad is following tradition of the pagan. He's a pagan. They used to kiss a stone. They used to worship stones. And Muhammad, he follow stones. And he got, and the pagan, they do tawaf. The hadith says it clearly, and this is Sahih hadith. We used to worship stones. And we do tawaf around the stones. correct? And you just say this is a tradition. So is it tradition is coming from Allah or coming from the pagan Arab?
I do believe, yeah, I agree that Mecca and the Kaaba and stuff was obviously a tradition before.
So why Muhammad, he kissed the black stone?
My understanding. Again, I think the issue is more like when you start giving these things like an extra benefit, that's when it becomes paganistic. But if the intention isn't to worship these,
you see,
then it's not really.
You are blah blah blah, but you are not answering the question. Why we kiss the black stone?
Why would he do something? Because it was like a tradition. I mean, I don't know how he spoke about
what
the
tradition?
black stone.
Those are pagan. What tradition? So there's no benefit?
It could just be like for social harmony. Like it doesn't have to have like a godly divine.
If we kiss a black stone in the shape of a vagina, we are doing social harmony?
Well, I mean, you know how Muslim Sunnis work, right? We have the concept of like the Sunnah. So you try and imitate the Prophet. That's how they like to sort of do things.
The Prophet was imitating who?
I couldn't tell you myself. I don't know who he was imitating.
See, your religion is not a religion. Is everybody imitating everybody, but nobody knows why. Nobody knows why. You know, one day my dad, he was have a fight with a bunch of people. So it was a house of the neighbors, like in the same area. So my mom, she said to him, your brother is fighting. My uncle is so huge, a giant. He went inside the house. He started beating everybody, including my dad. He did beat my dad. Because when he got angry, he don't see in front of him. He's so giant. He took the column from the thing. He started hitting everybody with the stud of wood, including my dad. You're saying to me everybody is doing what everybody doing. Nobody knows what they are doing. So Muhammad, he came. He found people kissing stone. He just started kissing stone. Muslim, they saw Muhammad kissing stone, so he started kissing stone. You go to the Kaaba, you kiss the stone because everybody kissing the stone, and then your children, they were born. Everybody is kissing the stone because the stone is kissed by before. So now we follow the tradition, and then you claim that you are not a pagan.
Honestly, I didn't want to come up on stage because I feel really like annoying. Like I've debated you for 3 different sessions and I wanted other people to have the chance.
No problem.
So I just wanted to say like, I don't want to like monopolize these convos.
Okay, it's time to take a hike and run.
No, I'm not running, genuinely.
Yeah,
like,
you see,
feel like I'm being
it's an
annoying.
embarrassing. You just admitted that you're a prophet is a false prophet.
No,
He is following the pagan practice blindly, and yet he claimed that he is monotheist and he don't believe in idols, but in fact he is an idol kisser. For the black stone was an idol exist. It is the vagina of the god of fertility, and I can show you the reference. I can show the reference that the Arab before Islam, the Arab before Islam, they used to go around the Kaaba naked, and the women, they go first. They are naked, and then the women, when she have her period, she go around the Kaaba, and then she touch her private part, and then she say a statement, like a prayer. So the god of fertility, he will give her fertility, which means she is going to have a baby. Why? Because this is the stone of fertility, of the god of fertility. Let us see. You see my screen? All right. And now don't tell me Christian Prince is saying. This is the book of Al-Kashaf for Az-Zamakhshari. And here it says, speaking about the black stone.
Gabriel brought him the black stone from heaven. It was said, Abu Kubay gave birth and broke away from it. It was hidden in it during the days of the flood, and it was a white ruby from paradise, but when menstruation touched it in pre-Islamic times it turned black. It was said that Abraham was building and Ishmael was handing him stones, our Lord, meaning they said, our Lord.
The translation is not too much accurate, but you know Arabic anyway. Does it say here that the blood of menstruation touching it made it black? Or I'm making things up? Okay, explain to me what happened. Why the blood of menstruation of women is touching the black stone and it make it black? Your prophet in the Sahih Hadith, he confirmed that the black stone was white like milk, and the sin of mankind made it black. Exactly. So those women who they cannot have babies, they think in their pagan belief that because they committed sin, God is punishing them, so their vagina is not producing. So what they do, because when women she have her period, it means she is not going to have a child. It's a bad sign. So what they do, they go walk naked around the Kaaba, men and women, and then they have sexual intercourse around the Kaaba. And then when the women she arrive in the front of the black stone, she touch her vagina and she put her hand on the black stone. This is what your prophet is kissing. And this is your book. This is not my book. This is not my book.
That is very bizarre. I mean, you know, the pre-Islamic societies were very ignorant and they had very strange, bizarre
But you
ways.
just told me that your prophet is following their ignorant. How he is a prophet
He's not
sent by
obviously
God.
following that practice.
No, he do. Show me one place where your prophet says don't go around the Kaaba naked. Never. Until now, you Muslim, you go around the Kaaba naked. A Muslim man, he's wearing a sheet. He's totally naked. Until now, you are wearing the clothes of the pagan. They used to go around the Kaaba naked, and then when they finish, they give them the clothes you see the Muslim now they are wearing. So there was a business. People make money. You don't go with the Kaaba to your, you take off your clothes. You go around the Kaaba totally naked. And then when you are, you finish certain round around the Kaaba, then you give them a new dresses like the one you see the Muslim now they are wearing. And that's what you do when you do tawaf.
Remember that even before the paganism, this was a thing that was built by Abraham. It was a center of monotheism, and these practices in our belief system, we believe they existed even before it became corrupted into paganism.
Abraham never been in Mecca.
Well, we believe he did, and we have Millat Ibrahim.
No, that's a lie, because the Quran says Abraham never been there. The same Quran says Abraham. The Quran never say. You see, you Muslims are a bunch of ignorant. When the Quran speak about Abraham, is he speaking about the Kaaba? No. It says that he built the Beit. You never heard of, you never heard in Israel Beit Lahem, Beit Hinia, Beit. This is a temple. The temple, they call it Beit. This is not in Mecca. How we can prove that? Here we go. We go to the Quran. We will find that before Muhammad, Mecca never had any warner or a messenger. So how Abraham was there and Ishmael was there, and then the Quran says we never send you before you Muhammad to those people, to people of Mecca. Never we send them to them a messenger or even scriptures. But the Quran says that Abraham have scriptures. Read it. And we had not given to them, chapter 34, verse number 44, scriptures which they could study, nor we send them before you, Muhammad, any warner or messenger. Do you see it? Yeah. So if Abraham was in Mecca and Ishmael was in Mecca, that means the Quran is gone. That's it. Contradiction. The only way that Muhammad is speaking about Abraham building a house, which is mentioned in the Old Testament, a house of worship. So Abraham, he built a Beit. Beit is an Aramaic word, mean house. House of God. You can be even your house. The word Beit mean house. This is not an Arabic word. So the second we say Beit, the Muslim, they say Bait mean the Kaaba. That's false. The Bait have nothing to do with the Kaaba. In fact, there's no proof that even the Quran is about something called Mecca. If you go read the Quran, you will find the word Mecca appear uniquely. Oh, hold on. Chapter 48, verse number 24. Where is this Mecca exist? How we know that this is the same Mecca? To make it simple for you, the Bible mentioned the Garden of Eden, but we have Eden in Yemen. Is that the same one? No, it's not the same one. So there is cities are named after other cities. Mecca is Makkah, which is the temple of in Yemen. In the Yemen, there's a temple. It's called the Temple of Al-Makkah. And according to the Muslims, not only Christian Prince, the Arab, they have many tongues, which mean many dialect. So the letter Ka sometimes can come as Qa. Sometimes the letter Ka, the letter Ma, can appear as B. How we can prove that? We go to the Quran. You will see suddenly that what it's called Mecca become Bakka. Correct? How Mecca became Bakka? You see the translator, the liars. He said Mecca. Nowhere it says Mecca. It says Bakka. If we change the translation, right away we will find Bakka. Where is the verse?
So weird. I didn't know about that. Becca.
Bakka.
So what's your theory?
Huh?
What's your theory of this Becca thing?
This is not a theory, it's a fact. This is
no, as in what do you think it's referring to?
This is the temple of Al-Makkah. Makkah is a temple in Yemen. It is the moon god temple. This have nothing to do with the city which today exists. It's a small, tiny. I mean, look, if you look at the pictures is in the internet of Mecca. Just to show you.
I mean, I don't know. It's like the Quran wasn't revealed in a vacuum, right? So
no, it's built in a vacuum. There's no proof of anything the Muslim they come with. Even Muhammad, nobody knows if he exists. But I don't debate about it because there's no point. If somebody believes in someone's existence, I better debate him about what he believes, not about something, you know. He can play games with it. This is Mecca in 100 years ago. Look, there's nothing. There's nothing. What is this?
Wait, what is this supposed to be?
This is the Kaaba. Just 100 years ago.
100 years ago?
Yes. Because after we have cameras, you know, Saudi Arabia is in the cave time. So everything comes to them in a delay. So this is the Kaaba. Look at this. If Mecca is an ancient city, what is this? What is the ancient? This is the house built by Abraham? What is this? There's nothing. They made a fence. In fact, there's other picture. Hold on. Just to show you. They have a fence as the same one like the cowboy they do for animals. Let me see. Where? Look at this. Oh, this is a new one. Hold on, not this one. I'm trying to show you older images. Look at this one. What is this? This is when they start getting material. They made the fence like the one they use for goats. And then they open stores. It's a market. You see, all of those are stores, grocery, food, chicken. This is the Kaaba. Not what we see now. The oil came and now we have marble. We have massive building because the Kaaba itself is a business. It brings billions of dollars for the Saudi from the foolish Muslims around the world. A person in Pakistan, he spent his life working to save some money to go to the Kaaba because he want to touch the black stone. And he cried in front of the stone because his sin now is going to be whipped out and he will become, he is guaranteed to go to heaven. And the Saudi, they take his money. This is the Kaaba. And the reason they close it, it was because of a pagan, Arab pagan, who decided to close it before Islam. He decided to close the Kaaba. It's a pagan practice. Until now you do it. The roof of the Kaaba never exists. They put the roof because Arab other cities, they used to come and throw garbage inside the Kaaba. There was 26 Kaaba. Go and read the book. It's called Jawad Ali. Jawad Ali is a Muslim.
Book about what?
About Islam. Very famous Muslim.
Okay. But I don't know what point you're trying to make about the Kaaba here exactly.
Everything is fake. If this is a house built by Abraham, by now we should have a great civilization.
Oh, but wasn't it like reconstructed loads of times?
Look, Abraham, he come to the Holy Land, which is in Israel. Look at what they have, and look what they have in Mecca. What happened? What happened?
But I know for a fact that I was taught growing up that the Kaaba was sort of destroyed and reconstructed like loads of times across history.
No problem. The temple of Jerusalem was destroyed and built many times, and Jerusalem itself was destroyed many times. But still, you cannot compare. You cannot compare. There's nothing in Mecca until now. Even with the concrete. I mean, they built 5-star hotels, now they have money. But the Mecca itself is not even good for a goat to sleep in it. If you check the houses in Mecca, you will feel sorry for anyone live there. What is this?
It's a bit superficial now, like because of the aesthetics, you're gonna reject it? Like, what?
What?
You're gonna reject it because of you don't think it looks aesthetic?
If it is old, it have to be ancient. If it's ancient, you have to have civilization. What is the civilization?
Oh.
We have a room. We have a room in the middle of nowhere, and there's a few stores around it, and this is just 100 years ago. So how it was 500 years ago? 1,000 years ago? Nothing. When we speak about an ancient city, if this city exists before Muhammad, and Muhammad was almost 1,500 years ago, will that mean the city is at least maybe 2,000 years old? Is that a sound like a 2,000 years old city? There's no city in the city. All what you have is a fabrication. And you know what happened to the house of Shaitan? The house of Shaitan, which the Muslim, they go and throw rocks in it. It was a small, tiny hole, and there's a column in the middle, which is very weird and very stupid. And they go throw rocks in it. And now they have 6-7 floor building. They even abrogated the house of Shaitan. What happened? Let me try to find you the pictures of the house of Shaitan. You would die laughing. Even Shaitan, he have a new house now? Are we allowed to upgrade? The Kaaba now have concrete. They put concrete roof. They have marble. This is not the Kaaba. Even the location of the Kaaba has changed according to Muslims. Let me show you how your religion is abrogated. This is the house of Shaitan. You can go there, she takes selfie with Shaitan there. I mean, have you ever heard of his religion? Satan and God, they live in the same town. This is how it used to be not long time ago. Do you see it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How the house of Shaitan become today? Do you know?
It cut off.
Do you know how the house of Shaitan look today?
No.
Like a spaceship. I mean, Shaitan is lucky, you know. How many floors? How many? Look at this. Look what happened. Shaitan, he took a mortgage and he abrogated his house. Look, look, look. It's looked like a submarine.
Oh, I know what you're referring to.
Huh?
Oh, okay, I know what you mean now, but...
What is this? Who allow you to change it? If it was like this 100 years ago, oh, this is the grave of Adam. By Adam, you know, we are a tall family, so my grandfather was very tall, very normal. All right. If this is how was the house of Shaitan, small size of fountain, and there is a very cave time, bunch of stones like a column, and we throw rocks at it, and this is just 100 years ago. How the house of Shaitan become a big villa with many floors? Not only like, it's not only this. If you see inside, you will die laughing. Look at this. Hold on. There's many floors. Every floor is like this. Look, look, look. You go first floor, second floor, seventh floor. So all those are floors for the house of Shaitan. You throw your rocks. There's a trucks underneath. They take the rocks. Why they did that? Because they say to you, well, Mecca, the old Mecca, it cannot handle all those people. We have to upgrade. So your God do not know that this will not work. They cannot even accept Muslims to come to visit Mecca no more because there's a limit. Otherwise, people will die. So why Allah make it obligatory for every Muslim to come during his lifetime at least once? If you calculate the number now, there's no way you can make it in your lifetime unless you get lucky. What is this? Thanks to the American, they made concrete. So now this is the house of Shaitan. Right? How that can be accepted? So how we can convince people, instead of throwing the stones where Muhammad used to throw it here, go and throw it there? How we do that? So if I say the Kaaba is not the Kaaba, well, here we go. I mean, the place of the stone is not the place of the stone. They change everything. And God knows how it was 500 years ago. I mean, this is 100 years ago, before when the camera happened. So now the Kaaba is flourishing because there's oil, more money is coming to Saudi Arabia. They start having, you know, transportations, cars is coming. So before, people used to go by the camel. It's very tough journey. People die in the street because of the heat. So now things is getting easier. And look at this. This is a very clear pagan cult. In a 1,000 years from now, the Muslim, they will throw rocks by tablet, by the internet. They will kiss the black stone from the internet. What is this? We upgrade our religion. We upgrade the house of Shaitan. Moderate house of Shaitan. Did Shaitan approve that, or what do you think, Sage? Do you think Shaitan is happy that they put this roof or concrete? Aren't we pleasing Shaitan now? I mean, instead of destroying the house of Shaitan, we build it bigger.
No, we're actually doing the opposite, because what we're doing is we're increasing the capacity for people to worship Allah. So actually we're doing exactly what Shaitan doesn't want.
Look what happened. So you worship Allah by throwing rocks at Shaitan. You are visiting the house of Shaitan. Same time, you just said that the house of Shaitan and Allah live in the same town. And do you really believe Shaitan is there?
I believe that it serves a wider purpose, and that is to get Muslims to be God conscious.
But isn't
So the
isn't
ritual itself.
Shaitan as a Muslim? Why you are throwing rocks at Shaitan if he's a Muslim?
Shaitan isn't a Muslim. Iblis.
Are you sure?
He's a kafir. Like
Shaitan
obviously.
is a kafir?
Well, that's why. Well, are we talking about Iblis or?
Yeah, the first Shaitan.
Yeah, because
no, the first Shaitan is not a kafir.
He knew the truth, and because of his arrogance,
no,
he rejected.
He believed in Allah and he worshiped Allah. Read the Quran, chapter 15, verse number 39.
Oh yeah, but then he obviously, yeah, he was initially.
No, not he was. No, he is. See, Shaitan. Now, after Allah misled Shaitan, Allah is the one who misled Shaitan. Shaitan is not a bad person in Islam. Shaitan is a victim, and Allah misled him. And because he misled him, he says, oh my God, so he believed in Allah, he worshiped Allah. Because you misled me, I shall indeed adorn path of error to them. I will mislead them. Allah, he agreed. And then he said to him, okay, we have a deal. Except the one who they are guided. And this is alone proof Muhammad to be a fraud. Why? Because Shaitan misguided Muhammad too. So when the Quran says that Shaitan have authority to misguide all mankind except the chosen one, who are the chosen one? Ibaduka al-mukhlisin, those who they are decent servants, slaves. So how Muhammad was deceived by Shaitan? That means Muhammad is not one of those decent. So Shaitan is a believer. He worship Allah. And Allah agreed with him. He said, this is a way which will lead straight to me. We agree. We have a deal. Shaitan is just working for Allah, not the opposite. And Shaitan is not a bad person in Islam. He was deceived by Allah. He was misled by Allah.
He was misled by Allah.
Yeah, it says in the front of you guys, as
He's
she's laughing.
saying, yeah, that's what Shaitan is saying. We know the story.
No,
right?
Allah
The
agree
story
with
is
him.
different.
Allah agree with him. Allah agree. He did not say, I did not mislead you. Did Allah say to him, you are stupid? I did not mislead you.
Ridiculous.
If
Oh my
I
God.
say to you, you mislead me, and then you agree with me, that means you mislead me.
You didn't agree with him.
What?
Who said he agreed with him? Like, we know why.
He agreed
like,
with him,
Shaitan.
yes. He said, this is a good deal for me. هذا صراط على مستقيم. We have a deal. This will lead straight to me. This is great. This is what your God said. If in the story of Adam, the first man who was deceived, who deceived Adam, Shaitan or Allah?
No, wait, deceived Adam.
When Adam was deceived and he disobeyed Allah in the garden, was he deceived by Allah or by Shaitan?
Shaitan.
By Shaitan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Allah mislead Shaitan. Shaitan mislead Adam. And this is why we see your prophet, and this is a very authentic hadith, saying that Adam and Moses, they have an argument. Moses, he said to Adam, because of you we are out of heaven. And all of those are sahih, as you see, al-Bukhari. So Adam, he said to Moses,
To bow down to Adam, and hence he refused to submit to God. And that's why he ended up being condemned.
Well, first of all, the verse you are quoting for me in the Quran is stupid, because Allah, he commanded the angels to bow down to Adam. He did not command Iblis. Iblis is a genie. The angels are not genies. So the Quran, again, making a stupid mistake. But look what happened here. Moses says to Adam, because of you we are out of heaven. Adam said to Moses, you are an idiot. You blame me for fate and destiny written for me 40 years before my creation. So all of this was not Adam and Shaitan, it was Allah who decided to mislead Adam. It's Allah. And your prophet agreed with Adam, saying that Adam, he won the argument 3 times.
But this narration is
It's Sahih.
quite laughable.
This is
Quite
Al-Bukhari.
laughable.
This is
Yeah, I know,
Al-Bukhari.
but it's Abu Huraira. Like, you have to take it with a grain of salt.
So now Abu Huraira is come back. All the Sahih hadith is coming from Abu Huraira.
Not all of them, but these ones especially pertaining to matters of the unseen.
Listen,
like
all
he's
those
borrowing from
hadith, look how
traditions.
many times is repeated. All of it, it says authentic, authentic, authentic. Only for you, it's not authentic.
No, like the stuff on like these kinds of like, you know, things on Bani Israel, he does borrow them. It's
So
like well known.
so those hadith are authentic and they are in Al-Bukhari and they are in Muslim, and now we have to accuse the Jews. The Jews, they made this hadith. The Jews,
No, they didn't make
the Jews, they made the hadith. They forced the Muslim to write it, and they forced the Muslim to believe in it, and they forced them to say it's authentic. The Jews.
I don't believe in conspiracy theories.
You do. You
but
just say it. You just said the children of Israel. You accuse them.
he's borrowing, or whoever this.
If he
like
is
these
borrowing,
narrations are
that
being
means he's a
borrowed.
liar. That means you should not accept anything he's saying. So why you scholars accept what he's saying? Who is the one of them is saying this is not correct? Look, this is all authentic. All of this repeated many times in Sahih Muslim al-Bukhari. This is the most authentic books for Muslims. All of this.
It's so obvious these are like stories that were like just being circulated.
You see, circulated. Isn't it the Quran circulated too? Everything you have is circulated. You don't have a book. Muhammad did not give you a book. He never wrote a book. According to the Muslims, Uthman is the one who wrote a book, and he ordered them to burn all other Quran because obviously disagree with each other. If they are in agreement, he will not burn them. The first one who burned the Quran is the Muslims.
Is it because of like dialects?
What dialect?
From what I remember.
Isn't it your prophet, he said that the Quran sent to him in 7 letters? So if Muhammad, he claimed that my people will not be able to handle it, that means the 7 dialects are needed. And by the way, there's hundreds of reading of the Quran. Hundreds, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 5. You know, the Muslim, they say the 10 small and the 10 big, and what is this? Because the Quran, each one of them is different. It is your prophet who could be asking Allah to send him more Quran in different way, because he claimed that the small tiny city of Mecca, they are stupid, so they need 7 Quran in order to understand the Quran. So where is the 7 Quran? And this is Sahih. So what you will do now, anything is embarrassing as usual. You say the Jews, Netanyahu.
No, this.
It is a Trump. It is a Trump. I'm very sure that the one behind these stories is Donald Trump. It's obvious. Yes. I mean, who's going to be? Biden? He don't remember his name. It can't be him. So it must be Trump. You know? Yeah. It was his economy plan. That's why he's building a big project now in Mecca for the Muslims, so people, they can go and do Hajj, big hotel. Yeah. Partnering with the Crown Prince. I would talk to him. He can give you like a nice jacuzzi there.
I want my jacuzzi in Al-Aqsa Mosque. No, I'm joking.
No, jacuzzi, the best jacuzzi, if you want to have a real jacuzzi, you do what the Prophet did. Do you know what your Prophet did?
No, I don't.
He take jacuzzi with dead dogs and women blood from period and stinky garbage. Did you try that?
No, but thanks for the recommendation.
I'm serious.
Maybe you should let me know how it's like before I try it.
Why not? Are you ashamed of your prophet? Tradition. You said to me tradition. You kissed the stone because tradition. So you should do this. It's tradition. Huh?
I've never seen this hadith. Give me a sec to read it.
Does it say that your prophet, he do wash himself doing ablution in a water, small tiny body of water in the size of a jacuzzi, full of rags of menstruation, flesh of dogs, not one dog, and it is garbage thrown in it. He said, sure. Indeed, water is pure. Nothing make it impure.
Oh, of course, because you know, wudu is a spiritual purity. It's not a actual like. It's not meant to be to be clean, right? It's illusion.
So okay, guys, it's not meant
It's
to
not
be
a
clean.
shower.
So now what we did, if it's not meant to be clean, so why I'm taking shower or washing myself with dead dogs' blood?
No, it's not about washing. Because that's why when you don't have water, you just use soil or you use like a rock.
Do you put the ablution water in your ears? Yes.
Not inside the ear, like
You
you
do.
just.
Do you put the ablution in your nose? Yes, you do. Do you put water in your mouth? Yes, you do. Imagine water have dead dogs, when a blood from period, and garbage thrown in. Even in Arabic it says nothing, the stinky garbage. And yes, your prophet saying this is pure. I mean, this guy, if he exists now, he would destroy the world if people follow him. What kind of a savage, trashy person he is?
It's not pure, like hygienically, but
he said it's
what he's
pure.
saying is spiritually, it
What?
won't go against your prayer.
Okay. Guys, it's spiritually. Nice to meet you.
It won't.
It's time for you to go. It's too much spiritually lies. Thank you very much. This is a spiritually, guys. Dead dogs. So what your prophet says, if a dog lick your dish, you have to wash it 7 times. How we have to wash it 7 times just because of his tongue? And then we have a dead dog. Not only one, many dead dogs. It's okay. How come if you want to pray, you have, if women they have period, you cannot pray, and your Muhammad is praying by touching women blood from period, and their rags is all over his head. Dunkar, your mic. Are you there? Yeah, it doesn't invalidate the prayer, guys. This does not invalidate the prayer. But if a woman walk by, invalidate the prayer. If you touch the women, invalidate the prayer. But women of blood from period does not invalidate the prayer. And stinky garbage does not even they call it bi'ru bid'a because it is the will of garbage. This is where people throw garbage in it. And it's very small, tiny, to the point it does not even reach your pubic area. Read it. It below the private part of the body. Small, tiny body of water is not a well where the water coming off from. It is a water, it's a low ground where the water of the rain come and the water of the sewage from the houses come. All right, this guy is not even here. Anyway, guys, I have to go and do ablution. I have dead dog in my bathtub and women rags from menstruation and stinky garbage. And I heard that this is good for skin and hair. I want to take care of my hair because I like to look like Harry Potter. So if you want to have a healthy life, you will never get infection. Just do what the Prophet did, stinky garbage. Look, even in their translation says, stinky thing or thrown in. All of this in a water have a size of a bathtub. And Sage, she said, what the problem? What the problem? Yeah, it's a pure, it's a spiritual thing, spiritual. Jump in the sewage, it's a spiritual. I like your spirituality. Hey Sage, I don't know what your husband would do when do you smell bad so bad, really? Because your husband, he would say, why you have a blood menstruation rags on your head? I said, oh, I just took shower. Oh, but isn't this a dirty? No, this is spiritual. Yeah, spirituality in Islam involve women rags from menstruation. Oh, look! There is a leg of a dog in your shoulder. Oh, it's okay. Hold on. This is the tail too. In my bra. Okay, let me take it off. Why you have a dead dog's meat in on your body? Oh, it's so, don't worry, it's a spiritual. Water is always pure. Nothing make it impure. You know, you are making a big story about nothing, you know, nothing. Oh, look, there's a condom on your head. This is from the garbage, stinky garbage. What the condom is doing, I don't know. Maybe it's your condom. I mean, this is spiritual. So those people, they lie to their teeth, trying to duct tape the one who is covered by duct tape like a mummy. You know the mummies? You know the mummies, right? The mummies, they look exactly like Muhammad, covered by duct tape. Muslims, they bought all the duct tape in the world to cover their prophet, the mummy. This is how Prophet Muhammad looked like now. They do anything to duct tape the false prophet. Am I saying the truth? Prove me wrong. Who dare? I mean, the guy can't even talk. What is his face? The mummy Muhammad. Muhammad is like a screen door, have a billion hole in it, and the Muslim trying to convince us that he can keep water inside. My voice is muffled? Is it? Okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just put the duct tape over your speaker, you will be fine. What Zabril control me? Are you kidding me? Zabril cannot control me. In order to control me, there's one of two things you can do. Either you take hair from the anus of the man according to the Prophet, or you get him married. Either those are not happening. Oh boy. Prophet Muhammad, he knows everything. Water is always pure. Nothing make it impure. Why, what the heck is that? Shish kebab religion. Hummus. You know? Unbelievable. But what we can do, I mean, the duct tape mummy, I mean, mummy, oh mommy. Oh mommy blue. Oh mommy blue. Oh mommy. Now I know why this song exist. They made it for Muhammad, the mummy. And the Muslim, they think if they put a wig in Muhammad, Muhammad will look better. Look at this. Seriously. Wow. That is a Prophet Muhammad. No, Prophet Muhammad, he stink according to the hadith. Let us take it away, otherwise you guys, you will have a bad dreams. Many of you are sensitive, case sensitive. Look, we close the mummy, we see the grave of Adam. Islam is the truth. All of this is proven by scientists. This is Adam there. Adam is, look how tall he is. All of this is proven scientifically, you know. And look, the Muslims are praying to Allah in the top of the grave of Adam, Prophet Adam. You know, hey Muslim, why you don't like make a train there? I mean, can we walk really? I mean, it's so long. And look here, this is the same Adam and the same Eve, but in different country. They have a grave too. And what is those, you know, green things? And is that the laundry of Adam when he died? Like he died, he was doing the laundry. What is that? Is that the underwear of Eve? She used to wear a green panties, huh? Look how many panties, subhanallah. And what do you have over the grave? Like, will you put the blocks from Home Depot? And what is that sheet? That is a sheety grave. Why this guy here have a marble? The same Adam, he have marble here. And then the same Adam, he have dirt. This is not fair. Look, look, this is the other one. Oof, 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 oof. Whoa. Which one of them is Eve? Which one of them is Adam? I bet you if you open the grave of Eve, you will find makeup, hair comb, séchoir, hair coloring, nails, the tools, high heels. I mean, this is how we know who is. You do not even need to think about it, Yeah. This is the tomb of Habil. Why Habil is so short? Hold on, hold on. Look, 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 look. This is the tomb of Habil, Abel. And the Muslim woman there, look, she is touching the grave because she will receive a blessing. But why? What happened? Why is so short? And why he's fat? And they have a rag in Arabic in the top of the grave of Habil saying, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi laraji'un. It's a true reason. And look, the Muslim, they found the footstep of Prophet Adam in Sri Lanka. This is his footstep. But this is the temple of the Buddhist. The Muslim, they want to hijack the temple and they will take it from the Buddhist, claiming that this is the footstep of but Muslims. Where is the other step? So Adam, he landed with one foot. Maybe he lost his other foot in the Afghanistan war. Our grandfather Adam was 1 foot guy? Or because he's monotheist? Now I understand. He have one hand too. One hand, 1 foot, 1 penis, and 1 balls. That makes sense. Now we are getting closer. Not like my grandfather, he have 3 balls. Because, those Christians are not monotheist. What a stupid religion. It's possible, it's possible. Everything is possible. Yeah. Yeah, true stories. And Muslims don't lie, man. This is the footstep of Adam. He was very heavy, man. He was very big, and big and beautiful. But those Christians, they make mockery because they are stupid. They don't understand. Yeah. What else? What else? Hazarat. Look, there's a new grave of Adam. I just found a new grave. This is Prophet Adam. Oh, sorry. This is Abel's son. This is Abel, not Adam. This is Abel. They cover him by red. Why? Because he's a bad boy. You Muslim visiting the grave of the bad. How come their bodies is scattered around the world? What happened? Maybe Adam, before he died, he farted. And his kids, they are everywhere. They build those graves, fake graves. So the poor Abdul, they come and they donate and they give money. Look, this is another grave for Habil. Abel. In Syria. That one before it was in Pakistan. The other one is in Bangladesh. This one in Syria. And those are Syrian Muslims coming to receive the blessing. There's nothing in Turkey? Aman Rabbi Aman. This is the grave of who? This is the tomb of Job. Muslim, they have all the graves. Look, look, look. This is the grave of Job. If. He was short, huh? And fat. I don't know, it looked like a swimming pool. And what are you burning behind him? Is that a wood for like the smell? Yeah, Job, he liked to smell good, you know. I mean, what you will lose? Yeah. This is the grave of whom? This is the same guy, but different location, different country. Look, this is Job too. All right. Who is this guy? This is the same Job, but different. I mean, their graves are all over the place, man. This is a prophet Saleh. They have the grave of a prophet Saleh. Who is Saleh? This is the grave of who? No, it doesn't say. You Muslims are weird. You have a grave of everybody except me. I feel jealous now. Idiots. You know, when I was in the army, you know, I went for a while. So I came back, and the Muslim, they spread rumors that the Christian prince was killed or he died. So I came and I opened Paltalk and I found a chat room. It says celebrating the death of Christian prince. This is the grave of who? 64-meter long. Grave of who? I don't know. It doesn't say. Oh, this is Adam, but this is a different place. Look. This is Adam, a grave in different country. Look at the sandwich from the subway. Man, oh man. How long, how beautiful. Hey Adam, I mean, who buried you, man? And look, they build a building in the top. I mean, the Muslims are homeless everywhere, and look at this huge building in the top of the... Yeah, because you cannot make the grave see the rain and the sun. Adam will get hot. He's hot already. Ask our grandmother Eve. He used to do boom boom every day. You want him to be more hot? That's why we have to cover him. Yeah, I'm going to open a grave in USA for Prophet Adam. You know, let us see. I want to be my partner. We spread rumors in Facebook that we found the grave or we found the penis of Prophet Adam. And we tell them, you cannot say it haram, private part. If they say open, let us see. Haram la? Shame on you. Walak. How dare you? And then we receive a lot of donation. We will have 5 in every door. We will make many doors, you know. Like the first door, you see his foot. Like this area, there's a foot. You pay $10 to see the foot, $20 to see to the knee, etc. So we can make more money. What do you think, guys? Is that a good business? You know? Who wanna join me? And then we can ask Andrew Tate to join us, you know, and we do like entertainment. Women, they have their camera open, their legs is open, and Adam, you know, and they will say to them, look what happened to Adam, he was watching us. Oh boy. And look, they have Quran, rags have Quran in it. Look at the flower. Do you see the flowers, guys? Do you see the flowers on the floor and the side of the wall? Mentally ill people. You know, I mean, look at this. How much they fool them. They have flowers for Adam. Man. Hey guys, when I die, please put a sign in the top of my name, Prophet Adam grave is here. So Muslim will bring shish kebab, falafel. We accept all kind of donation. Falafel, shish kebab, hummus. Oh boy. Stupidity is amazing. Yeah. And those people believe in it. They believe in it. This is the grave of whom? What? I mean, the subway is smaller. The tunnel of Hamas is smaller. And what is this at the end? Why it's so wide? Is that his head? His head was so big, huh? Look at the end of the picture. You see this sheet, big, wide. I think his head is here. So he was so skinny, all the way like 200 meters away, but his head is so big. So beautiful. Who can beat that? Nobody. Can you? Let us be honest here. I mean, let us be honest, seriously. You know? Look at the flowers, look at... Oh boy. Lord have mercy. Yeah, you might find more, if you search yourself, you might find more graves from the Abdul. And you will be surprised. What a beautiful lesson. I mean, we have to come to a conclusion. Guys, is it time for a conclusion? Hey, by the way, I heard that some of you don't like my accent. Is that true? Why you don't like my accent? What's wrong with my accent? Should I switch? Speak like a... First of all, my accent is better than your accent. Abdul, what are you talking about? You don't even have an accent. You spit. First of all, I don't spit. My wife, she said, you are a spitty machine. But he is lying. Because women, they always lie. Okay, what she lie? I mean, look at you. Just keep distance. Keep distance. I am giving distance. Because simply, my spit is used in Bangladesh for irrigation. For what? Irrigation. May Allah irrigate you. Oh boy. Anyway. Yeah, my accent. What I can do. Do we have any Abdul? I'm tired, Muslims. I have to go soon, like 6 hours from now. So if you are a Muslim and you like to debate me, I have only 6 hours left. Take your opportunity before it's too late. One CP in the hand is better than 10 in a tree. Anyone? Okay, guys, you like my accent. I get it. I don't like my accent. I don't know, English is very, very weird. Accent. What? Don't even think about it. You know? Any Abdul? Now, I hope after we finish, look how generous you are in the chat. Why there's nobody is generous in the comment? You see, we don't talk about donation. We don't ask you for anything. At least donate a comment. Like, you know, can't you? I stay for many hours losing my voice, shouting with the Abdul, showing you reference, you know, non-stop, and we have a good time. Donate a comment, please. Okay, please donate a comment, please. My voice make you happy? That is a bad symptoms. My voice, according to Muslim, make them depressed. So how can my voice make you happy? Something is weird. Yeah, the majority don't. You know, the majority, they don't even go to the previous video. We have what, maybe 500 comment by now. That's it. So, you know, very few they are commenting. Yeah, anyway. Dunker Wolf. Well, I invited you, you did not talk, Dunker Wolf. Go ahead. Dunker, are you there? Dunkeler. Sound like German. I am still awake? No, 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 no. I'm like Prophet Muhammad. I go to heaven when I am asleep. I came back and I saw 7 heaven when I am asleep. Yes, Dunkeler, go ahead. I don't hear you. Why you are faking your voice? Are you an ant? If there's an ant in your pant? Okay, take a hike. What happened to you? Your mother-in-law sitting on the top of you and your voice is not coming? And she have 1 mile butt? May Allah butt you. Do we have any Abdul? Well, you guys keep laughing. Show respect. What's wrong with those people? Crazy people, you know, those Christians? Weird, weird. What's wrong with you? Do you want your mother-in-law to sit in the top of you and she have a big butt? Put yourself in his shoes. His voice is not coming. Oh boy. What's wrong with my vocabulary? You speak English better than my English? You know? In fact, we are the Arab, we are the founder of English. Shakespeare, his real name is Shakespeare. His real name. He's an Arab. Shakespeare. Check it out. Al-Qaddafi was making a speech. He said that Shakespeare is an Arab. His real name is Shakespeare. And he claimed that democracy, the word democracy, is coming from the Arabic language, which is democracy, which means bring the chairs. That's deep. And the same guy who speak about democracy coming from Arabia, anyone who oppose him, he cut his head. But we are the one who made democracy, brother. Yeah? True story. Any brave Abdul? Anyone? Look like we are out of customers. My 4 wives need attention. I think this guy is spying at me. How he knew that I have 4 wives? That's sound fishy. Man, you cannot hide a secret these days. But I have a bad news. I am a prophet. This is why I can have 13 wives and 25 wives, unlimited. Theo. Go ahead, Theo. What do you want to say to us?
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Christian Prince.
Hello.
I'm a Christian, but I just had a couple of questions. Is it okay if I ask them?
What do you think about Muhammad?
Well, I think he's a false prophet, and I really enjoy like watching your show. It was hilarious hadiths, like when he was watching himself with dead dogs. Man, I couldn't stop laughing when I heard it the first time.
What? Which one? The dead
I'm just
dogs.
saying that
The dead dogs
were really funny.
Yeah, but you know, those dead dogs are from big families, you know. Not like the normal dogs. Those are very nice dogs. So when Muhammad he takes shower with the dead dogs, those are very, very high quality dogs. I heard their last name is Chihuahua. Anyway, so what do you want to say to us?
Dead dogs.
Yeah. So what do you want to say?
I just had a couple of questions. Is it okay if I ask?
Couple? Are you going to give me 2 questions at a time?
Well, it's just one question, but it's about 4 words in the Quran.
Okay.
Like it's about Arabic.
All right, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay. I asked my question. I just wanted to say thank you a lot for the work that you do and for the videos that you make. As you really share a lot of information with us and you don't charge any money for it. And the information that you have is like super exclusive. I just want to say thank you for the work that you do.
You're welcome.
Okay, so my question is, when I watched your videos, I noticed that you often point to the fact that Allah is a deceiver because the Quran says so, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and my question is, oh, I recently started learning a bit of Arabic with your videos. But my question is, does the word makara really mean to deceive, like to lie?
Yes, you can go and check even the dictionary, you know. Like in Arabic we say الثعلب المكار, speaking about the fox. Al-Makkar, which means the deceiver, because a fox is a very famous animal that he deceive, like he deceive you when you hunt, he deceive you, like it happened to me once. We shot at the fox, he lay down in the ground, he acted as if he's dead, but he's not. So the word makar is specifically is a negative thing about someone is so smart, but in evil way, not in a good way.
Uh-huh. I see. I mean, I have a dictionary.
The second you say to someone, you are a makar, yes, you are saying to him you are smart, but you are saying to him you are evil.
I see. Well, I have a Arabic dictionary at home. When I looked at this word in the dictionary, it says that the meaning is to deceive or to like create a evil plan, basically.
Yeah, it's just to make someone believe in something false, so you can accomplish something from behind that. Like I make you believe in, let us say, scammers. You know, scammers is a makar. Why? He make you believe in something in order to gain something which is will destroy you maybe. So like he call an old person, say to him, I am from the bank. This is kind of a makar. So he's smart, he have a plan to deceive you, but the deception he is doing is not for fun, is to hurt.
I understand. Thank you for the explanation. Well, what about like, so I was just trying to read some verses in the Quran just to see for myself like what kind of words it uses. And I noticed that when it speaks about Satan, it uses a different word. I don't know how exactly it's pronounced. I think it's pronounced khada.
Khada is other word in Arabic. But you know, in order to give you a better answer maybe, let me see, there's a hadith, maybe I can find it.
Okay.
And you said you are studying Arabic now?
Yeah, I'm learning. Yeah.
All right. Here we go. So here, we don't care for the hadith itself, but we are trying to show the language, right? What the language mean. So here, we see this in Arabic. This is durar. Here it says, if you know a little bit of Arabic, it says mal'un man darra mu'minan aw makara bihi. It's cursed the one, you see the word makar? Is it clear?
Yeah, I see.
Let me see if I can find it in the English translation. Give me a second.
Yeah, I think it means deceiving with something, right? Bihi.
Yeah, that's why Muhammad is cursing the one. He is saying, curse the one who do makar. So look what is even the Muslim translation saying. Cursed are those who do harm a believer or plot to do so. So makr is what? Is a plot to hurt. See it? And this is the word in Arabic. So if a Muslim argue with you, says this is not what it says, you can get them busted easy. All right?
I see.
Okay.
What about the word khada? Is it like a different kind of deception or something?
Khada is the same. Khadi'a is a somebody, fooling somebody. This is why Muhammad, he says, war is khuda. Al-harb khuda, which means deception.
What is al-harb?
Harb mean war.
Oh, okay.
See? This is the word khuda. You see it? War is deception. And this is the word in Arabic, khuda.
I see it.
In Arabic, you can add the letter ya before a description, a noun, like deception, that will make it a verb. So yakhda, by adding the letter ya, that will make it, you are doing it now, make it a verb.
Yeah,
but
it's
just
like
by adding,
fa'ala is to do and yaf'al is somebody's doing something,
yeah,
right?
so you just add the letter ya, and that will make it deception, as an act of deception, which means you are doing it now. It's a verb. It's a continuous verb, deceiving. This we see the word yakhda here. It's the same word I just showed you, but here it says yakhda, which means he is deceiving now. And the Muslim, they translate it as a cheating in this hadith. Cheating by deceiving. See it? So here the word yakhda. All right? Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Is it okay if I keep asking?
You guys, sorry,
like
the people in YouTube, they cannot see the screen. It's my fault. Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry, it's my fault. Now you can see it. People in Discord, they can see it. All right, no problem. So this is what the word yakhda mean. You see, I have a channel to teach Arabic. You can learn there. I make it very simple for anyone to learn Arabic, because I don't teach as Arabic teacher. The Arabic teachers, when they teach, they make it so complicated, and they will make you even more confused. So for me, like right now, I just taught you, you add ya before any noun, that will make it a verb. Or let us say past tense, we make it like akil. Akil is a word mean food. You add letter ya, that will make it yakul, which means eating. So Arabic, Arabic can be very easy if you have a teacher who can make things simple. Like by understanding a certain rule, you can really increase. You do not need to remember like the verb and the noun and etc. You remember the noun, and then just you add a letter, and then you got a new sentence. All right.
You said you have a channel where you teach Arabic. Is it like on YouTube?
Arab for Christ. There is a series of Arabic class for free.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, and you will see the number there is 666. I think I chose that one because this is the language used by the devil.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
Yeah. Is it okay? I have like 2 more words that I wanted to ask you about.
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay. So another word that is used in the Quran talking about Allah is yudal, right? It's like to deceive also.
Right.
I checked my dictionary and it seems like yudal means like to make someone get off the right track or something like that. Like you have your way and then you get off the way. That is what yudal means.
Yeah, but when we speak
is it really like deception?
It is deception, because if you are going to Los Angeles and I put a sign in the highway to make you go in direction of New York, isn't this what deception is?
Yeah, it is.
I just make you go to the other side of the country, So this is deception. So as an example, the Quran have many verses in there. It says that Allah, He deceive who He will and He guide who He will. You know, like as an example, chapter 16, verse number 37. It says, Allah, He guide not the one He deceived. I mean, that's very funny. So Allah, He guide not the one He deceived. Why Allah will deceive anyone?
Chapter 16, you said?
It's chapter 16, verse number 37.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Allah, He guide not the one who He misguide. That is stupid because that is an act of shaitan, Satan. All right. In chapter 16, the same chapter, verse number 93, it says, if Allah will, He will make you one nation, but He do deceive who He will and guide who He will. You see it?
Yeah, I opened it on my phone.
And the Muslim, they try to fix it. They say, He sent astray whom He wills, and He guide who He will. But sending astray, even though they're trying to make it look nicer, is the same as deceive. Who is the one send you astray? Allah. Allah. So what shaitan he do for a living? Nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the reason why I'm asking about all of this...
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the main reason why I'm asking you about all these words is because after watching your video, I wanted to find a couple of verses maybe in the Quran where the same verb is used for Allah and Satan, because that would be very strong. But I noticed that about Satan it uses khada, and about Allah it uses all the other words like hawa, yudil, and makra. You know, aghwaytani.
Aghwaytani, yeah, aghwaytani. All of those words is just description of deception. You know, it's not really something too much different. You know, like it's the same. It's just like different word. You know, khada'a, even lying. You can use the word lie, because all of this is based on lies. You know, you deceive, that's mean you lie. You cheat, that mean you lie. You misguide, that mean you lie. All those actions based on one thing, lying. And if Allah is the one who misguide or mislead, that means He is the one who do lie. And that alone is enough to prove that Allah cannot be God. All right, he's out. Any Abdul? Well, I hope I did help you with the... Oh, he want to be back? Maybe his wife, she grabbed him. He did not wash dishes. Are you back?
No, I haven't been using Discord in a long time, and I accidentally left.
I'm just joking. Don't take it... don't be offended.
Sure.
I make fun of myself, everybody knows, so you know.
Yeah.
So what else?
So yeah, so basically all these words are the same, like they're just describing deception.
All of them, they end in the same way. It's about misleading, deceiving, lying, you know, cheating, fooling people. It's the same, you know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, we have, and the Quran is so clear, like here as an example, chapter 35 verse number 8, and you know, even the Quran make it more stupid. As an example, the one who Allah misguide, no guidance for him. So, which means Satan misguiding is less harmful than the misguiding of Allah. Because simply there's no, that's it, there's no guidance for you. You know, there's no way. I don't know what's wrong with this website. Give me a second. So when the Quran make it so clear that the one who Allah misguide, there's no guidance for him, that is the top proof of Muhammad confessing that his God is the devil. The Muslim, again, they try to fix it. They say, whomsoever Allah send astray, none can guide him. So when Allah send you astray and deceive you, Allah is cobra. His deception is deadly, and that is Satan.
Yeah.
You know? Like there is no return. That's it. And look how the Muslim, they try to fabricate the translation. To such as Allah, reject from his guidance. There's no one
it's the
guide.
same word.
Yeah, but what happened to the word yudlil, you know? They lie. So what reject from his God? It doesn't say that. It says that the one who Allah deceive. Let us see Hilary and Khan.
Even if they say reject from his guidance, like why would God do that?
That's not what it says. See here they are using the word astray, which is still not accurate too, but it's okay. Astray is the same as deceive, but the reality is deceive. You know, every Muslim, he tried to give you different words, different translation, but they are not being honest. I never saw an honest Muslim anyway. I mean, honest Muslim is an ex-Muslim.
Yes. What about the word ghawa?
Word what?
Ghawa.
I don't understand.
I mean, it's spelled ghain, wow, and ya at the end.
Agwa.
Yeah, but it was like that in my dictionary, so.
Yeah, the word ghiwaya is an act of a crimes of a criminals. And it's used usually when it's come to something connected to temptation, but mostly is in sexual way. This is why I don't understand even why the Quran used the word aghwaytani, because how shaitan he been tempted by Allah in a sexual way. But obviously here, if you see here, in chapter 7 verse number 16, shaitan he says, and look, this is the Muslim translation, now for they, which mean Allah, perverted me. Do you see it? Oh, he's gone again. Guys, do you see the word pervert in me? Allah, he made shaitan pervert. Allah deceived shaitan, caused him to be pervert. This is the Muslim translation, not my translation. You perverting me. This is why the word riwaya usually is connected to sexual lust. So the verse sounds stupid for me, because how shaitan been tempted by sex, you know, riwaya. However, if it's not about sex, still it says, even in their translation, because you perverted me.
I'm so sorry for getting off and on. I just really haven't been using Discord. I just clicked this button again on accident. Really sorry.
No problem. As long as you don't have a suicide belt and you did not hit it by accident, you are fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, because my cousins, they always do such a mistake.
All right. Okay, you're saying that ahwaitani is like sexual deception or temptation, right?
Yeah, but the Muslim, they will not agree. They will say this is not really what it's meant. However, in the best scenario, you deceive me. So now this is a translation of who? Let us see. Arbery. If you go to different translation, let us say Hilali Khan. Because you send me astray. Well, you deceived me, you know. But al-Ghuwaya is like, we can use the women, usually is used in language to say a woman, she did Ghuwaya to a man, which means she tempted him by lust.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Well, one thing that I don't understand is like there are Arab Muslims, right? People whose native language is Arabic, and they're Muslims. And when they read in the Quran, how don't they see that it's like it's so stupid, you know? Why would God deceive anybody? Why would He tempt anybody? Isn't it like obvious? Why don't they why do they keep following Islam?
Well, leaving a religion is not easy when you live in a society. There's a consequences. You know, those are very harsh people with each other, and if you leave Islam, they will kill you. So they choose the easiest way. We stay in this garbage. I better be praised for being a Muslim from being condemned, spit at, and maybe even killed. So this is how they calculate it. Otherwise, however, a lot of Islam is leaving Islam, big deal, you know. Because the more freedom, the more you find an answer, you know, that people leave Islam because now they are not under the threat. All right. Anything else?
Well, I don't have any more words that I wanted to ask you about. This is pretty much it. But I just have one question.
One more. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, how do you say "I think" in your dialect?
In dialect or in Arabic in general, like a classic language?
Well, I'm sure that, you know, there's the literary Arabic and there are the dialects of Arabic that are different. I'm sure you have like your own dialect that you speak, or you don't want to speak it so that people don't, you know, see where you're from.
Well, there is many ways. I will give you many dialects. Like you can say أظن, I can say بفكر, you can say أعتقد, you can say yeah, I mean those words, one of them, all of them, they mean the same thing. I think, I believe, I thought. Yeah.
And which one do you personally use like mostly in your daily speech?
I don't use the word I think because I'm Arab. We're Arab, we don't think. It's haram.
Makes sense.
It's harmful. It's harmful. It's not allowed. Bad, you know. Stay away from it. You start thinking, you know, bye-bye, say hello to your neck. You cannot say I think. You think, you know, like what are you talking about? What do you think? Then if you think, they will call you a thinker. Thinker means philosopher. Philosopher is a kafir. Kill him. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the answers and the information. It's really, really helpful, man.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. I have to go celebrate Indonesian independence at church. You have independence in Indonesia? Okay. That's strange. I thought Indonesian, they have a lot of orange occupation. It turned to be they have independence. So the Arab Muslims have the Qur'an's content nonsense, right? You see, the Arab Muslims usually, they don't question really the Quran. They just read it. Because questioning those things is dangerous. You can't even mention it in the front of a family member. You know, like Islam is like, as a very famous Western man said, is like rabies for dogs. Even, like there is a story about a girl, a Jordanian girl. She borrowed the Bible from a Christian girl. But she did not borrow the Bible because she wanted to believe in Christianity. She decided to study the Bible so she can make mockery of Christianity. So this woman, her family are very, very religious Muslims. So she have no choice except to hide the Bible, you know. Her mother, she came to clean the room. She found the Bible under her pillow. Because they are mentally ill and full of hatred. The mother, she waited for her daughter when she came from the school. She did not even ask her a question. She have a kitchen knife in her hand. Her daughter, she opened the door, she walked inside, and she starts stabbing her non-stop hundreds of times. And for sure she killed her. Because she thought that her daughter, she become a Christian. So this will tell you how filthy, satanic this garbage cult. Her own daughter did not even ask her why. And then when the police investigate, it turned to be that she borrowed just a day before the Bible because the Christian girl, she said to her, you are talking about something you don't know. What about you read the Bible before you open your mouth, insulting us? She said, okay, give it to me. She killed her. So when you see Hamas and they are doing, and women, they are dancing in the street, for this is satanic, demonic cult. Very filthy. Like here we sit, we laugh, etc. But if you live between them, you will know what I'm talking about. I am observing you as a student. Okay. Any Abdul? What is the most violence verse in the Quran? Well, the whole Quran, purpose of it is violence. So it's not about only a verse, the whole idea. But however, the one is connected to you as a Christian is chapter 9, verse number 29, which is commanding to kill the Christian and the Jews unless they pay money. However, there's tons of verses like cutting heads, crucifixion, cutting hands, you know. All right, I think we are out of Abdul. Sage, her head is spinning. Sage, because you are trying to use your brain, and your prophet, he said you are brainless. You remember last time you spoke to me, I show you the hadith that says, the prophet, he says you have deficiency in your brain, and you said to me, it doesn't say that, CP. This is why your brain is hurting you, because you have deficiency. I show it to you in the front of your eyes, and you say it doesn't say that. I mean, those Muslims are really weird. They see it. I read it for them. I put them in the screen. I give them the link. And then they say, it doesn't say that, CP. It doesn't say that. Abdul Aziz. No, she is not mental. You know, she is poor woman trying to defend, you know, she is born this garbage, what she can say. Do you want her to agree that she is living in a garbage satanic cult? As simple as that. You have to go through, you know, through struggle. Can you give a few moments in Sam Shamoun debate that has reached millions? Well, I don't know how many reach. I think the number is still small. Debate or one debate or debates? I don't know what are you talking about. They say to you, read 9:4. Well, 9:4 is connected to 9:1, right? And Muhammad is an evil man, because Muhammad, he promised the Arab peace, and he made with them an agreement. So he betrayed them, and he says Bara'ah. In fact, the chapter name used to be called Bara'ah, not At-Tawbah. Bara'ah mean freedom from any peace agreement. So Muhammad is the devil. So he told them, you have 4 days. Muhammad, he signed agreement, saying to them he want to go for peace until he get ready to kill them all, and now he have an army ready. So he gave them 4 months to leave the Arabian Peninsula, or they will be dead. And when they say to you, read number 4, they say, except those who they are from the mushrikeen, who you have agreement with them. How he wash his hand from the agreement, and then he says, except those who have an agreement. The one who he mentioned is the one who gave them protection. Those are a few group or people, or few people, like let us say a relative, who he promised them protection. Otherwise, he said clearly that he have no agreement no more. He sent Ali and Abu Bakr, as I remember, to tell them, you have 4 months, otherwise all of you will be slaughtered. This is why anyone who believes that you can have a peaceful agreement with the Muslims, this is why here it says, when those months are over, kill them, wherever you find them, anywhere you find them. But if they believe, which means they convert to Islam, don't kill them. And this is the clear proof that people, they convert to Islam by the sword. And this is why the Arabian Peninsula became all of it Muslims. Ambush them anywhere you find them. Unless they believe, they convert, and they pray as all Muslims, and then Allah is all merciful. That's it. All right? And then in verse number 29, the Quran usually is not connected to each other. But here, when Muhammad, he took over Mecca, and he forbidden the non-Muslims to enter Mecca, the Muslims, they said to him, but Mecca now will die, because the business is done by those who they are visiting the Kaaba, the non-Muslims. They are the rich ones. At that time, the Muslims are not rich yet, because they did not kill a lot of people yet. So he said to them, if you fear, I mean, the translation here is really weird. But let us see. Hold on, give me a second. I don't know why they are adding all those things. Anyway, so he said, from now on, non-Muslims are filthy, are not allowed to enter Mecca. So they will not get close to it no more. However, if you fear poverty, you see the money? If you fear poverty, Allah will reach you. And right away he says, go and fight the Christian and the Jews, and if they pay you money, they can live. See it? So if you fear poverty, Allah will reach you. Go and fight the Christian and the Jews and kill them, or they have to pay you. And here you notice, by the way, that Muhammad is nothing but satanic. How you accept them to believe that Jesus is God just because they pay you money? Are you doing for the sake of Allah or for the sake of money? It is for the sake of money. Do you see it? So if you pay Muhammad money, You can worship Jesus as God. No problem. So he claimed that he is serving God, but if you pay him, yeah, he claimed that you are committing big insult to Allah, but if you pay him, he'll continue insult Allah, no problem. That is really showing you that Muhammad is nothing but Satan. Like imagine I say to somebody, if you make a donation to me, you can come and insult Jesus. Do you understand what I'm saying? I accept money, which is not the case here. It's not a donation. Here they are forcing them. As you see, they have to be subdued in submission. So the Christian, they have to be treated like dogs, and they pay them money in order to stay Christians and to be alive. So imagine I say to you, let us say I am doing jihad for the sake of Jesus, and then I conquer you, and then I say, you know what, you can insult Jesus as much as you want, as long as you pay me money. But that is telling you that I don't care really for Jesus, I care for money. And this is who is Muhammad. He's a scam, he's a criminal, he's a pirate. All right, how many hours we are live on air? Only 6 hours and 14 minutes. Not much. I think I still have some few hours more. What do you think, guys? Are you guys bored? Who's bored? Let us see people on Rumble. People on Rumble, are you bored? What about in Discord? In Discord, they are jumping like crazy. What about in YouTube? Not bored yet? You know, when you learn English, like you go in the airplane, they say, welcome in board. I said, I'm not going to get in. This is boring. What? Welcome in board. What? I don't know. I don't know who made English. You know, I don't know. We need to replace this language. We are going to ask Kamala Harris to change it for us, to make it fit with the Arab. Why in the world when I go in board in the airplane, it's boring? All right. All right, all right. I'm working and listening. You are working and listening? How you can do that? He's working and listening. We are greedy for your time. You will pay. Just wait. Get a breath. I didn't get recorded. You are asking people for donating. Zakir Naik, I did not say. I say just you will pay. I didn't say money. So get a breath. You are saying to them you will pay. And you claim you don't care for money. So how you say pay and there's no money? Okay, well, they can, you know, they pay by, let's say, you know, making a comment. They will have a pain in their back because they are listening for me for long. Their eyes is hurting from looking at the computer. This is what that meant. I pay. Don't you Muslims say the Quran have outside meaning and inside meaning? Well, this is the inside meaning. First of all, pay mean pay and mean money. Okay. Do you pay respect to Prophet Muhammad? I have to go. Hold on. You just say pay mean pay and pay mean money. So when you say Muslims, you pay respect to Allah, do you pay Muhammad respect money? I have to go because your answer and your question are stupid. You got me busted. I just told the Christians you have to pay. You will pay. Oh boy. I renew your strength in the name of Jesus. Thank you. Yeah, you know, people, they say to me, do you write those things before you say them? People, they think I write them down, like, you know, I prepare. No, my friend. I make it in the moment, in a second. All right, I think we have good time today. And look like we are out of customers. And as long as we are out of customers, we better close the store. Capiche? What do you think? Sorry, Zen, we are done for today. Maybe next time you can join us. Give more lessons in Arabic. Well, you know, the problem is when I started the Arabic class, I said, who want to join? People, you said, yes, me, a lot, you know. But then when we start, the 100 became 50, the 50 become 40, the 40 become 10, the 10 become 5. So obviously, you know, people get excited for something, but they cannot do, you know. However, the website there have all the videos you need, from teaching you how to read, how to write, how to connect letters. It can give you a full, you know, education about the Arabic language. And then all what you need to do, just memorize words. The more words you know, use the basic I taught you there, and you will be able to, you know, enrich yourself with languages. All right? Okay. Otherwise, I don't mind really to teach. Like, you know, a priest, he asked me to teach online, and then he asked me to go and fly to his country. I said, okay, I'm willing to do it, you know. But as long we did it already, the Arabic, there's no need to do it again. I mean, what the point? There's no point. It's there. Go to AGT. What does AGT mean? I don't know what AGT. All right. Well, I want to say thank you for all of you, the one who care and the one who don't care, especially the one who don't care, because they are the majority. So I appreciate you, and we appreciate your careless, because careless means you are so good and priceless. I mean, they add the word less at the end for a reason. Useless, careless, brainless. So I want to say thank you for the careless. For being careless is like being wonderful-less and beautiful-less and amazing-less. So thank you very less for doing nothing. So don't forget, guys, to make a comment. Donate a comment. Don't donate money. Donate a comment. So don't be cheap. Donate a comment. Don't donate money. Donate a comment after we finish, because the more you make comment, the more YouTube, you know, more the video will be suggested to many people. So if you care to share the truth, and at the same time, you can download my video, you can cut it pieces, all the calls we receive, Muslims calling us, debating us, etc. You can cut them pieces. Don't play with them, you know. We don't do what Muslims do. Just cut a Muslim call me, cut it as it is, post it as it is. All right? So I want to say thank you all. May the Lord bless you. And until we see you soon again, maybe tomorrow or the day after. Actually, already we are tomorrow. What are you talking about? Quit some breath. First of all, tomorrow never come. Because you keep saying to he will come tomorrow. And anytime you come in the same day. Okay, Abdul, what I can say, tomorrow is today. It's already past a long time in the middle of the night. So I say to them, I will come tomorrow. But I just saw that tomorrow already is today. Quit some breath. You are very confused. How is tomorrow and today? Stupid. Allah knows best how it can be today and tomorrow at the same time. Well, this is what the Quran says. All right. So, guys, I hope I can see you today or tomorrow or maybe the day after Sunday. So until then, I say God is good, so is Jesus. And may the Lord bless you and keep you in good health and wealth. And always remember to be loyal. Loyalty is everything in our life. Those who they have no loyalty, nobody appreciate them. Nobody will remember them. Even dogs have loyalty. If a dog can be loyal and you cannot, that means you are lower than a dog. And I'm very serious about that statement. A person who is not loyal, a woman or a man, doesn't matter. So men, you have to be loyal to your family, to your wife, to your children. Be loyal to them by loving them, supporting them. Women, love your husband. Be loyal. Never cheat. Never lie. Keep your family whole together, because what you do is going to destroy you and destroy your family and bring nothing good to you. So if you can be a loyal, that means a dog is doing better than you. So you need to ask yourself, what's wrong? Why a dog is better? There's many dogs, they die when their master pass away. They stay over his grave. They cry for him. So it's a shame that a human being have no loyalty to his maker, to the Messiah, to the one who gave us what we have. Your laugh, your joke, even the pain can be joyful, because the pain is the way to know the pleasure. For if we do not know what pain is, we will never know what pleasure is. If we do not know what sugar is, we will not know what salt is. All those are given to us as gifts from the Lord. So praise to Him, be thankful and be loyal, and always be a warrior for Christ. Never let the devil fool you, for if a false man like Muhammad fool you, and he's foolish, how foolish are you? Thank you. God is good, so is Jesus. Amen to that. See ya.